right. Thank you all so much. The council had a roll call earlier today as we convened at 5:30 to go into closed session. So tonight we will be starting our meeting with a presentation on ESG investment practices for municipalities. And so we have the pleasure of
recording in progress.
Excellent. We have the pleasure of being joined by students from the University of Maryland. And with that, I will turn things over to our acting deputy city manager, Mr. Boduk, who will introduce our presenters today.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to welcome up our Director of Finance, Susan Chung, to introduce these individuals. So this is a project that started a few years ago, and under the direction of Susan, we're very excited for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm so excited the MBA student from the renowned Smith School of Business of University of Maryland will make their presentation of ESG practices of municipalities tonight. This was part of a consulting class project that lasted for 12 weeks in the school. With reference to the initial analysis of the Task Force on Sustainable Banking Investment report, the team worked tirelessly gathering data from local and national municipalities to look into their ESG practices and trends in the industry. In this presentation, the students will present their analysis result as well as their recommendations regarding ESG investment, criteria, and sustainable banking. Without further delay, please join me in welcoming our presenters, the team leader, Philip Padua, Kevin Cho, Amy Wong, and Pravina Seminetti, and they will be available to answer any questions after the presentation. So thank you.
We check Priscilla.
Sure. Priscilla available?
Yeah, Priscilla, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Great.
All right, good evening, everyone. I guess I have to be facing this way, so sorry. I know Susan. So good evening, everyone. So today we're going to be presenting our report that we presented to Susan about investment practices in ESG specifically. Let's see here. Oops. There you go. So our team here, I'm Felipe, Jacob and Dean is not here. So we finished our class about 2 weeks ago. Some of us already graduated. So some had other plans, they moved on, so they were not able to be in person. But most of us are here. So we have Pravina, she is on the call, and Amy and Kevin are here in person as well. So here's a quick summary of what we're going to be presenting. So a quick project intro, like what is this about, what problem are we solving? Then we're going to go into the analysis, which is the bulk of the presentation. So it's more of our research, our findings. And then at the end, we have the recommendation, which is kind of condensing. So all these studies, so what do we get out of it? So what is the next step? So we provide some initial recommendations. So the city of Tacoma Park can look into taking it further.
Do we own this paper, or is this something that we can get or no?
Councilmember Small, it should be in your packet.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, and then at the end we're gonna have Q&A. Hopefully we're gonna have a lot of time for Q&A, so we're gonna try to go through the whole presentation. But if you have any very strong questions that you can't wait, feel free to ask us. So without further ado, let's get into it, and I'm gonna pass it on to Kevin.
All right, good evening. So let's talk about the project intro. I've got only 2 slides, so it'll be quick and short. So why should city government focus on ESG? Why should Tacoma Park, City of Tacoma Park should focus on ESG? City government should practice ESG principles because they contribute sustainable development and overall well-being of their residents, right? So implementing ESG practices helps cities to reduce the environmental impact, promote social equity, and ensures transparent and efficient governance. This can lead to improved quality of life of your residents, attract healthier, investments, enhance resilience to challenges to climate changes, and creates a healthier and more inclusive urban environment. Especially city of Tacoma Park is literally next to Washington, D.C., right? So it creates a good urban environment, all right? All right, this is what our state of Maryland is doing when it comes to ESG. So climate change, the Act 2030 Greenhouse Reduction Act. So what the state is trying to do is they laid a plan out to the current approach to Maryland's greenhouse gas reduction goals. So the goal plans to reduce 50% of the carbon reductions by 2030, as recommended by the Maryland Commission on Climate Change. All right, next is the RPS, which is a renewable portfolio standards. Maryland has a renewable portfolio standard that requires a certain percentage of the state's electricity to come from renewable sources. So this policy encourages the growth of renewable energy energy generations in the state, such as solar panels, windmills, and hydroelectric power. And Maryland, when it comes to environmental regulations, it enforces environmental regulations related to air, water, and waste management. In fact, the state adopted 59 new regulations in 2021 and 2022, which is very, very impressive, right? And ESG, so community development, right? Social consideration within the ESG framework. So what the state is trying to do is they want to develop a healthier local economy. They want to protect and appreciate historical and cultural resources, and affordable and sustainable housing and employment as well, and growth and development practices that protect the environment and conserve air, water, and energy resources. And next up is sustainable investing. So it is designed to support Maryland's municipalities like Tacoma Park as they look for cost-effective and strategic ways to protect their mutual assets and revitalize their communities. So using the best practices in area like water, energy, health, food, and economy, a municipality like Tacoma Park can earn points towards sustainability certification. Lastly, outreach programs. So not that many people know about ESG. The word actually derived from, I guess, social CSC, the corporate social responsibility. So ESG is now a big thing that everybody likes to talk about. So raising ESG, the Maryland citizens, get some valuable lessons and they get awareness, right? So we want to keep promoting ESG as we're suffering from recent climate changes, and the world is getting crazy. So that's what we want to do. That's what the state is doing right now, and I'll pass it on to Felipe.
All right, so I'm going to talk more about the problem. Again, this was like a consulting class, so we start with the problem. So we were reached out by the city of Tacoma Park, specifically Susan. She was the client that we were talking with. And one of the main materials that we had was a task force for sustainable banking investment. So the main takeaway that we had was Tacoma Park had some of its investments that it was constrained mostly in low return investments, most specifically CDs. But also, since they were mostly in Tourist Bank or some other CDs that they bought through other brokers. So sometimes there is this issue of potential unwanted assets. So when you lend money to the bank is pretty much relending that money to everybody else, so you don't have much control where this money is going to. So the future that we envisioned was like potentially have higher asset returns, but most importantly have some ESG-friendly portfolio. But there are some constraints that we know, for example, the safety, liquidity, and yield. So we want to be able to have ESG, potentially, if possible, higher return, but we have to have in mind that safety and liquidity are constraints that we have as well. And hypotheses, so this is, again, more of a consulting thing. You can think of it as almost like breaking down a problem into smaller problems, so that's how you tackle it. But instead, instead of being problems, here's a hypothesis. So we created this hypothesis because once City of Tacoma Park came to us, it seems that they were already willing to invest in ESG. So it was our goal to kind of check to see if ESG was a good idea or not. And two of the things that we thought we needed to satisfy, one is that it has to provide a better portfolio and also increase social responsibility. And if you break those down, for example, first in a better portfolio, you have to be able to have equal or higher returns than the common non-ESG investments. But in addition to that, as we mentioned, keeping the safety and liquidity in mind as well. And for the social responsibility, it's very broad, but in very basic terms, it's pretty much having the approval of the council, but also all these stakeholders involved, especially the citizens. And now I'll pass it on to Amy to do the analysis, and then after the stakeholder analysis, and then we're going to go to the main part of the research.
Thank you, Philip. Yeah, the stakeholder analysis based on, this project, according to Edwin Friedman, 1984 stakeholder analysis, we outline here the key stakeholders and what they need with this project. So it is important to have a clear understanding of each stakeholder, what they are expected. The city residents have the high interest in, because they are more concerned about the environment, about their money, about their tax money, how you spend it. And the city council here, you have the legal authority to approve this investment in policy. And you are all the key decision maker. The city mayor, manager, financial department director, and the senior leaders have shown the great leadership for the project, since they have the control more resource and the negotiation power. So the financial department director and the manager are more involved with this project. The consulting organization, including us, have the specific skills and the knowledge about this project, but we only have a lower power. We here to help you, assisting you. We can do some provided the information from the research. So our team also did some researching about the investment criteria across all the levels, from the national to the local. For example, the Government Accounting Standard Board has issued 2 guidelines related to the ESG matters and indicate the GASB staff have been already monitoring local and state government ESG report since December 2022. For the state Maryland Code, the local government article Section 1711 established the framework for how local government can invest in their asset. Since the 17-205 of the code state that the cities in Maryland has the authority to establish a local investment policy through the resolutions. Accordingly, so the city is required to manage its fund in complying with the outlines in the adopted local investment policy. We are doing our researching. We are so impressed about the city Tacoma, how city council, city manager did a great job. You are the superstar in the Maryland. We have to say that. The Tacoma Park, New Clean Forest Zone Act, the City Code, Chapter 1404-050, indicates the city shall consider a social responsibility investment policy and determine where the money should be invested. In 2021, the Tacoma Park City Council adopted the resolution establishing the task force in the sustainable banking and the investment. In the 2022 report of the Tacoma Park Task Force on the sustainable banking and investment examines how the city of Tacoma Park can screen its banking arrangement and investment against the set of the environmental, social, and government criteria. So our team also searched, the top 10 cities in the Maryland based on their population. So listed here, the status of the current investment policy in the top 10 cities of Maryland, and the only 2 of the cities referred to discussed or mentioned in their, ESG and sustainable investment policies. The state of Maryland allows the municipality cities invest their supply fund to financial institution, which the state, if the financial institution provides security that equal or more than the amount by the which adopted the insurance limited. However, as noted as early, so the section 17205 of the Maryland State Code grants authority to the city establish the local investment policy by the resolution. And the city, Gettysburg, their budget in 2024, they mentioned about that. So their investment strategy calls for annual cash flow projection and investment in low-risk security, such as U.S. government bond, U.S. agency security, and some short-term investments, such as the commercial paper and CDs. Due to the currently, economic condition and the impact raising interest rate have had on the Treasury bond, the budget reflects a most increase in budget interest income. So, in addition, the city of Rockville, we also contacted their deputy financial director, Kim. She mentioned that they plan to review and update the general investment policy with the coming year, fiscal year, with the intentionally incorporate the ESG language during their revision. The state of Maryland Treasury Office also, confirmed they recently updated the state investment policy and are in the processing to getting that out to all the local and city government. So next one, let me turn to our team, Perina.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
So we have also investigated cities outside Maryland. So while we acknowledge that these cities are significantly larger and have distinct ESG investment strategies compared to Tacoma Park, we believe that examining their approaches could offer some valuable insights and potentially serve as source of inspiration for enhancing your ESG initiatives. So the first city here is the San Francisco. This is one of the major players in ESG investments. The city's main community goal is to divest from fossil fuel companies and become carbon neutral by 2050. And they have invested over 5% of assets in ESG-focused activities. And they consider ESG factors in its investment approach because they believe in investing pension assets for long term. And their main strategy is to diversify risk and at the same time gain favorable returns. And this aligns with their fiduciary duties as pension fund trustees. And these are some of the key initiatives, key investments that they have done, and most of these investments are managed by external investment managers. Next slide, please. Coming to New York City, the total assets under management are 3% of their retirement funds, and their main goal is to divest from fossil fuels and nuclear weapon companies. They believe that they also believe that ESG would increase long-term value of the pension fund, and also renewables are replacing fossil fuels. So basically in 2021, they have divested $4 billion from fossil fuel companies. And because of this divestment, they faced a lawsuit in the beginning of this year. They were sued by just 4 public employees who are also supported by a conservative nonprofit organization, claiming that the city breached their fiduciary duties as divesting should be years-long process, and that the oil prices increased after their divestment. The thing to note here is the oil prices increased around this time due to Ukraine war. And they also said the divestment was based on political and environmental motives rather than financial considerations, and this would also reduce the diversification of the funds. However, the New York City, it believed that the lawsuit was meritless and that the divestment did not affect their benefits. And they believe that if they didn't adopt the ESG investing, there is a high potential of financial and environmental risk for too little returns. And so they asked the court to dismiss the lawsuit. So next slide, please. So coming to the Chicago City, their main goal is to convert to investments in 100% renewable energy, and the companies those comply with 62% lower carbon emissions by 2040. And their ESG funds are managed internally, unlike other cities whose funds are managed by external managers. And they use MSCI ratings for overall portfolio risk management. So MSCI is basically an acronym for Morgan Stanley Capital Investment. It's a widely recognized financial services company which tracks ESG investments across the world, both in developed and developing countries. And thing to note here is MSCI is just one of the ESG research and rating providers in the market, and their ratings, the ratings can vary between the providers due to differences in underlying methodology and data sources. So Philip will go over more about these ratings. Sorry. All right. Coming to San Diego, the city's ESG policy prohibits investment in companies involved in coal and petroleum or natural gas production. At the same time, it supports investments in entities that prioritizes addressing climate change issues, labor fairness, and equality. ESG investment is allocated in Opportunity Fund, which is a 3% allocation of the city fund. And for the Berkeley City, the investment policies should comply with Nuclear Free Berkeley Act, and the city preferred to invest in US agency securities with high yields and socially preferable uses like housing loans and student loans, and avoid treasury securities due to their association with nuclear weapons program. And also the financial institutions that city invests in should disclose the percentage of assets invested in nuclear weapon agents. Next slide, please. And now it's Philip.
Thank you, Pravina. So now we're going to move on to investment options. So we heard Amy talking about her research on municipalities in Maryland, and some of the information was unfortunately limited, so it was a little bit more early stage. A few initiatives are still young. But then once we moved to Pravina, we went to nationwide, the scope was wider. Then we had a lot more information, so it was more meaningful, was less local, but we could see that there was more history. But now investment options is going a little bit away from municipalities and just more in the industry as a whole, and seeing the investment in ESG, that is the investment vehicles out there. So one of the first questions we got from the city of Tacoma Park was, should we do active versus passive investment? So active means you have a person working on it, or you have a client that you hire that is constantly looking for you, and it's pretty much taking charge of everything, and they have more of a daily role on checking these investments. So one of the benefits, obviously, you have the whole flexibility to invest exactly what you want, and you can even try to beat the market if possible. But obviously this higher reward comes with higher risk and also higher cost fees, or even having that person doing it or this third party doing this management for you. The passive investment is, again, something simpler. It requires less work. It's either an index fund, or you can choose CDs that you make some decision maybe quarterly or so. So it requires a lot less management. And it's also less risky. Sometimes they're already, a basket, for example, an ETF or an index fund, they already have a lot of companies. So you're already diversified in your investments. So it's less risky, and there's also some liquidity limitations, which I think it's pretty similar to the active investment. But usually it's very liquid. You can trade these index on a daily basis. So liquidity, it's not a major issue. And in terms of some options here, for example, for ESG funds, especially index funds, you can see S&P 500, they have a specific ESG investment. MSCI, that Pravina mentioned, is a big leader in this space. And there's a lot of other options there. So here are just a few. And you can see here some of the top 7 investments, ESG funds, perform better. But obviously this is limited to only a 5-year return, and obviously you only have like 7 or 8 companies, so it's not statistically significant, so it's not like hundreds of companies. But at least it gives you a little glimpse that at least you can expect the same performance, and who knows, maybe even better. So it's debatable, and we're going to talk more about this later. So we know that unfortunately the city of Tacoma Park cannot invest directly into these funds. So it's really challenging. So what else can we do? So we're going to dial down a little bit closer to where you can invest, which is green bonds. So this, again, is similar to bonds. You can invest in commercial companies or even local cities or governments that issue bonds. But some of them, they have specific criteria where they have to invest in projects, for example, that is, for example, it's environment friendly, or there's some criteria in terms of social impact. So that's another useful option as well. And then moving on, even or before that, just a very quick slide here showing like that growth and how green bonds, it's really growing, starting mostly in Europe, but it's really catching up in many other places, even in the US. But another option, as we know, is CDs. And we know the city of Tacoma Park already used some brokers to buy from different banks, so they're not secluded to only investing in buying CDs from the bank that they currently use. So with a broker, you can go to any other banks that offer CDs and buy from them. And that opens a little bit of options to choose the banks that potentially use that money to provide some services or invest in some companies that might align better with the goals of the city of Tacoma Park. So again, it's very similar in terms of risk, and also you can diversify and invest in different banks. I'm going to skip that. So now we're going to talk about ESG ratings. So Pravina mentioned ESG ratings. So what is it? So ESG rating is almost as you think of the ESG rating, what a credit rating is for financial soundness, that's what ESG rating is for ESG. So it tries to measure how well a company is doing in ESG, and it's very useful information. We're going to show some examples. But obviously, it's very early stage. Some people never heard about it. So there are some companies, the main providers of credit ratings and other companies are doing it. But there's a lot of divergence and subjectivity, mostly because it's a lot harder to quantify this compared to financial numbers, for example. So we're going to see numbers can be different from one provider to the other. One has a higher rating, one a lower. But overall, we still think it provides valuable, at least initial insights into choosing investments. So here are some of the options. MSCI is definitely one of the leaders, but then all these companies that were in the credit ratings, they actually now providing their own ESG ratings, such as Moody's, they have Sustainalytics, and Refinitiv that we used, and there are some other companies as well. So usually they only differ in terms of the metrics that they use to come up with a score, and also how they collect this data, which is very challenging. They collect this data like in many indirect ways, which sometimes can be hard to know if this data is reliable or not. So for example, we're going to contrast here Truist Bank, and we chose Sandy Spring, which is another local bank. And if you see here for first MSCI, they have these quartiles. So third quartile means you're between 50th and 75th% higher. So it's almost like the SAT score. So the higher you are, the fourth quartile, the better. and the bottom one, which is 1, is the worst. So it's mostly on average. And again, they give you a lot of, this is just a snapshot, but they have a lot more information to show how they came up with this score. And if you compare to Sandy Spring, again, we had a score mostly average there, and here it was lower. But again, it's hard to know why they came up with these numbers, even though you see the data that they collected, but you might disagree on the weights that they put on the metrics and how they came up with the data again, which is, most of this data is not available in the public. They have to collect in the direct ways, like searching the web and crawling and trying to do some like data science or things like that to try to find this information that is not easily available. And then now we look the same thing, but with Refinitiv icon, which we have access at university. So they break down into the weights, for example, 14.4% for environmental, social 49. And again, it's very debatable. You might disagree on these weights. But if you click on any of those, you can like break down into all these different scores, all the different metrics that comprise that overall score. And you can see they had a grade of 63, and then if you go, that's for Truist, and if you go to Sandy Spring, again, it was slightly slower. But again, you can see there the different numbers and the breakdowns of these scores. So pretty much the goal of this slide was to show, again, it's a great tool, but it's not very intuitive, and it's not a one tool that you can use to make a selection or a decision, because again, it's very young and it varies a lot from grade to one to another, but it's an initial step towards creating an evaluation. So now, after this, we're gonna move into bank options. So this is, again, we didn't go into too much in depth into this, but this was more the part of the task force that we heard about, potentially switching to a different bank that aligns better with the City of Tacoma Park's plans and values. So we did a slight amount of work here. It was one of the lowest parts in terms of priorities, but we thought it was important to add something to it. So in a nutshell, here is the data that we collected. So breaking down first, into the branch proximity, we see that there's a lot of banks here. This is not the whole list, and most of them are in the Silver Spring side. So there's banks, especially for the employees, to be local here. And I'm gonna skip the combined credit risk first and go to the next two columns. So the Don't Bank on the Bomb was this list that was mentioned in the task force. They have, this kind of crowdsourced data where they see companies that are investing in companies that supply or are directly related to nuclear weapons. And again, it's really hard to know. That's why they use this crowdsourcing, because most banks don't directly disclose this. You have to find it in indirect ways. But then for example, we did our own, but the problem is this study is a little bit outdated. It's not kept up too much. So we try to do just very quick research on our own. So if you see the left one, when you see potential investments, so that was our own research. And initially, for example, Sandy Spring did not have any mentions, which was good. Secu and Eagle Bank, which are all local banks, and that was great. But then when we started doing research, we found it for Sandy Spring. And we did not find for Secu and Eagle Bank, but it doesn't necessarily mean they don't have any investment. It's just probably because they're smaller, there's less data out there. It was harder to know if they are really involved in any of these companies. And then the ESG rating on the right, again, using the Refinitiv. And it was very counterintuitive. At first, we thought that smaller companies would have better ESG scores, but it turned out that it was exactly the opposite. So again, we don't know if it's because of data availability, or maybe because the companies that are bigger, they have more direct funds to, show better numbers out there to show that they're doing better. But you can see, for example, Citigroup, a huge bank, it has an incredibly high score, but then the lowest scores was for Eagle Bank and Sandy Spring. and no data for Secu because it is a private company. And then we just have the credit risk here, which it's not as much talked about today, but 3 weeks ago and then a few months ago, you saw there was banks going under, and then recently, 3 weeks ago, we saw some banks that were downgraded, and even the treasury bonds that got downgraded that became in the news. So it became a little bit relevant for some people to see how financially sound the banks are to make sure they're not going to go under. So as you can see, there was not a clear insight here, but kind of obvious. The biggest the bank, obviously they usually have a better ability to keep their finances and pay their debt and stay afloat. So lastly, after we talked about this, we're just going to mention some risk and potential mitigations. So first, there is this idea that capitalists call this as like leftist ideas. They believe that there's no way to create social impact and invest in goodness and at the same time keep the same financial performance. But one of the reasons is because it increased costs. So you're investing more in your employees, or investing more in the environment. But there's a lot of research showing that some of these companies have financial performances that are better than the non-ESG companies. But obviously this is very controversial because, for example, we don't know if this is a correlation versus causation. Some people mention that, Google and other companies have better ESG because they have more money to invest in these initiatives compared to maybe a struggling company that have to put all their money to keeping afloat and cannot invest in ESG, and they're doing worse because of that. No, there's nothing to do directly with ESG. It's just like a false correlation that you're making there. So we believe that it's probably in the middle, as we're going to show. It's possible to have the same level of returns, but it's likely that you're going to get more returns in ESG because you have to make sacrifices. And here's some additional issues. As we mentioned, there's political motivation, lack of standardization. We saw some of the ESG ratings that can help, but they're still very early stage. So there are tools going out there, there's regulation, but it's still, ESG is a little bit of a wild game there. And there's obviously ESG washing, where companies or institutions just try to show that they're ESG friendly. But when you look into their portfolio, they have companies that you don't agree with, or they're not really ESG friendly, or maybe it's just, again, in terms of subjectivities. For them, maybe this is a company that is ESG, but maybe, for example, it's a company that is, for example, let's say involved in fossil fuels. So they might have great social responsibility and great governance, the S and G, but the E maybe might be very important to a company, and it doesn't matter how well they're doing, you're not going to want to invest it. So it's really challenging to find investment options that you really agree with. And so what are the things can you do for mitigation? So one of the things is using the ESG ratings. You can provide an overall grade about the company, but obviously that is not enough, and a very common practice today used for ESG assessment is what's called screening. So screening is almost like the opposite of choosing companies. You kind of eliminate companies that you don't agree with. For example, we're going to show you can create criteria, for example, for fossil fuel companies, or companies that have been involved in some scandals, or companies that invest in nuclear weapons that we talked about. So usually it's a much easier way to condense your list of investments, other than trying to just use a score, for example, and just picking the one with a high score. And obviously, there are other things like transparent reporting and active ownership as well. So that's the end of it. So now, very quickly, about 5 minutes, just the 5 main recommendations that we have. So we got all this data. I know we put out a lot of information. It's hard to keep up. So you might be asking, so what do we get out of here? Like, what can we do next? So this is more of a guideline of the things that we think you could look into doing next. So it's almost a summary of what we believe it should be done. So starting first recommendation is we talked about safety, liquidity, and yield, and we want to encourage the addition of what's called impact. And this was not like a new thing. Some other counties or some other cities have done this, like Berkeley, and I think Chicago as well, where they're still looking for liquidity, safety, and yield, but they have in the center ESG. And why is it in the center is because, again, we don't believe ESG, it's very debatable. We don't think there's any consensus on whether ESG would provide better performance. But I would say it's not proven, but it's very respected today that it's possible to get the same level of return, the same level of safety and yields, and liquidity, by having ESG investment instead of non-ESG. So that can be an optional criteria there. Second, as we mentioned, add negative screening. So one that we recommend is no guns, fossil fuels, and tobacco. And the reason for that is because it's not a standard, but a lot of companies use that. So if you look for investments in ESG, a lot of them will have those. So it's going to make a lot easier to find investment options. Some might have fossil fuels, but they might have some commitments to decrease it over time. But guns and tobaccos, there's a lot of ESG funds that already comply with that. So you're increasing ESG without being very demanding. But obviously there are things that are more unique to the city of Tacoma Park, such as mentioned the non-involvement in nuclear weapons, either the supply or production. So that is one of the negative screenings, very specific to the city, that it can be implied there. So if there's any investment, or you can set a threshold, so no more than, let's say, 5-10%, so you would not invest in a fund. Whether this is, again, like an ETF or is like a CD from a bank, and then you find out that there's a significant percentage that is going towards this company, you might just discard as an option for investment. And we also agree with the task force. We excluded nuclear energy because it's really hard to track where your energy is coming from, and when you know, there's little you can do because it's very expensive to create that infrastructure, and you can't just simply switch where your energy is coming from like overnight. So it takes time. So the companies are a little bit at the mercy of where their energy, unless they're big corporations and they have a lot of time to implement these changes. And third, we encourage adaptive passive investments, mostly due to the size of the money sitting in the accounts. We believe that the money you pay to get to pay extra fees, for example, for ESG, or paying, for example, an actively managed fund. Maybe you're going to pay, let's say, 0.5%, 1%, 2% extra a year. When you compare that to paying, let's say, a full-time employee or giving half or part-time of a current employee to do that, it's probably going to be safer to just outsource this for somebody else to do, or just go with the average returns with an index fund. But again, we have the constraints. You cannot invest probably in ETFs or bonds, so the only options are CDs. So the option that we recommend is to probably go to brokers and find banks and use, for example, ESG ratings and other criteria to select banks, or if possible municipalities, if they have any types of bonds that you agree with, and you can invest in those companies that align with. So you don't have to be just constrained to the current bank. You can actually go to a broker and buy from different banks, and that also makes you be able to spread your risk as well. And we mentioned adopt ESG ratings. I talked a lot about that. And then fifth, in terms of sustainable banking. Again, this was very initial research, but at least initially, we don't see a lot of gain from having an RFP for a new bank. And the reason is, one, I think there could be some potential benefits in terms of better rates and better services, but a lot of these rates and services are very standard, so you're going to get very little benefit, and you're going to have employees switch to a different bank, or the people who use the bank to learn to adapt to the new bank. So you have that switching cost that is probably not going to be worth it. But there's obviously the value, the impact that you're willing, so you might feel more comfortable in an ESG friendly company, independent of the financial values. But as we saw from the numbers, it's really hard to find a bank that very clearly shows that it's ESG friendly, that that you would agree with, their mission and value. Again, you don't have control where their money is going to. You don't know companies that are their portfolio. They can change this very quickly. They have different ratings. So it's not an easy task to find a bank that you can say, well, this bank really aligns with our missions. They really provide the type of ESG that we want. So that's it. That concludes our presentation. Sorry that I talked a lot because I talked for 3 members now. And yeah, open for any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Yes, a round of applause. You all did an amazing job. I do want to remind my colleagues that we have a pretty packed agenda, so if we can try to limit our questions to about 10 minutes, that would be amazing. I know we got about a 6-minute late start. And so with that, I'll turn things over to Councilmember DeBala.
And here I was headed for 5. So thank you very much for doing this, and thank you to Director Chung for organizing this. It's a great next step. And I think a couple of the points that were made are really worth repeating. One is that in the state of Maryland, if I understood this correctly, in the state of Maryland, you're limited as a municipality to investing in CDs and time deposits. So while it is wonderful what Berkeley is doing, it's not an option for the city of Tacoma Park because of state law. Okay, that came out loud and clear here. But some of the other ideas that you suggest are really worth pursuing. And so when you talk about adding impact to safety, liquidity, and yield, are you talking about city finance policy or city code? City finance policy. Okay, so that's a little easier than code. Okay. And when you're looking at adopting at least one ESG rating and looking at the different banks, remind me what, if we were to take the guns, fossil fuels, and tobacco, what of the rating systems that you put forward here tonight, what one or ones would you recommend if that was the criteria we're looking at, a little more narrowly, fossil fuels, et cetera?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So we didn't make a specific recommendation. MSCI is definitely the most well-known. It was like a first mover. But we saw their Sustainalytics from Moody's. So pretty much all the companies that are involved in credit ratings, they're now creating their own ESG ratings as well. So S&P Global, Fitch, but also Bloomberg and Refinitiv also has their own right now.
So none of them are way better than
yeah, it's hard to know.
Okay.
Probably at some point there might be some consolidation. I guess they're all trying to show that they're good.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go into, for example, Refinitiv, you can see a lot of the data that they gather. Again, it's different. It's not the same. But for example, if you want to see in terms of fossil fuels, they're going to show what is the direct pollution that sometimes they report in their quarterly results. But sometimes they collect indirect, what they call indirect pollution, or third level or third tier, which is like go from, the middleman all the way to the suppliers that they try to see, their pollution. So it is hard. It's hard to know where the data comes from. It's hard to know, again, if you agree with the weights. But they definitely provide a lot of useful information. It's just not that very clear solution that you, for example, you can just look at the score and just pick the one with the highest score. It's much more complex than that.
And is there any of these that specifically focus not on nuclear energy use of the company, but the focus on nuclear related investments of the company?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we
that
could
get
not
broken
find
out?
any.
Really?
We had Refinitiv. They did have if they were using nuclear energy.
Mm-hmm.
But for some
But
reason, a
that's the
lot of
use
them
of the
did not
energy.
have
Yeah,
did
that's-
not have the data. It was just non-available, so it was not very reliable.
So
either.
we're back to bank on the bomb. Okay.
Yeah.
And last question, you talked about there's little to gain by having an RFP for a new bank. So again, just in summary, you're saying that while Truist doesn't have the best rating in ESG, of the local banks, it's as good as anything else and better than most.
Yes, at least in ESG ratings, that is very generic. They, as we saw, they did poorly. But again, it's harder because it's very subjective what you think is best or worse. So when we added the criteria, for example, for nuclear weapons,
Yeah, I was just,
you could see that the local ones
all the
seem to do
local-
better, except for Sandy Spring, that when we did our individual research, I think Gavin found that they were investing in RTX and other companies,
Yeah.
which I guess it's common in the area we are in the, you know, in the, yeah. A
So-
lot of contractors, DOD, so.
So Truist is
yeah.
investing in
Yeah,
nuclear weapons-related industries,
yeah,
but very few of the local banks are not. And of the ones that are not, the rest of the ratings are not so great. They don't exude a great deal of confidence
yeah.
otherwise, in terms of the impact, sustainability. I remember the initials. ISY. Yeah, okay, so that's it for me, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Small?
Thanks, man. I thought Cindy was going to take up all the 10 minutes. It's going to make me feel bad. I have a question. I have a couple of questions about this, but I'm going to try and make them quick. The first one is, in the list of banks that you have, one of the banks that's not in there is Industrial Bank, which would lead me to the conclusion that there are some minority banks or minority-controlled banks that aren't in this list. And I'm curious if they made your overall assessment or if they just found themselves on the wayside of this. Because there is a nexus between all these alphabets, between this set of alphabet words and the E in there, because then you get to DEI, and then you got all the alphabets. And so I'm curious about that.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So unfortunately, our study was a little bit limited. So for example, we just show a few here. And that was because the main priority was towards the ESG criteria and investment. But as we mentioned, we saw that the interest of switching banks, so we tried to at least get a little bit of a head start, but it's definitely not, as you can see, it's not a holistic view. There are other banks that are in the area. So we mostly look,
So I guess what I would say to you then is that it's possible that there could be additional evaluative criteria when Susan gets to the point of getting to what the thing is. That would be
Yes.
my first thing. I guess the second thing I would ask is this. You've sort of talked about the nexus between where you are and the concept of woke capitalism or whatever else. But in these markets, as people attempt to veer away from social capitalism or collective impact or any of the other things that are in this sort of lane, part of the reason for that is a strict constructionist opinion about where money and value is created. And so historically, if you work in these areas, either professionally or if you work in in a nonprofit around here, you can end up with a 403B, for example, that is organized around these principles, and your yield of return will be at 15% instead of 35 on a hot year. And so, I guess I understand that there's some hedging of bets and some hesitation here, and it could be because of any number of reasons in this area. But my curiosity is, if we have the opportunity to do limited investing in a certain area based on the statutory requirements, and that investing to some degree has to be passive, and it's a requirement of the law, and we put it in one place now, and we have the opportunity to put it in other places due to the fact that the law has changed. So I don't think necessarily that Councilmember DeBala's statement of the law was accurate there. Where are are there 9 different ratings because this is like Bitcoin? Or are there 9 different ratings because there is a way forward and people just want to have their name on the rating?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the last part, I think there is a lot because, again, it's a new industry. ESG, as Kevin showed at the beginning, there's huge growth in investment. And when you have a lot of money coming in, there's a lot of players trying to get in. So there's a lot of funds, as we mentioned the term ESG washing, a lot of companies trying to sell something as ESG. And there's obviously, these ratings trying to show that ESG. But the reason why there's many, one is not just because it's early stage, so hopefully there's going to be some consolidation. But it's really hard to find these metrics, and all to collect this data as well. So for example, for credit ratings, it's a lot easier because it's just numbers. Is this company able to pay their debt? Are they credible or not? But more ESG, it's really hard. So how do you define
So the final
this?
thing I have here, and I apologize, is that is it possible then that there is a contractor that works in this area that helps Susan to develop a specific set of circumstances for us? Or are we waiting for someone to be in this marketplace to provide a municipal solution?
I would say there's probably solutions to do something more personalized, but I would say going towards these ratings is probably something that is more cost effective. So it depends on where you want to wait and see things more mature, or just have a head start, but you're gonna have to struggle a bit more because these resources are not easily available. You have to pay, a company or person to do.
Thank you, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the cutting edgedness of it. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you all coming out. I do have one quick question, though. In your research, I know it was brought up about the New York City lawsuit around the pension fund and how those allocations and how some folks were concerned about their return and that the priority should be on return on investment and basically making sure that the pension grows, right? And I guess I'm kind of piggybacking off of Councilmember Small. Is there a growing market around trying to think through ways of diversifying pension funds that would allow for higher levels of investment in more sustainable companies and firms while simultaneously still working a portfolio that could be viewed as, yes.
I can try and
Yeah.
answer your question. Okay. Yeah, you're raising a very excellent question. Okay, so basically, we answer your question this way. Okay, so based on the email we received from the state Maryland Office of Treasurer, I think Mr. Murray, he said, bottom line, remember, the local policy needs to be consistent with the state overall policy for the city general fund, because this fund is like a federal preparation fund from all the taxpayer. So there is the three standards: safety, liquidity, and flexibility. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
So Amy is correct. Is safety, liquidity, and the rate of return. Those are the three main criteria in the city's finance or investment policy.
Yeah, also, state Maryland required all the city, local government, the policy about your investment should send the copy to the state officer. They were keeping the record or the review. That's the first requirement. The second one, I think, you mentioned is like the pension fund. That's a very good question. According to our researching in the Maryland cities, City Rockville, for the general, they don't have the investment policy related to the ESG. But the City Rockville Pension Fund, they do have the investment policy related to the ESG. Also, for the Montgomery County General Fund investment policy did not mention about the ESG. However, Montgomery County retirement planning investment, they do have this kind of flexibility. Why? The funding is different. The funding from the pension fund is like collected from all the members. They try to pursue higher return. For example, because every year they have the COLA. the cost of the living adjustment. So they try to make the investment in the high return and also allocate a different portfolio. For example, for the national real estate, for the BlackRock, right? For the Capital One, they have the portfolio percentage. They try to investment pursue the higher return. But for the city general fund, the state policy is safety. Safety, because this is taxpayer fund. So that is different. So now they allowed, but the policy I just shared recently, the state investment policy, they just updated in August. I shared with Susan, and that is like updated since 2006. So city actually state they already realize there's a city, they have this kind of need, try to more flexibility to how the investor they
So
are
is that going to
funding.
mean a secondary market, or like a secondary rating, like where it's okay to theoretically not make as much money, or is it going to even out somewhere?
You asking about the city general fund, or you asking about the pension fund?
I'm asking about the capacity to make sure that your returns are the same, which is what I thought you were asking about.
Well, around whether or not, particularly for pensions, you can diversify in a way that would allow for more ESG-related investment in those types of companies and firms, so long as you can ensure that there's some aspect of the returns that would be appropriate.
Yes, state have more flexibility for that pension fund. You're
Okay.
right. Yeah.
Okay.
And do I answer your question?
You did.
Okay, thank you.
Amazingly well. I think folks got just uber excited because it started to
Fun.
spark ideas, which
Yeah.
means you all have an amazing
It was well done.
presentation. Very well done.
I read the whole thing even though I didn't sit in here, so it was well done.
Well, thank you so much. I'm not seeing any more lights. We really, really, really appreciate all of the hard work that the students put in. This has been an amazing presentation and definitely something that will be of use for the council. So thank you so much.
If any question coming after, please feel free to reach out to Susan or our team leader. Yeah, we will try our best, okay?
Excellent. Thank you all so much. Wonderful. We're going to keep powering through. Yeah, well, if you want to do it during your public comment period, or you could talk. Huh?
You better saddle up to him on the side.
All right. We have a full agenda. So if they want to stick around and listen to the public comments, that's great. But we're going to keep this train rolling. All right. Thank you again so much. So because I know a lot of folks have joined, we are continuing our meeting today. The council began at 5:30 for the closed session on the topic of NDC and the Tacoma Junction project. And the meeting was closed pursuant to Annotated Code of Maryland General Provision Article 3, 305B, 7, and 8, which permit a public body to meet in closed session to consult with counsel to receive legal advice, discuss pending or potential litigation, with staff, consultants, and other individuals. We then came out of closed session and had the wonderful presentation that some of you just came in on, and that was the student presentation on ESG investment practices for municipalities. We are now moving to our changes to agenda and scheduling. So for tonight, we have two proclamations, a proclamation honoring supporters of the TKPK 5K race, as well as a welcoming week proclamation. We will also have two items for voting tonight. The consent agenda, which includes the resolution providing for appointments to the Youth Council and resolution providing for an appointment to the Sustainable Maryland Committee. We will also have a voting session on a resolution commenting on the public hearing draft of the minor master plan amendment. We also will have a work session, which will be an update on the city manager search. Next, just as a quick reminder for folks, you'll hear about it a lot. Tomorrow is the Planning Board public hearing on the minor master plan amendment. And just as a quick reminder, you are able to participate virtually here in the auditorium, as well as via Zoom or WebEx, and also in person in Wheaton. On Wednesday, September the 20th, the council will begin at 7:30. We will have a proclamation recognizing the service of Kaylee De La Puente as the Executive Director of the Tacoma and Langley Crossroads CDA, a proclamation of September as Suicide Prevention Month. We will also have work sessions, one on procurements. It involves the renewal of the police department contract with Axon Enterprises for fleet cameras, a library construction update, as well as we will review and discuss recommendations from our Council Finance Subcommittee. On Wednesday, September the 27th, we will have our regular meeting at 7:30. It will begin with a presentation, which is the Mapping Segregation Project. The voting session will include a single reading ordinance approving procurements, renewal of the police department contract with Axon Enterprises for fleet cameras. We also have work sessions. There's a tentative work session scheduled for code amendments. It is the stated mandated amendments related to illicit discharge. There is a work session on the Balancing Act software and an introduction to that, as well as a tentative work session on the FY 2025 budget schedule. On Wednesday, October the 4th, we will again start at 7:30. We will have a work session, which will be the first reading code amendments, the state mandated amendments related to illicit discharge, as well as work session, a tentative work session on the Complete Safe Streets update on recommendations, as well as a review of council priorities. So with that, I am going to move into the proclamations that we have for tonight, for the record. And I will start with the mayoral proclamation honoring the community of support for the TKPK 5K race. Whereas the first TKPK 5K race was organized as part of the city's Safe Routes to School program in 2009, and whereas the purpose of the race was to build enthusiasm and raise awareness of pedestrian safety initiatives offered through the Safe Routes to School program for local students, families, and neighbors. And whereas the TKPK 5K race generated over $115,000 of funding from sponsorships and race fees to support pedestrian safety and wellness programming in 5 partner schools: Tacoma Park Elementary School, Piney Branch Elementary School, Rolling Terrace Elementary School, East Silver Spring Elementary School, and Tacoma Park Middle School. And whereas the race became a beloved community event and was anticipated by members from across the Tacoma Park community each year. And whereas over its 14-year tenure, thousands of diverse community members participated in the 5K and 1 mile race, with over 1,500 racers at its pre-pandemic peak. And whereas dozens of community businesses, including insurance providers, real estate companies, restaurants, and markets, provided financial and in-kind support for the race each year. And whereas the hundreds of volunteers that served on the annual race committee and race day staff that committed time, labor, and passion to ensure the smooth running of the race. And whereas the race's origin and successful implementation year after year stemmed from the tireless effort, enthusiasm, and care of the city's former Safe Routes to School coordinator, Lucy Nair. And whereas, moving forward, the TKPK race will no longer be managed by the city. And whereas the city encourages community organizations and/or groups to consider managing the race and will maintain archived race materials and management resources in support of reviving the event in the future. Now, therefore, I, Talisha Searcy, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, on behalf of the council, staff, and residents, hereby recognize the thousands of community members, organizers, volunteers, racers, and sponsors that made the TKPK 5K race successful, and thank them all, and especially Lucy Nair, for leaving a tremendous legacy with this cherished community event. And our next proclamation for this evening is in honor of Welcoming Week. Whereas the city of Tacoma Park is home to a diverse population of refugees and immigrants, adding to the economic strength and cultural richness of our community. And whereas the city of Tacoma Park is a welcoming city that celebrates the growing diversity of its residents and acknowledges that refugees, immigrants, and all newcomers enhance the culture, economy, and well-being of our community. And whereas our community's success and well-being depend on making sure that all residents feel welcome here. And whereas residents of Tacoma Park aspire to live up to our highest societal values of acceptance and equity and treat newcomers with decency and respect, creating a vibrant community for all to live in. And whereas Welcoming Week is an annual celebration to honor the spirit of unity that is bringing neighbors of all backgrounds together to build strong connections and affirm the importance of welcoming and inclusive places in achieving collective prosperity. Now, therefore, I, Talisha Searcy, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, on behalf of the council, residents, and staff, proclaim September 8th through the 17th, 2023 as Welcoming Week and invite all residents of Tacoma Park to join this movement of communities nationally and internationally by renewing our commitment to our core values by acting in the spirit of welcoming. All right. So with that, we are going to open the floor for public comments on voting items. So just as a reminder for folks, we have a consent agenda tonight, which includes a resolution providing for appointments to the Youth Council and a resolution providing for an appointment to the Sustainable Maryland Committee. And we also have a resolution commenting on the public hearing draft of the Minor Master Plan Amendment. Do we have any public comments tonight on voting items? Yes. We have two voting items tonight. One is the consent agenda, which is a resolution providing for appointments to the Youth Council and a resolution providing for an appointment to the Sustainable Maryland Committee. And then we also have a voting item on our resolution commenting on the public hearing draft of the Minor Master Plan Amendment. Do we have any comments on voting items tonight? That happened.
Jay Ruffin, I live in Tacoma Park, Maryland. Been here for a little over half a century. So there you go. All right. The Minor Master Plan. We don't. Tacoma Park has a rich history as far as the land goes. We've been. You know what? Take that off my head. We've been able to. Let's go back to this. This land was once owned by a Piscataway nation and tribe back in the 1600s. European settlement came in, and what happened? They were displaced. Then we fast forward to the 1800s, where Benjamin Franklin Gilbert, who then bought a strip of land, and he helped develop Tacoma Park. He helped develop Tacoma Park as far as a substation for the train station. Why am I bringing up this history? Because we didn't live in the past, but we can learn from it. So that was a good use of land. That was putting community first. Then we go back to Tacoma Park in 1819 when we got incorporated. Shortly after that, by 1914, we became the largest city in the Montgomery County. That was a good use of land. When we come back, and then we come back further in our history, we have our great future Mayor Sam Abbott. By the 1960s, he was a civil rights activist. What did he do? Well, basically, when they wanted to put that 8-line highway through this place, which would have divided the city, and you talk about the diversity that we had, it would have torn it apart. That's happened historically across the world. So what Sam did was what? He said, no. And we did what? We got a metro rail instead. So that was a good use of land. When we see certain things with the minor groups that are trying to use land, where we did Native American, in fact, right around the corner from here, where it was blacks used to own land, where the Civic Center, where we just had our community academy, police academy, by the way, that's a good academy to go to if you want to go to it. It's free from the city. Point being is that they took land and they didn't do it. So if we're going to stick to this plan of minority planning, and we're going to actually do the things like preserve the existing businesses and affordable housing, if we're going to actually do the housing opportunities that we're talking about and grow the city with the economic things, with the diversity in mind, how do we do that in terms of keeping community first and making sure that we have those things enforced? Because the examples I just gave before were backed by people who were able to enforce those standards. How do we make sure of this? Because Maryland here, we have over 50% of the people here in Tacoma Park are renters. Now, my family owns homes and all that stuff like that. We can afford the changes, but my Tacoma Park family can't necessarily afford to change it. Anytime we entertain corporate interests, they take their interests ahead of community interests, and we have to put community first. So what am I saying? Keep community first with the instructions as far as this minority plan and how we're going to enforce that through you and our leadership here. I want to thank you for my time speaking.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on voting items?
Good evening, Jacqueline Moore, Ward 2. So, looking at the resolution, it keeps inching towards better, but there's still way too much hopesy dreamsy magical unicorn language in there. You have the ability to change that to requirements. Requirements. You have that ability to make it firm, to make it strong, to make the county actually pay attention to you. If you choose not to, and you go ahead with the hopesy dreamsy unicorn language, and things go awry and people get displaced, everyone will remember your names as being responsible for the bad things that happen. And don't let my gray hair fool you. It went gray at age 30. I'm still young enough to document, record, and archive this and make sure that future generations know what happened and who was responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on voting items?
Good evening. My name is Denise Jones from Ward 5. Greetings. I have spoken to you previously about my concerns with this plan to rezone the apartments area of Maple Avenue, the hospital tract, and the Flower Avenue area. You have been willing to sign on to the Montgomery County Planning Board's proposal to change the zoning, which would in effect promote displacement through hope for gentrification. There is no other way to frame this. There just isn't. It is a racist plan for eventual gentrification, and it is highly insulting for you to dissemble, attempting to say it is otherwise, that this allowable height increase and mixed-use plan for developers won't pressure the push for gentrification. This is a classic case of gentrifying displacement. There are too many reports and articles that refute your claims, but here is one from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development: Displacement in Lower Income Families in Urban Areas, which defines gentrification as, quote, a form of neighborhood change that occurs when higher income groups move into low income areas, potentially altering the cultural and financial landscape of the original neighborhood. Best practices on the ground have varied, but they are all strengthened by 4 key strategies that could address displacement of lower income families and longtime residents in urban areas and alleviate the pressures on housing affordability and community resistance to change. 1, preserve existing affordable housing. You have not answered our questions about how you will do this, and protect the homes of the current residents, and you make no demands of the planning board. 2, encourage greater housing development, including but not limited to affordable housing. You keep mentioning the developers solving your concern over the need for upkeep on the older buildings, but this plan doesn't address that. That's not what this plan is for. And that's a separate job for you, our city council. Engage existing community residents. Well, we know that this was a very poor effort on the part of the planning board, and you wouldn't have tried to talk to residents so hard at the last minute if you hadn't had such vociferous pushback, proving my point. 4, take a broader look and using regional rather than localized strategies. Why is the county looking to solve a housing shortage in this developed corner of the county rather than the acreage up county? Why must the brunt of the change be borne by apartment dwellers and the neighborhoods of single-family homes are untouched? Your resolution is toothless, in that it doesn't make any demands to lower the zoning heights, even though they're ridiculous for this area, potentially bringing in far more residents, traffic, pollution, and environmental concerns that you are willing to ignore for the lure of the tax dollars. And once more, you are engaging in white supremacy practices with a paternalistic sense of urgency and the idea that bigger and more is better, and pushing forward your efforts to beautify Maple Avenue, which fell flat previously. We like the mixed-use zoning that's already in place in this area. Bigger and more is not better, and we aren't tools for your tax increase.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments on voting items?
Good evening, I'm Steve Whitney. I live at 16 Crescent Place, and I've paid taxes to the city for over 40 years. And the potential cost to the city of the plan as it now is worded is of great concern to me. I believe that the city has put in a tremendous effort to revise the master plan resolution and deserve your gratitude for what you've done. However, I feel the same way about its lack of specificity. It's very thorough in covering all of the topics of concern, to my knowledge, but I respectfully ask the City Council tonight, before submitting this draft, to consider what it means to be the responsible political entity holding the steering wheel of the city's prospective economic growth and community well-being for the next decade or so. This plan may be minor for the county, but it is major and more for our city. I make that very obvious observation because the latest draft of the resolution appears to me to compromise our city's responsibility to with respect to interests at the county level. As long as an agreement contains the terms should instead of must, it relinquishes the power of decision to the other party of the agreement. If I contract to renovate my home kitchen and agree to pay a contractor for a list of shoulds versus a list of musts, heaven knows what the quality of my kitchen will be in the end. I believe that the reason the kitchen will almost certainly be a huge disappointment is not because my contractor is dishonest. Instead, it's because I failed to communicate my priorities and, in essence, asked the contractor to interpret important points, demoting the importance of my goals and promoting his or hers, which in business means I lose and the contractor gains. We're a city. We're not just a part of the county. We have our own standards. We have lots of documentation, and luckily you've cited those in the revision. Thank you very much for that. But to clarify my problem with the shoulds in the resolution draft, I suggest replacement wording for the most serious instances. I will send my suggestions to the city clerk and spare your time tonight going through my suggestions. Thank you for looking them over. Leaving all those shoulds appears very risky, and as I said at the beginning, appears to be an abdication of the authority of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments on voting items?
Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. My name is Emmanuel Wagner. I live in Ward 2, and I appreciate all the work that the planning board and the city staff and the council has been putting into this resolution. I want to take a positive look at this minor master plan because we've heard a lot of criticism. And in a way, this plan is straightforward. It's going to allow, not require or build automatically, it will allow for more badly needed housing in our city. It will address a lot of the goals that this city council has adhered to or has proposed over the last year or so. And the whole process has already been going on for 2 years. So there's been a long process. A lot of public input has already been put forward. Move forward with the plan. You're addressing a lot of the criticism that you've heard. I think there's valid criticism, but a lot of the key concerns will be addressed at a later stage. For example, new development will have to adhere to stormwater mitigation, building codes, everything that new buildings have to adhere to. That's not necessarily automatically part of the plan. That'll come later. Building new homes, as was mentioned earlier, we're recording what you're doing here. Well, future generations that can live here will also be able to thank you that cannot live here right now because we have such a housing shortage. So I think keep that in mind too. Take a positive look. The work sessions are a really good place to hash out a lot of these details. So continue with that. I think the school issue is definitely one that needs to be addressed. But in essence, please move forward. I'm a member of a group called Tacoma for All that has provided more detailed responses. So please take a look at that. Thank you for your time. Yeah, keep on. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments on voting items?
Karen Elrich from Ward 5. Thank you for the work you've put into this. I love your words. I love what's in there. You just have to put a little more push. You've got to. This is a hard time. Standing up, claiming your power, and putting what you said in here as musts. Do it. We need it. Not please, and as others have said before me. So I just want to tell you, thank you for the work you've done. A lot of us have been out there talking to people. I think one of the biggest problems we had is that we didn't talk about the proposal. We talked about our hopes and dreams, and they were put in the first part of the proposal, but we never talked about the proposal. When I went into people's backyards, when I went to the ice cream social, and we had the lemonade stand, and we talked to the people on Maple Avenue, and when I talked to the people in Ward 5, both in the backyards, and I don't even know how many people I've talked to. Hardly any of them in the beginning knew what the minor master plan was and had never, ever talked to anybody. One person had been talked to by the county. One person I found who said, oh, yeah, they just asked me what I liked. And that's what she responded to when they came and questioned her. So please, just put a little more bite. You got the gists. I mean, the stuff in here is the stuff that we're all worried about. I don't want to see that door open. That's all it is an opening. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it just opens it up for the developers to come in, and then we're going to battle on every single building. I'm tired of battling. We have climate change to deal with. We need to make our city sustainable. We don't need to be fighting about things like this, but I have to, because these are people's lives who we allow a door to open for them to have to be displaced by developers. So please, just put a little more bite and a little more demand in what you want instead of saying please and whatever word you're using. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comments on voting items?
Good evening, all. My name is David Reed. I live in Ward 2. And tonight I'd like to share a story with you, a story that I think is relevant to the voting issue before the council today. And the context of this story is the county's decision not to recommend specific parameters, including height, FAR, geographic scope of the MMPA. The council has decided to defer many major issues to the working groups that are organized under the planning board. So my story. The exact date of the story I will tell occurred on June 7th, immediately after the city council's meeting, during which you requested an additional 3 months to analyze and organize public discussion prior to sending recommendations to the planning board. And as you will recall, the planning board staff recommended only 5 weeks at that moment for public discussion and approval. As that meeting ended on June 7th, I approached a member of the planning board staff and asked why were they trying to railroad the decision-making process through the city. I reminded him that the staff that we had as a community worked for over 2 years trying to engage them in any and every way possible. The staffer's response to my question was that they were not trying to coerce us, that this is just a normal planning board process. And I objected, and I said, well, look, even the city council felt that they were being rushed, and for that reason requested an extension of 3 months. Clearly, MEF, then the staffer, said that they were not railroading us, and on walking away curtly said, and we need to approve this by the end of the year. What? We need to approve this by the end of the year? Who is the we that was being referred to, and why by the end of the year? It couldn't be a mandate from the planning board itself because it had not even been formally seated by the county government. It certainly wasn't you all, and it was not the public. So was I being told, it seems to me, that the needs, the processes, and the interests of the planning board staff were driving the tempo and the content of the MNPA? I am in no way suggesting that there is any impropriety whatsoever by anyone engaged in this process. I am, however, pointing out that there will be very different interests, processes, and issues at work once your issues are managed by the planning board. And for better or worse, those different interests, processes, and issues will shape the deliverables from the working groups to you. So, whatever resolution the City Council approves tonight, my recommendation is that you be as specific as possible in each and every request that you submit to the working groups. And I recommend that you be prepared to ask for additional information and subsequent analysis after receiving the first round of deliverables. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on voting items? Voting items going once. All right.
Colleen Cordes, Ward 1. Thank you for all the hard work on the resolution. Do appreciate that you have drilled down into a lot of issues more. Agree with other residents that much more specificity and some more muscle behind there in terms of they're not just questions, but yes, things that must be in the plan for you to be able to approve it. And at the very least, if you use the words that you recommend certain things be in there, you're signaling with that in that somewhat softer way that you won't approve it if it's not in there. So I would, if you can't agree on some must, I would suggest you add some more recommendations. And I would suggest on the wording, I want to associate myself with the comments of Denise Jones. Thank you very much, Denise. I appreciate your good activism on this work for our whole community. But anyway, I want to suggest specifically the words when you talk about preserving existing affordable housing. Be super specific there, and that is a must, that the plan must preserve existing affordable housing at the level of affordability as currently exists on Maple Avenue. So that's preserve existing affordable housing at the level of affordability as currently exists. And please remember that Ira Cowler has indeed calculated for us all that about 500 of the 1,000 rental units, and that's not even including the rental units in condos, are not deed protected. 500 units, so that's very many more people than 500. So please, let's not anyone kid ourselves that displacement is not indeed a real possibility. Carl Elefante, former president of the American Institute of Architects, has made this point over and over again. This is not something that people are dreaming up or fantasizing about. This is a real possibility, and as others have said, each of you will carry that with you in terms of what happens to our community in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on voting items? Okay, going once, going twice. All right. Do you have comments on voting items on the phone?
We do. We have two online commenters, Roger Schlegel first and then Paul Huebner.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I wanted to have my video on. Okay. Hi, I'm Roger Schlegel. I'm a Ward 3 resident. Thank you for your work thus far in responding to the draft MMPA. I'm commenting tonight to underscore how challenging it is to determine the degree to which those proposed zoning changes, not the visions and the recommendations, would support or obstruct the achievement of our local strategic objectives. For example, our Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan has the objective of generating new housing across the whole range of income levels, in proportion with regional housing production goals. By contrast, the draft MMPA merely states an objective of no net loss of affordable housing, quite different. Adding, say, 3,500 units of housing without a net increase in affordable housing units is out of alignment with what we prize locally. In fact, zoning for 12.5% affordable units could result in a net loss of affordable units in the planned area over time, along with displacement, as others said, without a plan for making up those losses elsewhere in town. Similarly, the MMPA's climate forward recommendations may not meaningfully advance our city climate action objectives. Superficial changes, such as the transfer of parkland ownership or non-binding suggestions, such as retrofitting existing buildings, they don't ensure the dramatic progress that we're seeking here. In the resolution that you're considering, I ask you to make sure that the gears of our own action plans are driving the MMPA's zoning changes rather than the other way around. This is one of our core functions as an incorporated municipality. And I also ask you, please engage even more with the big questions underlying these zoning changes. Think 60, 80 or more years from now, after we're all gone, who will be living here? Who will be able to live here? How much cohesion will that community have? How will plants, animals, soil, and water be faring? Will the injustices of past development cycles have been repeated or mitigated? Also, in the spirit of this welcoming week, imagine our region is projected to be maintaining a relatively commodious climate through the end of this century. For Tacoma Park to support the most vibrant community at that time, we should use every available tool now to make our city a welcoming landing ground for hundreds or thousands of climate refugees who will be seeking out this region as a new home. So higher density isn't automatically a bad thing, but please, let's recognize that increasing zoning density basically means increasing land value. The American historical pattern has been to derive wealth from the land through exploitation or development, and then to exclude people without title from sharing in the new wealth thus generated. Please imagine and fight for a future where those presently living in the plan area, including those without title, will see their families benefit as stakeholders and truly as co-developers in whatever emerges. Thank you very much for your consideration of these comments.
Thank you, Mr. Schlegel. All right, I think Paul Huebner, you're up next.
Jesse, am I on?
We hear you, but can't see
We hear you, but we can't see you. There you go.
Jesse, am I on?
You're on.
Mayor Searcy, good evening, Mayor Searcy and members of the council. Can you hear me? And I'll go forward.
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, it wasn't clear to me.
No worries.
Good evening, Paul Huebner, Ward 3. We've heard tonight some assertions about the MMPA as proposed. Recently, someone just said that the plan will allow, but it will not require. And the issues that are at hand will be addressed at a later date. The current plan is greatly flawed, as you have recognized in your amended resolution. There have also been many fact-based posts about the grave weaknesses of the plan, which you have also acknowledged. I concur with many of your questions for the planning board, but strongly suggest that you alter your questions to demands. However, I also want to say again that you should not approve the current proposed MMPA. Rejecting the minor master plan amendment as currently proposed will require a supermajority of the county council for final approval of the upzoning. We're relying on your leadership as our elected representatives to stand up for your residents, reject this plan as proposed, and demand these answers to your questions. The city needs time to study and to modify this document to to say something that will fit with the needs, the culture, and the social conscience that Tacoma Park represents. I also want to mention that there are multiple posts on listservs throughout the city that contain misleading information and false assertions which are not supported by the facts. City residents need time to learn more about the true facts and the ramifications of the plan. Therefore, please demand that 1, the Maple Avenue corridor be removed from any plan to align with the City Council's own priorities from 2023-2024. Priority 1, a community of belonging. 2, require specific protections are instilled in writing in such a plan to protect all current residents from displacement, especially those in rent-controlled units. Again, priority 1, a community of belonging. Require protection of all city rent controls. Again, to align with your own priority, priority 1, a community of belonging. 4, demand a detailed and comprehensive environmental analysis. Your third priority, to be an environmentally sustainable community. 5, require a realistic stormwater management plan. Priority 3, to be environmentally sustainable. 6, demand a real and detailed traffic study with potentially adding up to 9,000 new residents. Where will all the cars go? Lastly, require the release of a detailed plan with housing units and locations. Accept the responsibility of leadership and represent all residents. Don't cede your authority to county planners. We elected you. Stand up and represent us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubner. All right, so we're going to move on to general public comments. Do we have any general public comments tonight?
I have one. Do I have to go with this?
You do. Come on down.
Only for you. I don't know. Hey, how you doing? I didn't see you. Okay. Oh, what am I? Reginald J. Ruffin. See, Ward 3. Randy, excuse us. You have to take credit for the family. Okay, here we go. All right. Bottom line with this, we're the last province in the entire state of Maryland to have rent control. I don't know if you probably already knew that, but we're the last province. If we don't protect that, then what's going to happen? Again, over 50% of your residents rent. I own a home. That doesn't mean I don't care about my Tacoma Park family. So how are we going to protect this last province for having rent control? Because if you don't do that, then what happens then is that if you want Bethesda West or Silver Spring East, then go there. But this is Tacoma Park, and we have community first, period. If you don't want it, we don't have small interest groups, and they say, oh, gee, well, our group is fine because we now have our new coffee cafe and all that. Stop. What we're here doing is that we're making decisions about people's lives going forward. This isn't just an economic thing. It's just like the presentation that was well done earlier. But the NASDAQ generates, if you're not concerned about pollution or anything else, it generates 10.4% yearly. So if you're not concerned about any kind of any kind of environmental concerns, you can make money right there. That's a regular thing. What am I saying? So let's go back to the land use. When I gave you those historical examples of land use, we've had some good examples of land use, some examples where it's not. Anytime people don't have representation, they can't do it themselves. I'm not here speaking for myself. I'm looking at people in the conversations I've had with people around Tacoma Park. They can't defend themselves. The strong defend the weak. You're the strong. We expect you to defend the weak. And we cannot lose our providence. We are the last in Maryland to have providence here. If we don't defend it, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any general public comments? As a reminder, general public comments, we've already had comments on voting items, so it's just general public comments.
Again, my name is Denise Jones, Ward 5. I live on Maple Avenue. I am stepping up here again because I'm disappointed, to say the least. I feel like I'm being pushed to accept the effort that was shot down before about redoing Maple Avenue. I don't understand why that is happening again when you had a decided no vote before from the residents. Maple Avenue is a great, big, wide boulevard. I don't understand why there has to be a dedicated bike lane on Maple Avenue that will disturb the parking of the people who currently live there. I've said it once before that Tacoma Park is one of the few places, if not the only one in the county, that allows for parking on the street of commercial vehicles, which may be the only vehicle a family has. If you put a dedicated bike lane in, that goes away. And I just don't understand why, for a handful of people that don't live in this neighborhood, why we are being pushed to, once again, to participate in these discussions that were, that the staff was told, we don't want. We don't want that in this part of Maple Avenue. Thanks.
All right. Do we have any general public comments online? All right, so we are done with comments for tonight. And now we're gonna, well, no, we're not, because we got to move on to council comments. All right, Councilmember Small.
Thank you, Mayor. I intend to be on the 3-minute train today. And I wanted to say a couple of things about the way this process has gone and where people are in it. And goals and motivations, and I'm going to do that with an anecdote. It's about the bus. My son is on Team Light Skin, but he hangs out with all his homies. And so they hang out around here. They go to Silver Spring and whatever on the bus. If you live in a house, there is a level of bus pass that you are not likely to have obtained. And so they were having a discussion about the potential of going to Silver Spring for the half day next week and how they were all going to get there. And one of the homies asked the other two homies, who were black and own homes, if they had a such and such on the diddly wop. And then those kids all said, "What? I don't understand." And the response from the homie, which I'm trying to use coded but not race-specific language, was, they don't know, they're rich. They live in houses. So I want to tell you guys, like in the context of all of these things, like if you think that you are somehow preventing a severe divide in understanding and perspective of where you sit in this town by this, you are wrong because you've missed that train. If you want to talk about density and the relative issues of density and diversity vis-a-vis other people and the lack of density and or relative diversity in other places, then we missed that train. And you're not going to fix it with the zoning here. Again, it should be CXT. We should just say we only want 8 stories or less, and that we should be looking for something that has a coordinated effort to address both affordable housing and housing pressures for both the county and the city, as well as the realities of the Purple Line and other places that need development. I am convinced that this process could have probably been more efficient if we hadn't had to address so many things that aren't related to zoning here. And the last thing I will say about this is I am fully comfortable with anybody keeping the record of anything that I say or do up here because it's on record. I am also fully comfortable in saying that we should be asking specifically for what we want and then making them tell us why they're not going to do it. And finally, I wore my Maurice Malone Ghetto America Designs t-shirt with the upside down flag, which is the international symbol of distress, because I've owned this shirt since 1992. And so we're not getting to new things here by any sort of romantic notions of being inefficient in making the trains run, which is what we're supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Small. Councilmember Gibson.
I just want to thank Councilmember Small for his point, particularly about asking for what we want. That is fits in well with the commenters tonight, and I thank so all of you that spoke, and in particular those that asked us to push harder and be more specific and be more demanding. So because the buck should stop here, at least at this point in the game, in this process. I was say that public policy, I've learned, 9 months on the job, public policy is about trade-offs. And as I have looked at the minor master plan and many promises and enticing ideas, there's the other part of the plan is enforceable zoning. And sometimes, or I should say it's my observation, that we haven't been talking about the trade-offs from that zoning. Those things that are risks and it pushes us into what I would like us to do more of is those safeguards to prevent things from happening that we don't want to happen. Unfortunately, I think the zoning proposals in its excessive upzoning and rigid sort of standardization across districts is a danger. My colleague last week, one of my colleagues here, said that she thought that people wanted to feel safe, and I agree with that. I'd like to identify ways to make people feel safe and actually be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gibson. Do we have any other council comments? All right. So I am going to go through my comments for this evening. Lots of things happened. I want to thank Councilmember Hanzak and Councilmember Siemens for organizing and inviting me to participate in a meeting with residents at the Essex House. And that was on Friday to discuss a number of their concerns regarding the plan. But one of the things that was really stood out for me is that a number of the concerns, of course, displacement, but a lot of it stemmed from other things like housing quality and improving schools, which, as was mentioned a little earlier, kind of falls slightly outside of what the master plan is designed to tackle in the short term. So I'm grateful for that. For those who were not able to participate in the Folk Festival on Sunday, I had the joy of being able to participate in that and do the welcome. And I'm so appreciative to all of the volunteers of the Folk Festival and the wonderful musicians and all of the organizers. There's so much work that goes into putting together these events and building a sense of community. And I think it's important for us to all make sure that we're trying to participate and encourage those that are serving amongst us to do these kinds of wonderful events for our community. Also had the chance today to participate in a COG board meeting. Lots of discussions around aspects of electrification opportunities that may be available. So that was a really fruitful discussion. And so coming up this weekend, well, of course, tomorrow I will be in Wheaton. So if folks are looking for me tomorrow, I will be in Wheaton testifying in person on the minor master plan. And a couple things that will happen on Sunday. I have the pleasure of being one of the judges for the pie eating contest on Sunday. So I will be there, and also I'm appreciative to be able to attend the Washington Adventist University Annual Visionaries Gala, which is also happening on Sunday. So it's been a pretty busy time, but again, I am grateful for all of the wonderful events and opportunities to meet with residents to talk about the issues, as I think that that's one of the main mechanisms that we have to ensure understanding and to be able to relate. One of the things that I do in the whopping 25 seconds that I have left in my time is to really share a little bit about the master plan, the zoning. One of the things I learned this week, and you know, from walking down Maple Avenue looking at every aspect of the plan area via Google Earth, counting the actual floors of different buildings, is that our buildings are actually taller than you may think. And so what then comes to mind is the economics, right? One of the key takeaways I have about zoning and the plan, and this is in large part because I live in an area, this Cumberland, the Crossroads area, and I say this all the time. Our sector plan back in 2012 basically up-zoned like about 4,000 units. We haven't built a single house. Because zoning tells you what could potentially happen. The economics determines what will happen, whether or not the monies are available, whether or not how we are able to, how developers are able to finance, keeping in mind things like our rent stabilization laws and making sure, and all of the protections that we have and hope to continue to grow against things like displacement. So the financing has to be there. And that's true for Maple Avenue as well. Not saying it won't happen, but it's hard, and you need to make sure that you have a lot of money. And that's one of the major limitations that has presented our city in terms of the creation of housing. The financing is challenging. So I do want to stress that the zoning alone is one piece. And I appreciate all the feedback we received because we can control aspects of the zoning. What we often can't control is the market. So we have to ensure that if what we truly want at the end of the day is to preserve, but really to create housing, that missing middle, those opportunities, those pathways. I'm so passionate about creating pathways for people in our community that can't afford a $600,000 home. That means we have to also think about financial structures and incentives and trying to work with stakeholders to make sure monies are made available to facilitate the type of investment we want to see here. Because sometimes the economics, the money, the financing requires external investment right, in order to have what we want. So I just want to kind of just share that a little bit because that is something that I know that many of us have talked about this week. Is many of us had the opportunity to kind of do lots of tours and count lots of floors and say, hey, this is 65. This building has like 4 stories. Well, that means 6 stories. Well, someone really going to tear this thing down to build a floor and a half? I don't know. But it is important for us to consider this different aspect, and that's what makes this particular minor master plan so challenging, but also so rewarding because truly we're able to figure it out the right way. But hopefully develop a work plan to make it able to achieve it. So with that, I'm going to our acting deputy city manager, Mr. And just as a reminder for folks, our acting city manager, Mr. Eubanks, is still out on maternity leave.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I'll just start with a quick reminder again about the public tomorrow night minor master plan. The 3 options for appearance. There's the Wheaton headquarters where the mayor will be. You can also appear virtually through WebEx, and which you can find on the planning board's website. And then it will also be live streamed, and you'll have the ability to provide testimony here in the community center. A couple of notes about the community center. If you decide to come here, we did a second dry run with the county planning staff early today. That went successful. Looks like there are no hitches, although we will have a technician both here on site as well as on the other side of the stream, just in case there are any support issues that come up. There will be some seats reserved for any council members who would like to attend. Planning board staff, this will be a meeting run by the planning board staff, and they will work down their list and call folks who have signed up to provide testimony. And here please check in when you show up with Larissa, county staff member who will be here, Roz, to verify registration, and we can let the county staff know you will be here. It's similar to these council meetings. It'll be 3 minutes per registrant, and there will also be, if for whatever reason there are technical issues, or if you did not sign up to testify, there will be a paper here provided with instructions on how to submit written testimony, which there will be time for another few weeks. On the, I guess I'll move down to department updates. On the finance side, the city's annual audit is underway. We began pre-audit in August. The auditors will be here starting Monday. This is, our very necessary annual part of their process. They'll set up shop in the atrium room for 2 weeks. There's always some department disruptions, but typically you find when you have pre-audit, it goes a little bit smoother when they're actually here because they'll have a lot of the materials already in hand. I had a meeting yesterday with the pension committee for the police employees retirement plan. That's the city's defined benefit plan. And as part of that meeting, we will have some follow-up discussion. The actuary will be here as planned on the agenda in November. It's a typical annual discussion about what the rate will be, the actuarial valuation, as well as the recommended contribution for the FY25 budget. More on that to come. We also had a discussion about conducting a review of pension investment policies, and we did begin to broach the subjects of ESG with Bolton, our fund manager, through Bolton. We also had a discussion about how our review overall of the investment policies and the plan document is very overdue. It's supposed to occur annually. It has not occurred in a number of years. The pension committee had also shifted to a biannual, so they only meet twice a year at this phase. And then there was a conversation, particularly if we're going to be conducting this level of review, that return to a quarterly meeting. So the next meeting, instead of being next March, will be occurring in January, sort of at the start of our typical budget development process. We're continuing to get work out on cash assistance, hoping to have several first events upcoming within the next 2 months before the deadline of October 31st. There's been a number of engagement with the school district, but we still have not really seen a significant uptick in applications. One thing we have done is worked with our vendor to develop a public survey for all those applicants who approved and received the award. There's a few that are aware of, other city programs, what are you for, has this help financial stability, and a number of other host of questions. So I think when we're back in front of council at the November meeting to talk about the ARPA program and next steps with the direct cash assistance, we will be armed with some data, at least from those who have already received the funds. A quick library update. We do have a solid date. It's been messaged out. Folks should receive an email if they haven't already. The concrete destruction will look like of September 18th, so this is next Monday, very soon, when the parking lot will be closed. It'll be shut down, particularly disruptive for staff and school pickup and drop-off. There will remain visitor spaces and short-term parking marked in both the rear of the building and along Maple Ave. And of course, always for the most up-to-date information, type Tacoma Library renovation in the search bar on any Tacoma Park webpage, or use the link with the city manager's comments when those are posted tomorrow. And I want to provide just a very quick hits update on the city in case folks are not here when we get to that work session. But the council subcommittee with the recruiter who council hired with GovHR. The initial phase of the process is discussing timeline, of draft of which is now posted on the city's website with this agenda. very roughly, he's gathering recruitment materials now. I believe he has everything he needs. The next step is that he's going to survey, which we've had the opportunity to take at. He's final now. That survey will be sent to the city council as well as the senior leadership team. He will be following up with counselors to have a conversation about what are things you are looking for, a little bit more about the community and things that will help him develop a recruitment strategy. Then from gathering that information, his goal is to post for the job in early October. That will be, the recruitment brochure, posting on the various websites, and beginning to gather resumes. His process typically involves, as with all recruiters that we actually interviewed, is there's a background check component, having very short conversations as they vet sort of a list of potential candidates to bring to the full council in November, with interviews starting shortly after that. The all-in goal is to be making a determination or an offer by early December, by early to mid-December. And something else that GovHR offers is a comment box. I don't believe it's live yet, but the email address to submit any feedback on the city manager search, Tacoma Park City Manager at govhrusa.com. And that will also be posted with the city manager comments. Very quickly, collective bargaining, likely to provide an update to that to council, try and schedule something at the next regular meeting. And finally, I'm a little tired. I know a lot of you up here are also very tired. It's been a very long week. And I just wanted to provide a very big thank you to all of you, but also to staff. This is an incredible. I've worked with a number of municipalities throughout my career. This is an incredibly hardworking group of public servants who care deeply about both their professionalism, but also this Tacoma Park community. It's been an honor to serve with them, and certainly in this capacity, they make my job a heck of a lot easier during this time when David's out. And HCD, I think they're the most public-facing staff that we kind of see all the time, but I also want to be sure to talk about and thank communications staff, including city TV and radio, who've had some late nights, city clerk's office, HR, who's in the middle of collective bargaining, and along with all their other duties, IT, who's keeping us secure and working, finance, who's in that really busy time where they're literally living in 3 different fiscal years right now. They're looking at the audit from last year, the current year, and starting to talk about the next fiscal year. And then, of course, Public Works, Police, Recreation, and it's been just generally a very busy summer. So again, thank you very much. That is all.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and I should say Acting Deputy City Manager. And I do want to echo your appreciation, share my appreciation for our staff. People don't realize that we deal with a pretty skeleton crew, and the amount of work and time and dedication that our staff has to meet the needs of our community are just really inspiring. So again, I just on behalf of council want to thank all of our city staff for all of the hard work that you all have been putting in. I know it has not been easy because we're still dealing with bringing on additional staff, and there's a lot of big ticket items happening, and everyone is still handling it all with a smile and being responsive and being available. So thank you all for that. So because we've been going since 5:30, before I could sense you, Randy. I could sense you. So
and they don't twitch. They don't twitch. I twitch. They don't.
All right. So we're going to take a break until about 9 o'clock. Okay. Just to give everybody about 10 minutes or so to stretch their legs. So we will reconvene at 9. agenda. The items on the consent agenda will be voted on as one motion without discussion unless a council member requests removal of an item for individual discussion and consideration. There are two items in the consent agenda: the resolution providing for appointments to the Youth Council, the resolution providing for appointment to the Sustainable Maryland Committee. All right. Would someone like to move the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
All right. Councilmember Fulcher moves. Councilmember Honzak seconds. All right. So we can do all those in favor of the consent agenda. Consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? I was an aye. All right. Awesome. So the consent agenda is taken care of. All right. So now we're going to move on to the next voting item, and that is a resolution commenting on the public hearing draft of the minor master plan amendment. So we provided, first I want to thank all of everyone that has been, everyone that's been providing feedback, comments, calls, and so now is an opportunity for us to all kind of go through from a reconciliation perspective. So everyone should have 3 items here, right? So in the first item is the currently proposed draft resolution. That's the version of the resolution that was posted, okay? The second item is the proposed friendly amendments. These are amendments that were provided as part of various write-ups that are kind of wordsmithing, but are considered, at least because I moved this, as friendly amendments. So if, unless anyone has any major concerns with moving forward these friendly amendments, we would vote to move forward the version with the friendly amendments, and then we would be able to move into a discussion. What you have in this last item here are the additional proposed amendments. So these are the additional amendments that were proposed that were either, there were some places where there was some overlap, there was some substantial language that was included. And so what we would need to do for these amendments is do hand votes on them, right? One by one.
For the whole third chunk.
For the whole third chunk.
The friendly ones.
Nope, the additional proposed amendments. The friendly amendments, everybody just says yes, they're okay with them, and that becomes our actual draft. And then we start working off of the additional proposed amendments. Can you hit your mic?
Yeah, just to confirm that with the additional proposed amendments, it's also an is there discussion on that?
There can be discussion, but
Okay.
there will be a vote for
Yeah.
each item.
Yeah.
For friendly amendments.
Not for friendly amendments. For friendly amendments, we're going to do one vote, and if folks are okay with it, then that becomes the draft in which we are working on in terms of the proposed amendments.
Mayor, point of, I don't know if this is a point of order or a motion for procedure. I don't know which one you will consider, so I'm going to say it. With regard to the additional proposed amendments, having looked through them, some of these are voluminous in nature.
Yep.
And some, I quibble about the drafting on some for a resolution that's neither here nor there. But can we limit to 2 minutes on each of these as a procedural outcome so we can get through all of these?
Are there any concerns with limiting?
Let's say 5 minutes, if we're talking about three amendments, right?
We're talking about, let's see, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Okay.
10, 11,
Okay.
12.
That sounds right.
Randy, you may have 3, but there's a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, I hadn't seen it until I looked at right now.
Yep.
So,
Okay, so let's stick to our,
Three to
let's
five.
stick to our 3-minute rule. right? Now, one thing I will say, kind of help everybody, right? The proposed amendments that are here, what you will find as we talk through them is some of them may be things that people want to withdraw after discussion. So just be mindful of the fact, because I know for some people I did provide some feedback that, hey, this is actually covered in another section, or this is something like, so there may be, some of them are still in there, because keeping in mind that, you know, with the deadline, I wanted to make sure that people had an opportunity to have their say around their amendment, and that there's a vote, and then we can move on with it. Okay? All right. So just as a quick reminder, all right, the version that is posted is the currently posted draft resolution. That's the original. There were a number of little things like, hey, this shouldn't be MMPA, this should be Tacoma Park Minor Master, or we should add the word units. Yep. Or we should, or I think there was one that said, hey, we should have added the. Those are the types of what I considered friendly amendments. That if, as long as folks are okay, we can go ahead and add those and vote on these, and then this will become the version of the resolution of which these additional proposed amendments would be applied to.
So moved, so we can begin that
Thank you
discussion.
very much, Councilmember Small. Do I have a second to move to make the
Second.
Councilmember Gibson second? So there's a motion on the floor, just for the clerk, to move the friendly amendment version of the resolution. It was moved by Councilmember Small, seconded by Councilmember Gibson. All those in favor of adopting the friendly amended version of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we have any opposed? Do you have any abstain? All right. So with that motion, we've just made the friendly amendment version, the actual version of the resolution. All right.
Are we putting any?
Let me
Are
pull up
we
my computer so
putting-
I can
Putting
go.
things up on the screen for people who are in the room.
Let me get my computer handy dandy.
Okay.
They should see this that we just passed, I presume.
Well, that's.
No.
I don't know how efficient, you've been pretty efficient at this, I don't know how efficient.
All right.
Go to additional proposed.
All right. So what I would like to do now, hold on one second. And Jesse, is there any way I can get a Zoom link in case I need to, or is there another way for me to just show my screen? Thank you. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna open this version up so we can get ready to party.
Oh, so now this is good. Each page is a
Okay.
separate amendment?
And I'm
And-
going to open.
Mayor, after we get done with all of this, would there be an opportunity to suggest something that is not in one of the proposed amendments?
So you have another amendment
I'm
that's,
asking if that would be possible.
I would
Let's check
pref-
the time.
Yeah, check the
Okay.
time, and I would prefer amendments, especially wordsmithing, to be written. So if it's something else you want, I need it written down. Okay, so,
And one additional procedural question. Well, we're going to get to it. It's a suggested amendment. Never mind.
okay, Councilmember Gibson.
Oh, kind of to follow up on Councilmember Dabala's question about adding additional language that's not in here, and that is an observation, which I think is worth remembering, is that we have a couple of weeks after.
That's correct.
After this, we want to get something that gets read into the public record tomorrow. But that's not the last time that we have to make comments about the minor master plan. So I want to suggest that if something doesn't get in tonight, that it could get into next week's or some another bite at the apple.
That's correct. And there is also, it should be in the list of additional proposed amendments. It is. To add a line to the resolution, making it clear that the council will submit additional
Excellent.
comments
Excellent, thank you.
prior to the end of the deadline. Okay. All right. So let me just make sure that I am able to close all of my windows because I have a lot of them open. And I am going to.
You know, I like the good old days when the computers put out more heat.
Okay. All right, got that. All right, cool. All right, so let me just make sure I can get us on to Zoom. All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
point of order, does written include handing you a piece of paper with
Written
my
does
scrawl on
include
it?
handing me a piece of paper. I
Solid.
just don't want to have to dictate
All right.
your thoughts.
Even if it's ripped on the back of a previous amendment. I can hand it to you.
I'll take it on gum wrapper. I just need it written. All right. Okay, so let's, and I don't know if there's a way that I can just show my, perfect, Jesse just hooked me up. I am logging in now. Let me just make sure that I am closing. There we go. Gonna open this. Okay. All right. So people don't want to look at me. I am not going to join with computer audio. Yep. And I am going to.
Are we getting going?
Yep, I'm sharing my screen right now. And yep.
The friendly one?
We're working on it right now.
Yep, people will be able to see. Oh, this is the wrong one.
I could hand it out and show it to people.
Oh, no, I got it.
Walk around.
I got it.
Take all the, I have an extra copy here.
I have the link. I'm just trying to pull up the version. Okay. Friendly amendment markup. Just make sure that this is friendly amendment markup. There we go. All right. Thank you all for bearing with me as I deal with these technical matters. And take down Randy's. And then I just need to show, I need one more document open and then I will be ready to party. All right. Download this. Okay. All right. So thank you all for your patience. And I am about to share my screen. And then folks will be able to see. Okay. All right. Okay, so what folks see on the screen is the friendly amendment version. And then the comments, just for the audience at home, is just letting us know who actually made the amendment. All right, so now we're going to, I should have here. Proposed amendments. Okay, so do a quick, because I am sorry, my computer is set up for multi-share. All right, so the first amendment, I'm gonna have to do a stop share, and then I'm gonna have to do a reshare. I have a lot of sharing going on. I usually have, I will be the first to admit that I have a lot of all right, because I think it may be a little easier for folks to see this version. Okay, so just in the spirit of transparency, so folks don't feel like we're looking at a whole bunch of stuff that they're not. So the friendly amended version of the resolution I have, and what I'm showing now are the amendments that we're going to discuss. Just to kind of help folks out, the lines here, so you see line, I would actually encourage folks to have the friendly amended version of the resolution. And then you would see that the line, it's the line 35 through 41 is where that amendment is actually in the document, right? So everybody should have their lines. Okay? Okay. So, all right, so the first item is whereas clause proposed by Councilmember Gibson. Just so that folks know, the amendment or the amended version is the degradation and. That's the only modification. This was not included as a friendly amendment because the language that is included. Yep. Because this language, is that the exact language?
No, I'm presuming it was the exact language, and I wanted to amend it, so.
Okay. So we just wanted to confirm with folks that this was the exact language that was used in our original resolution. Because this came from, this language was summarizing.
I didn't add any words to it other than degradation.
So the answer is.
And I just wanted to make
Can
sure
you
there was.
mic up if you're, I didn't hear what you said.
Yep, I can repeat it. So the language, no, actually, I apologize. This is from our Housing and Economic Strategic Plan. So we're talking about the Housing and Economic Strategic Plan and the goals that are outlined there. The degradation and destruction, I don't believe degradation is language that was used in the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan.
I'll just say that I added it not because only because it needed it. I'm not trying to say that it was in the original economic plan or not, but that there are degrees of environmental damage besides total destruction.
Okay, so because this section, and that's why this item was noted as an item for a hand vote, because this, I do not believe was a part of the original language from the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan. It was something that we needed the full council to say that was language that we wanted to include. Yeah, and it says, and protect our environment from destruction.
Mayor Searcy. If I may, Councilmember Gibson, for your first amendment and your third amendment on the same first page that we have here, I think if I say this constructively and with all due respect, I don't think that in either case the language that you've proposed is in the original text For the first, it's not in the plan, as my colleagues are saying. And for the third amendment, I just thought we might be able to do both in the same. I respect what you're trying to put in here in terms of your values. I don't think they're in either one of those original documents, the second one being in the original resolution that we had. I don't think it included infrastructure. So that is the only reason that I wouldn't necessarily say that we include those two amendments. Do you follow me? Or am I trying to lump too many things into one conversation?
It's me next time.
Okay.
Do you follow me, Councilmember? Yeah, but I respect the values you're trying to insert here, if we can find other places to
If
put
we
them
were
in.
quoting, if we had quoted it, then I would have.
I see.
But I would
see what
not
you're
want to add to a change to a
gotcha.
quote, but it's not a quote.
Okay, so we don't typically do long quotes in the resolutions or in the whereas clauses. We just simply say, whereas the plan outlined city to da-da-da-da-da. But, so with that said, given that this language is referencing previously approved council language, and we're trying to stay true to the originally approved council language, would you like to keep these amendments, or would you like to withdraw them?
So is it, as Cindy was reading, protect from destruction, is that, so was that, in other words, is this the exact language, or is this a paraphrase of the language?
This was, yep, it was exact language from the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan.
Okay, if it is the exact language, then I would withdraw it. If it is a paraphrase, I'm going to leave it in.
Okay, so it is a direct quote, direct.
Notwithstanding that, I regard this particular thing as a bit superfluous, and for the reason that was sort of articulated by Councilmember Honzak, in that there are lots of opportunities for us to be very declarative about our principles on the environment or any given other thing. But a zoning document is not necessarily one of them. And given that we are trying to be consistent with what we have articulated as a council body, I don't think that we should make too far overtures into the specific policy points of individual members.
Okay. All right. So with that, Councilmember Gibson, would you like to withdraw your first two amendments?
So I'll withdraw them only because there is not an exact quote.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So that means that item 1 and item 2 amendments. Item 1 and 3. Thank you very much. Have been withdrawn by Councilmember Gibson. Councilmember Dabala.
Yes, so later in the resolution, we make an important point about the need for the plan to conform with the city, in many cases stricter, policies, plans, and ordinances, not just in the housing strategic plan, but in a whole bunch of other areas, including the tree ordinance, et cetera. So I composed a whereas just to introduce the concept. Otherwise, it seems out of nowhere that we're suddenly telling them that it has to be, they have to conform with a whole bunch of stuff. Which, anyway, so that's why this. And it could say, whereas in addition, because it follows right after the 3 clauses about the housing plan. Or it could just say, whereas other, meaning besides the plan, besides the housing.
All right. And that was on line 40, I think it's prior to 48?
New 47. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Would it be helpful for folks to see what we're talking about in the resolution, or? All right. So let's move this amendment forward. Would someone like to second Councilmember Dabala's amendment? Councilmember Gibson seconds. Any comments or questions?
Good job.
All those in favor of moving this, adding this additional whereas for? Yep, we can do thumbs. All those in favor of moving this whereas clause forward? Awesome. All right, so I am putting it in now. And it said it should be prior to 48. It's gonna be hard. Yep, I'm already doing it. I'm just trying to, okay, perfect. Got it. I already got it in there. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Yep.
Okay. Let me just make sure that I'm still sharing.
Okay, cool.
Expects, recommends,
That'd be good too. but-
solicits seems, okay, go ahead, sorry.
I'm just, you'll be in a comment briefly since it's mine?
Yes.
Per the conversation that we've had in the room, request is weak. I thought a slightly stronger term is solicits. Looked it in the dictionary, and that's how it was. I'm open to something else, but something stronger than requests. Cindy?
Oh,
Suggest,
I thought I was
recommends.
the one that had the vote. I didn't see your button. I'm sorry.
Councilmember DeBala suggests, recommends.
Yes, I second Councilmember DeBala's assertion, only because I like, there's something about the construction of that word that looks like it doesn't go properly with the council, like as a collective singular solicits, that doesn't work for me, but requests that would.
Yep, so recommends.
In this case, in this case,
happy to change.
Sorry, I haven't been recognized.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman.
In this case, I feel that requests is stronger than recommends, actually. Is that just me? I feel that it's a more specific ask. I mean, it's not just recommending it, saying this is what we want. In this particular case, I'm not sure I'd feel that way in every instance.
So now I don't know. What's the other word now?
So we have three. So we have three words on the table. Right now we have requests. Then there was solicits, and now there is recommends.
Requires.
I thought somebody said require.
Oh, requires?
Require.
They don't have to say it. They could say no.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a document.
Yeah.
If they say no to us, then they'll be like, we don't have to do anything you say, but we can still say it.
So just to kind of keep, because right now I don't want us to feel like we're all over the place. All right.
I propose a superseding motion of requires.
Council, Ira, if you wouldn't mind coming up, that's your cue. So, it has been explained to us, or at least my recollection, that that at the end of the day, it is the planning board's decision around the full breadth of the various topics and the breadth of the items that they cover in their work sessions. Is it possible for the council to require a work session?
Ira Cowler, Acting Director, HCD. I suppose the answer is certainly you can require whatever you like. At the end of the day, they will create work session topics. What we have kind of heard and relayed from county planning staff is that, that process, while somewhat fluid from time to time, they traditionally endeavor to kind of hold around 4 slots for work sessions, right? So I would bear in mind that you can require these topics, they might format how those are laid out in actual work sessions, maybe a little differently than you do here, but they will certainly endeavor to meet all of the topics that you lay out.
All right, Councilmember Small.
All right. Given the fact that we now have all of these terms on the table, and I am an advocate of require, I will give my 30 seconds on require. At worst, they would regard that as dicta and may say, who do those people think they are? But those people all say that about the town of Tacoma Park anyway. So that washes out. The second point there is, if we say things like require, personally, as a person who has been on the record for a long time about how I feel about this, and watching other people have to deal with either the finagling or wrangling associated with getting up to speed or dealing with advocacy groups within their constituencies, I feel like a lot of people, particularly today, said, this needs more teeth, and this is a good place for you to put some teeth in, and everybody's happy.
Councilmember DeBala.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Councilmember Gibson.
I'm very happy to entertain the word requires as opposed to either solicits or recommends.
Okay. All right. So sounds to me, Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, sorry. If I was going to require something, it would be a thing, in the plan. It wouldn't be whether they have a work session labeled the particular topic that there is.
This,
Yeah, so.
I think that, if I might jump in, this requires that they hold critically, work sessions that critically examine the following question. It does not identify at that point that you have, each topic. It's that they hold work sessions that are critically examined. That's what it asks for.
And I think that is the nugget of where it helps the staff, because they get some data from the people that they have to work with. It is accountable to the residents who have been very articulate about that they would like more teeth. And it provides a direct assertion from a political body that is supposed to carry its own weight in this process of what we wish to have here. I think it wins on 3 levels.
All right. So, Councilmember Fulcher.
Just to make sure that I understand, whether we say requests or required, they're still going to have a majority vote, a supermajority, in order to not do that action, right? So, I don't care what the wording is right there, because I don't think it matters. I might save requires for somewhere else.
Requires everywhere.
Yes.
All right. So I want to move us forward because I don't want us to be here all night.
I move to vote.
All right. So
Anybody second?
everyone's comedians tonight.
Call a question.
All right.
Call
So
a question.
sounds like there's Councilmember Gibson has modified his amendment. There's a motion on the floor to change requests to requires. Do I have a second? Second. All right. All those in favor of editing request to required, please thumbs up. Thumbs up. All right. Give me just 1 second. Let me just make sure I am. Give me 1 second. All right. So we're getting ready to do the Hansack.
To do the Hansack. Oh, no, it's going to get a name.
This was the more important.
To do the
one, so
long
change here.
Hansack.
I
Okay,
think.
so do I do it? Can I explain it? Are we ready, Mayor?
Yep.
Okay.
We're ready.
So people can see it on the screen, right? Okay. So let me explain this one, because originally it was 3 different amendments that's been squished into one, which is why it's so hard to comprehend. It's dealing with a number of issues that were voiced to me by, I don't know, at least, I'm going to say about 80 different residents, maybe 60 to 80 people. There's a lot of people we're trying to represent here. This is to deal with all of Maplewood, on both sides of Maplewood, to deal with the back side of the university campus that runs along Garland properties, and that affects the people on Greenwood. So it's very important to me that we aren't being too generic in saying preserving just the character, because then I'm not sure if it's explicit enough. What also became very apparent on the site visit that we took 2 days ago, that if residents aren't aware, we were invited, the council, 2 or 3 at a time, were invited to go alongside the planning board for about 4 hours on a really slow and thoughtful and very productive site visit. And we stood next to these different parcels and talked about the different recommendations in the plan. And it was at this point that we sort of batted the ideas back and forth of what residents had been saying and how to solve for that. And this is what I want to share with council members that's not in here, that I'm trying to capture, and I welcome your thoughtful edits here. There are 3 tiny little parcels that sit at the back of some of the university parcels on Garland, if you know, behind Flower, on the east side of Flower, you have the university buildings, and then you have some residential and other mixed-use buildings back there on Garland, and then you have single-family houses on Greenwood. So at the back of Garland properties, you can't see it on our plans, but there are these 3 itty-bitty subdivided parcels. I don't even know if all the people that are living on Greenwood are aware of it. I wasn't fully aware that these existed. But right now, they're undeveloped parcels, and they're too small for the university really to be able to develop them unless they merge the properties. But if we simply say something like, even what I have here, just replicate the current conditions, or actually, I was hoping that with this language, we could sort of capture it. If we leave all of this in, that you're getting the back side of those parcels, including those empty little bits, and you're sort of honoring the space and the tree line and the sight views, sight lines that the people living on Greenwood currently have. They're very fearful because they've not only had a lot of stormwater issues in their backyards coming off of the university, but also they're talking about, they're afraid they're going to build all the way up to the back of their property lines with, 5-story tall buildings where there are currently 2 and maximum 3 stories way at the front of the property. So I hope that captures the picture of what the purpose of this amendment is.
All right, Councilmember Small.
I guess 2 things here. The first one would be, I again sort of regard this, I understand this, but I do regard this as language that to some degree is, I don't know, superfluous to some degree. And there was an issue that was raised in the dialogue that we had by the residents that indicates the disconnect between being overly concerned about existing housing when we also have a declarative point that we do want affordable housing. And so I would argue here that it's not, I would argue that that at some point there is an amendment that will be on the floor that is simple and specific that would eradicate some of these concerns. But the one thing I did want to say is it's not reasonable for people to assume that they want affordable housing and that developers are not going to want to meet the nexus whereby if they're building a certain thing, that they're building to their maximum capacity. Right. And that's going to be 5 or 6 or 7 stories, depending upon how you lay out the numbers. And we could just do CRT and walk away. That's.
So, Councilmember DeBala, I see your light.
Yeah, a couple of things. One is we had just changed limit the scale and height to adjust, and I think adjust is a better word than reduce, because for all the reasons you just said, we don't know how the different pieces interact, and if you reduce the height, you might want to change the scale, and it might not be limit the scale on property 17, but it might be limit the scale on property 18. I'm making up numbers, but if you want site specific, let's say so. Let's say adjust the da-da-da-da-da, and instead of seek to replicate current conditions, say on a site-by-site basis. That's the first thing. The second thing is this also applies to other places.
Yeah, that's true.
Some of this is relevant for Maple Avenue as well. So rather than a very, if you wanted to be site-specific, let's do that.
I
But it
can't
also
speak
is
for other
applicable.
wards. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But
Pardon
it
me.
is also applicable to the concept of the development requirements, the setbacks, et cetera, is true for Maple Avenue as well.
Again,
So one thing that I do want to say is, in this particular case, I kind of felt like the amendment was very verbose, and it wasn't necessarily needed. The way that the language, so recognizing that Maplewood and Greenwood are, it makes sense for them to be explicitly called out because they are somewhat very unique in that along the property of the Aventis, those are the main streets that actually have direct connection to some of the interface with the single family direct interface, not crossing over Carolyn, but that direct border share. So that makes sense to me to call them specifically out. I just didn't see the need of the added language, because we have here the MMPA should adjust the scale and height. And if we want to set, add and apply appropriate setbacks of parcels adjoining Maplewood and Greenwood Aves to preserve the character. And I know, Councilmember Small, you're mentioning aspects of, and I'm trying to get my handy dandy cheat sheet to see which properties we are talking about, because section 23 of the plan.
This is part of 26, I think.
Yeah, 26. Yes, 26 is already CRT.
Yeah.
And
But I'm not looking at my plan right this second,
Yeah,
but the
so
other
it's
one
like
is
some is
CRN.
already
On Maplewood,
abutting.
it's CRN.
yeah,
So there are no
Maplewood
sketch
is CRN,
plans. Yeah.
but Greenwood is CRT.
That's right,
So
yeah.
it is beneficial for us to just say, look, we need to make sure
Apply
that they're the
appropriate.
right setbacks for these particular streets. So, and again, when we get into the actual zoning requests that you have here, we can talk more about, like, do we want to provide more explicit language around the actual zone, particularly for parcel that's in plan section, because I think a lot of this is already CRT. I think you're probably talking about
So-
the hospital site itself,
I'm
which is
talking about
23.
the hospital site, which I believe is 26. I'm talking about across the street on Maplewood, where you have mixed-use housing. You have some three-story developments right now next to single-family housing on either side, and that's all CRN right now, which
Right.
means there's no sketch plan. Across the street would be CR. There would be a sketch plan, but there's no mention in the entire plan, which a lot of people pointed out, and the planning staff said we should ask for. There's no, what do you call it? Sorry, it's long week. Step downs coming down towards the residential area mentioned in the plan on
Right,
that
and
side,
we're
which
asking,
was
but
kind of an
that's-
oversight.
But that's here. So
Yeah.
we said, hey, we're now saying we're requiring a work session that examines these topics, and particularly for the Washington Adventist site, how do the development requirements, including setbacks, building heights, and step downs, lot coverage, and density of the newly proposed zoning for the site impact neighboring single-family family housing? The MMPA should adjust the scale and height, and if we want to say, and apply appropriate setbacks.
I do like apply appropriate setbacks, makes me, no, because it's the specificity that these two neighborhoods we're specifically talking about. I would appreciate the addition of that language. I tell you what, could I redraft this and hand it over, and then we can come back to it and I'll read it out in a sec? Or is that, yes? Based on what you just said? Well, no, so you have it in writing and you don't
I
have to.
can write right now,
Okay,
apply
well, then can I
appropriate
say,
setbacks, and we
should
do a vote
reduce-
on it, and we can move on.
Okay, reduce, I actually had no written, and I apologize, on my thing for adjust. I liked the original wording more than adjust, limit the scale and height of parcels adjoining. That was my mistake. So I would ask it that we could either go back to limit. Limit the scale and height of parcels and apply appropriate setbacks adjoining Maplewood and Greenwood Avenues in order to preserve the character of adjacent single-family housing. And does anyone, I have some language, it seems excessive about this little parcels. Does anyone have any suggestions on the small 3 undeveloped parcels?
So-
In the same way that they've asked for those to be public lands in other sections? It's a real tricky spot that hasn't been dealt with by the plan.
Here's the thing about that.
Yeah.
I would again defer to the fact that this is supposed to be a document that refers to a zoning issue that's going to be sort of long-term. And if we are trying to focus the planning board or park and planning or MMPA or whoever we're going to call it to concentrate on being specific about those issues, I would argue that there's already some mechanisms in the zoning code itself that would trigger those things. In particular, given whatever the zoning is, but in the C categories, but most specifically in the CRT, you are required to do public benefit considerations. And so if the zoning dictates that you have to look at those things before you present your actual building, then presumably one of the considerations would be the streetscape and the skyline and some of those other things. And I'm just concerned about making this document unwieldy and inconsistent because, and I completely understand that this didn't happen in Ward 6. However, we have to be a body that is comfortable with moving forward on a document that I think would be reasonable and tailored to the issue rather than demonstrating that the process itself may have been abused by third parties. Because it seems like some of these things would be like directly addressing like misinformation or misstatements or allegations about where people's concerns are, rather than trying to come up with the best set of rules. And that's what zoning is. It's a set of rules. That's my opinion about this motion and several of the other ones.
Councilmember Honzak?
Yes, was I clear on the proposed language that I'm suggesting? It sounds like there's no one that has any ideas about the small, and the language that somebody suggested, I appreciate. I think it's too unwieldy. So I'm just, if I can just go back to the one that I verbalized, should limit heights and scale and apply appropriate setbacks, and the other language that I read out a second ago.
Okay, Councilmember DeBaller?
Yeah, I am not comfortable with limits. That's it.
Would just say I would defer to the council member who knows her ward better than I do and the needs of her constituents.
Councilmember Siemens?
Thank you, Mayor. My concern is that I'm not sure that this text describes the desire or the opinion that I have that what is in the plan right now is too tall. And so just to say it's appropriate, someone could look at the plan and say what's in there now is appropriate.
The last thing I would say about this is that I may be the only, I don't know, I may be the only person here that lived in the apartments in the Greenwood area because I lived on Greenwood Circle. And so like whatever the larger issue here is about scapes and streets and whatever is hopefully not an issue of haves and have-nots, since I have previously already discussed the fact that we already have a really distinct striation between house or not house. Which is not to say that the councilwoman is doing that, but it is to say that it's a possibility for the negativity.
If I may, Mayor, say one more word, and I don't want to prolong this. This is so important to so many of my residents. I guess I didn't make a statement tonight. If you'll just indulge me for a second. In Ward 5, and also all of the adjacent Silver Spring properties, I had a meeting with over 50 residents on Garland Avenue and Greenwood Avenue who came. There was only one person who would not have affiliated themselves with this particular statement. And if I add in the people from Greenwood Avenue, that's a lot more people. This is extremely important to my residents to get this right, and I beg of you to please consider the language. It doesn't have to be as complex as what I have proposed here. But if we could go back to what had been in the original resolution, I really screwed that one up just now, and I'm admitting it right here to everyone. I had put a no here, and we did the friendly amendments, and for some reason I thought it was on the other sheet, where it went from limit to adjust, because the original language said limit. If we could kindly consider having it say should limit the scale and height of parcels and apply appropriate setbacks, because I think that would get enough of what we need and not have to deal with the small parcels. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Do you not think that saying reduce heights, allowable heights, is important along Greenwood Avenue? And I say that because just, on the tour, looking at things, if you have a house that's downhill from the property that's being developed, and a building that's going to be 5 stories and the one on the lower level is 2 stories tall, that 5-story building looks very overpowering.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do. I would like either reduce or limit. Either one of those words would make me a lot more comfortable on behalf of my residents. And I mean, I could have put numbers in here. In fact, the planning board said we were free to do that. I am leaving it to them to give us some advice on what's appropriate, but I just think that they neglected to do that altogether on the Maplewood side, and I'm suggesting that they consider that in the entire area, sort of because they have I think it's 55 feet all the way around, but it's not clear on Maplewood.
I'm suggesting that
Reduce.
That I could say that 55 is a limit. Right.
I see. Okay, well, I'm
I would
fine
say
with reduce
reduce.
then. Okay, if that's a friendly amendment to my amendment, that's fine. Is there anyone else who might consider supporting that?
I would support that.
Okay, so there's been a lot of conversation.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure we can get to the
Yes,
point where we
please,
can
I'd
move
like to
on.
get on to other things. Yeah.
Okay, so just to,
Reduce.
I want to make sure that I am clear on the amendment that's on the table. It sounds like the amendment is to revise line 82 of the resolution to read the MMPA should reduce the scale and height and apply appropriate setbacks of parcels adjoining Maplewood and Greenwood avenues in order to preserve the character of adjacent single-family housing.
Yes, that is correct. That is
Okay.
my proposed amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a second? Councilmember Seaman seconds. Okay, we're gonna do.
We lost
We lost
Jason.
one.
You're talking about limiting the height just of the peripheral.
Periphery, just one side of the periphery of the hospital campus. For some reason, they spoke about the heights along Flower being reduced in the plan, but it's almost like they forgot to talk about the side facing the residential area. Because that side actually doesn't face a residential area. But it honestly looks like it was an oversight.
Yeah, that's fine, as long as it's the peripherals that we're talking about.
Yeah, we're just talking about the peripheral.
and-
It's one street on one side, and on the other side, it's actually the back side of the
Okay.
other side of the campus.
Okay. Are there any other questions about this before we move it forward for a thumb? All right. All those in favor of Councilmember Honzak's amendment? I'm going to read it again to folks. The MMPA should reduce the scale and height and apply appropriate setbacks of parcels adjoining Maplewood and Greenwood Avenues in order to preserve the character of adjacent single-family housing. All right, all those? All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So we're going to tweak this to limit. I'm sorry, reduce.
Reduce the scale, you said?
Mm-hmm.
You left the part in that says the back of parcels.
That goes off.
Nope, that goes off.
No, that's going out.
So now it reads, I'm showing the resolution now. the MMPA should reduce the scale, height, and apply appropriate setbacks of parcels adjoining the Maplewood and Greenwood avenues in order to preserve the character of adjacent single-family houses.
I'm just, yeah, I mean, my only concern is like, isn't it just one giant parcel? So like, how is it? So you're not talking about?
No, it's not.
You're
It's
not talking
it's
about
not because on the
23.
other side of Flower, this is also talking. It's all been lumped together. Like I said, this was 3 separate pieces. One of them is the hospital, big hospital university campus. That's one big parcel. The other parcel is which is a CR. One of them is a CR T zone that sits on the
I'm
other
sorry,
side
let me
of
just
Flower.
get to what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah.
So are you saying to limit the height of parcel 23 along Maplewood?
I need to get my.
That's the hospital.
Just along that perimeter, on that edge.
Okay, but if it's one parcel and it says to limit the parcel,
Yeah.
then why isn't it saying the whole parcel?
I don't think I understand. I don't understand your question.
So here's the thing, just to kind of make sure that everybody kind of understands. So, Ira, get ready. All right, so what we may be calling parcels, right? What you see on your minor master plan is the site, which is where we kind of capture all of this together as one rezoned site area, but there are a number of different properties that along the parcels, the buildings themselves. Correct, and it can consist of more than one building. So Ira, let's just triple check, because I think we have in the resolution parcel, when we are talking about the various WA buildings, I think the gym and the other building that are directly adjacent to the properties along Maplewood.
Sure, I think just briefly this might be helpful, which is we will have an opportunity, staff to clarify some of this after this resolution is passed during the work session period. So I think as long as we have some clarity here about what we're talking about, and I have some my understanding is we're talking about Site 26, first of all, and then we're talking about the parcels adjoining Maplewood here as well. So if that is correct, that is now in the record here, and we'll make sure that even if that is not perfectly explicitly laid out exactly within this wording, that it's clearly communicated both in the record here as well as in our conversations.
Can I add, it would be parcels 26, 23 on the north side adjacent to Maplewood, and the south side of along Maplewood, parcels 27 and parcels 28.
Certainly. Understood.
Thank you.
All right. I want to make sure that we're able to keep on moving. So we have another item, Councilmember Honzak, where it is amendments 6, and the language is the plan should explore recommending inclusion of dedicated public spaces on the site to support any of the following retail, like a grocery store, community gathering space, fitness center, and swimming pool.
I am the one that also added in, Dabala put in the, specifically how can recommendations on the site address the key community priorities in the public hearing draft, which I thought was an incredibly important addition. Thank you, Councilmember Dabala. I added the 6 to make sure that they knew what we were talking about in the document, because it's such a big piece of the document. And the reason I added this in is I felt like we should be more explicit about what it is that we're saying they overlooked, since they seem to have overlooked it when they wrote the plan. And again, when we were walking around with them, they said, if you want it, you should say it. And we don't know we can't say put in a grocery store, put in a whatever. But what I'm saying here is that, it was very, very clear in all of the data that a space that supported public benefit, such as X, Y, and Z, those were such big recommendations. They were placed among the 6 top priorities from the 240 pages of data that they had. So my purpose here was to try to be more explicit. Now, if folks are not comfortable with saying to support these specific things. I just felt like it seemed to me that the planning board needed more guidance on what we're talking about. Why do we think that they are overlooking at it, and what are we saying that they overlooked? So, I mean, perhaps if you're not comfortable with that, we could strike out to support any of the following and leave it at the beginning of the sentence. Do folks have thoughts on this one?
So, Councilmember Honzak, what I was a little confused about with the added language was it seemed duplicative of some of the pieces that were already included as part of the public space infrastructure and amenities within the MMPA section. So, in my review of that amendment, it did feel more or less like the inclusion of dedicated public spaces on the site, which is what we are already communicating to a large degree in other sections of the amendment. So either through the topic of public space infrastructure and amenities, or through other aspects of where we're explicitly calling out I think that the maintaining, I think there's another section.
I think you're talking about the second bullet, if I may, under public space and amenities.
Yep.
Are there specific parcels outside the municipal district that would be appropriate locations to incentivize the expansion or creation of specific public benefit facilities? Again, I appreciate that, the sentiment of that statement, because I would love for them to say, maybe there's a good spot on the I'm sorry, I'm thinking my directions, on the eastern end of Maple, closer to the hospital, for public spaces for that end of Maple, for example, and the rest of the neighborhood to converge. There aren't, as you move east along Maple Avenue and up into the north side of the city, there really aren't these public spaces. And so that's where I was eager to see them propose something, perhaps on the private property as a shared mixed use within any housing unit.
Again, I would interject here that a couple of things. Numbers one, I would negate the community gathering space, fitness center, or swimming pool, because we're supposed to be getting a rec center at some point in the neighborhood that I live in. And so if you're going to be specific about things, you should put specifically in there, I really hope that we get our act together and get an actual rec center, since we've been talking about it for 20 years.
You're here.
Notwithstanding that, I would again say that if we are talking about this as an issue, my first point of order is to ensure that we are talking about both Councilmember DeBala's amendment here and Councilmember Honzak's amendment in turn. I regard between the two of these, I regard Councilmember Honzak's amendment as written as somewhat out of order and not germane to this process, again, with my previous reservations. And I would say that I also regard Councilmember DeBala's addition as superfluous to the issue of the environment and trees, when in reality, we are saying both of those things in different places. And it's not of value to have to reiterate this over and over again, particularly when it is in the articulated set of values and norms in the 2-hour presentation that we get on a tree report. It's not like people don't know. And I am, again, less interested in having proven that the appropriate members have articulated the needs of their constituents. Because in the grand scheme of balancing this, if it has to be me that says that this is not germane, I'll do it. And also, I would say that amenities and required things that we're supposed to be doing already that we have not done well are not the same thing. And we have children already who are unable to recreate all across that area with an attendant goal. And I would like for us not to remove that goal by saying too much here And I would like to again state that it is next to impossible to say that the environmental issues as articulated by either the Montgomery County Council or Planning Board or Park and Planning as replicative, or I'm making up words, as duplicative of the original intent of this body or this city to get those things on the map is effective. And if we say we want it to relate to that, it ought to just relate to it. Thank you.
Councilmember Honzak.
I mean, we can move to vote.
Okay.
If folks would
All
like
right,
to vote on
so-
it, they can vote on it. And I strike after to support, from to support all the way through, so I'm just proposing what you see there. Plan should explore recommending inclusion of dedicated public spaces on the site, and I'm referring to the Washington Adventist site.
I'm
Okay?
sorry, I'm confused now. So this is the,
The second half of it, that it can just say, the plan should explore recommending inclusion of dedicated public spaces on the site, period. If- Yeah.
right, okay, so
So-
can you give me a line? Because I'm
Oh,
trying to make sure that I'm.
82.
Oh, I'm looking at the amendment.
Okay, so the amendment currently.
It's 82 to 84 on the,
Okay.
on the original, well, the
Okay,
friendly
the-
amendment version.
Okay, 80, the language that's bold?
In the,
Second
on the
half.
bold language, just after you get to the word site.
Okay, that piece, and so that is already, the plan should explore recommending inclusion of dedicated public spaces on site.
Yes.
That is in here in the public space section.
But it's not specific to the Washington Adventist site. And that's what I'm suggesting. Folks can vote yes, no, or abstain.
Okay.
That's my suggestion.
All right, so, yep, we can go ahead and vote. All those in favor of the additional topic with the Washington Adventist site that says the plan should explore recommending inclusion of dedicated public space on the site? All those, period, please say aye. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and Councilmember Honzak, you're saying this needs to be where?
Right where it is on the amendment.
It's
82
line
to
84
but
on
I
your
think what's happening
adjusted
is your
version,
lines are
Madam
getting
Mayor.
adjusted.
Okay, so it's 84?
It looks like it's 80. It was, now it's 85.
Okay.
Yours is on
All
85
right.
now, so it would be 87,
Specific.
line
Specifically
87.
how to
It
recommend
would start after draft on line 87 on your
I'm
version.
sorry, I am just getting really confused because I know that we have this language that is talking about the 1/2 acre.
You're being exceedingly diligent. That's why you're confused. It's hard.
We're not there
We got a
yet,
lot
but
of
it's,
piece of paper.
again, what I'm just saying is it's kind of duplicative, right? So does it make more sense if you're talking about the Washington Adventist site, and you're talking about explore inclusion of dedicated public spaces? Does it make sense?
Could we, no, I would like to not, I would like to discuss that one. I can discuss it next if you want, since you think it's related.
Yes, let me try to find it.
But we did just vote, yeah?
Oh, yeah, wait, yeah, we voted for her.
Yep, we voted for it. I'm just trying to figure out placement.
Okay. It goes right after, it's just what it looks like on the amendment. Yeah, I want to stay right there.
Yeah, hold on
Yep.
one second. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if it's helpful, I've been following along as well, so the track changes numbers are now a little off from
From
the numbers
what's
here.
in that version?
If you just look at me, I can tell you where to put things, if that's
Thank you.
helpful.
That would be very helpful.
So this should go, it appears it should go starting on line 86, basically.
Okay,
The end of the bullet on line 86.
okay.
Yep.
No. I will not be getting mad at you.
So sorry, 6 key community priorities in the public hearing draft. They're on line, I'm sorry, that's line 87. I'm not as helpful as I thought.
No, no worries. I will find it.
And again, I'll be in the back, but if you need me to clarify numbers, let me
To
know.
save time, would you like me to go ahead and start talking about Amendment 8? Or do you want to go into Dabala?
One second. Okay, Okay, let's go to, yes. So what we're talking about, I think it was originally 85. Yes, it's the one that's right under this one, and that's why I was wondering why are we not including it, right? Because this is talking about public space and public benefits, which is a little broader than actual dedication of public spaces. And so this is within the green space requirements. And this is about the 2 acres. Now this was, okay, yep. So let me, because I think I've. Yeah. It's okay, we will figure out placement. So, okay, so we've struck that one. Okay. And we are just on page 3. All right. So, Councilmember Hansax, and then we'll go back to DeBalas. So, the original language was, within the green space requirements of the Adventist site, MMPA should increase the recommended half-acre primary central public open space to better serve the existing central commons on the Washington Adventist site. What you're proposing is primary central open space to at least 2 acres with a recommended unobstructed opening onto Flower Avenue.
Yes, I will explain where I got that number from, and I welcome if Acting Director Cowler, yes, is here to comment, please. So I had been eager to get a number for how large the Commons currently is. That Commons has historically been there since at least the early 1900s when the hospital was constructed. I got out onto Google Earth finally because I wasn't able to get it from any other source. I measured it with polygons. It was a fairly reliable measurement, therefore. I got 2.9 acres for the middle commons area. That's, it's an estimate with a square polygon. So half an acre is really tiny. I had a lot of faculty call me and tell me how important the Commons was to the cohesion of the campus and campus life itself. And there are concerns about what could happen long-term with the university. And I think that, and when we spoke with the folks from the planning board at the site visit, again, they encouraged us to call it out and say, we'll talk about the historic legacy of the Commons for public health and recreation. People used to boat on a lake that was in the middle of there to rejuvenate their health. And I think that legacy, honestly, is a really beautiful one that is cohesive with what our community is really all about, and even, the co-op and the healthy foods that it serves to our community, and the Adventist legacy here in our community. And where people come together. So that Commons to me is really important. I don't think it should be minimized to a half an acre. I'm willing to, bend a little bit on this one. I just wanted folks to know where I got that hard number from, because we were encouraged to be a little more prescriptive about it. And I see where you're getting at, Councilmember DeBala, with Amendment 7 there about the 35% green cover. What if we want to be more flexible about that? But that could be on the top of buildings too. And I still think that the Green Commons opening onto Flower is important. And another important point that someone said to me that I hadn't thought of is they said, technically this is private property. So technically, even though it's open to the public right now, it is private property. They could gate it if they wanted to. So as we're thinking about the future, that's part of where I got this notion of saying unobstructed opening.
I'd like to second that.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, to me, the public access, is more important than the size, and I'm reluctant to name a specific number based on, without having thought about what the trade-offs are. Mm-hmm. So, for example, you mentioned the 35% green cover. The reason I question that is because, in fact, it makes very clear that can be done by green roof. So that's not on the ground. So that's not an open space requirement, even though it reads like that. So I think we need clarity on the trade-offs. If you lower the height and scale along the periphery of the property in order to not interfere with the neighbors, and you set aside 2 acres in the middle, and you have 35% green roofs and green cover, and you add the tree, and then the setback from the creek, you get to the point where you might not have an economically feasible development, which defeats the whole purpose of keeping the university. So that's why, to me, using words like adjust and consider and are important, because I don't have the knowledge to guess what the right balance is. I just know the questions are there. The way it's written now doesn't work. So,
Yeah.
so I would prefer not to say specifically any number.
Councilmember Hanzak, I see your light. Councilmember Siemens, I see yours.
I would be open to recommend here instead of should, because the essence of what I'm suggesting remains the same. If you'll note, I did not say myself anywhere in here to reduce the overall height or density on the Washington Adventist campus, which of course was the request of some members of our community, because I think affordable housing and giving the university maximum capacity to become a contemporary university is very important. But I do think that it would be good to encourage them to keep that central commons and not fill it.
But I do agree with Councilmember DeBala. Like, when we get to the point where we're rightfully, the step downs and the setbacks, and we've heard a lot about the FAR, right? You get to the point where, the amount of density that is allowed is limited. And if I recall correctly, there's language, and Ira, definitely correct me if I'm wrong, there's language around a max of, I guess, 4 acres that the property can absorb in a number of different ways. It's, along the streets and the setbacks and little pocket parks. So I think increasing without a full understanding of the ramifications. I think what we have here is that we know we want more than a half acre. We know that, and therefore we're asking them to increase the beyond the half acre. But I agree with Councilmember DeBala. I don't think that we are in a position right now to definitively say it should be 2 acres in the middle, wide open, without a full understanding of the ramifications that would have to potential development on the site.
Are we still on 82?
So I think that for me is one of the challenges. Again, I think I'm fine with us saying, yes, we want more. And I think it's fine for us to communicate the importance of the green space to the community. But I don't think that, at least I don't have enough evidence to support it automatically suggesting it be 2 acres. Councilmember, I'm sorry, I'm losing sight because there's a lot of lights. Councilmember Siemens, I have your light first.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we are in the position to say what we want. Our job is not to be the planners. Our job is to talk about community interests. And they have given a specific amount in the draft plan, which says a half acre. We're saying, no, that doesn't feel good to us. We think that 2 acres is what the community would like. They are the planning board. The planners are going to come back maybe and give some pushback that, well, that's not feasible. And the planning board will make the judgment on whether that's feasible or not. And they could certainly adjust that and say, well, we're not going to do what you and the community have recommended, but we could make it 1 acre or 3/4 an acre, whatever they deem is doable. I don't see that anything wrong with saying what we want.
Councilmember Small.
I would say here again, if this said to at least 2 acres, period, that would potentially be fine with me. However, the requirements from then on, and the editorializing associated in particular with the Washington Adventist site, which I think would imply the school also, I'm reluctant to put in here that we have a public and historical legacy of commons use over there, because all there is a parking lot and some facilities that they don't let people in. And so, you ever been on their soccer field?
No, you can't use the field, but you can totally use the commons in the middle.
Have
and
you ever
people
been
do.
on their soccer field?
No, and that makes me very upset, and it makes the
All
whole
right,
community
so-
upset, but
so
this is the only area
which
that you
is the
can
point.
access,
Now,
so
listen,
we want to leave it
which
that way.
is the point.
Yeah.
There is barely enough grass there, and it's not cut to do anything organized. If we start telling them that we have to have unobstructed spaces and views, all we're really saying here is that we have people who have taken advantage of the Federal Housing Administration's policies of putting housing in that was previously segregated, and now they get to have their own little lots of housing. Now that they scroll all that all the way back up, and they get to have a view too. It doesn't make any difference where you draw the line. The rules are supposed to be forward thinking and don't editorialize, because you end up in situations where, we're not giving anybody credit here. We're trying to rebuild an area or give a set of rules that indicate that we know what we're doing, and that we're not just we can't go all crunchy through this whole thing. Everything that if you look this place up, all it talks about is having unrealistic expectations of your liberalism. And so if that is reflected in the drafting of our resolutions, that would seem to me to be a problem. And so I would propose that we strike everything after 2 acres in recognition of the fair point made by Councilmember Siemens.
All right. I see Councilmember Gibson, I see your light. If you're not speaking, if you could turn your light off.
No,
If you don't want to speak, thank you.
I guess I was somewhat persuaded by Councilmember DeBala's question about trade-offs, that I felt like we 1/2 acre is not enough. We want greater than or more acreage, and I'm not clear exactly the unobstructed opening. If that's key to its accessibility and the usability, then keep it in. But in so many things about the plan, they're either too high or too much or not enough, but I don't know what the exact number is. So I'm reluctant to say at least 2 acres, but to have more, 1 to 2 acres or greater than 1 or something like that. Again, to allow to be able to know what the trade-offs for what we can't do elsewhere as far as tree cover or something else.
Okay, so it's getting late, and we're on page 3 of 11. So let's go ahead and call the vote.
We could put after should consider increasing instead of what it currently says, and I'll leave it at that.
So
I'm open to that.
Should consider it.
If that changes anybody's mind.
should consider increasing. That's a lot of words. And it's not as direct. Can we just say, okay, I was trying to avoid having to do this. Should increase a recommended half-acre primary central public open space up to potentially up to 2 acres.
Up to about 2 acres.
That's way too much. Potentially implies that, hey, we don't know for sure, possibly.
Why don't we put from 1.5 to 2?
That's my point. That's why I'm just saying I want more. So,
Why don't we start at 5 and argue down?
All right, so Councilmember Honzak, I'm looking at you. Like, I think everybody's trying to write at the dais, which is what I didn't want to do.
I
We could
know,
either
I know.
vote on this.
As long as it says, I mean, I'm fine. Okay, you can take out the 2 if that really is hanging people up, as long as it says should increase.
Which it does.
Which it does, and, hold on, I'm going back to the friendly amendment, let me see. People are, hold on, I gotta find it now. Just, okay. Strike to at least 2 acres, and leave the rest, please. With a recommended unobstructed opening onto Flower Avenue, so that we do avoid the situation of an obstructed, publicly inaccessible space.
Is that a pedestrian opening or a car opening?
It's a pedestrian opening.
Yeah, I would like it to say pedestrian.
So could we, green space, because I think part of it is the unobstructed piece. Like, is it visually, or could we just say should increase the recommended, it says public, right? So the idea, if it's public, it's implied that it's open.
That's currently, generally speaking, a parking lot with some attendant grass. If they put a row of buildings along Flower Avenue, but then they put a big 2-acre thing right behind it, I don't care. Like, this is.
Well, so the neighborhood would care, and the faculty of the school, which
Why
have
on earth
reached
would
out.
they care?
Well,
It would be of a direct benefit. There's all that concrete there. You'd be transferring that concrete to a whole different thing. This is too specific. We are not drafting a list of demands. We're trying to do a zoning thing.
With all due respect, fellow council member, I disagree. I think this area is actually of extreme significance to a huge portion of our city that doesn't have other publicly accessible space.
Are you telling me that a building that is faced on one side by a street with a big set of rocks that you can't get to on one side, and then a grass lot that has student buildings or university buildings, which aren't even residential buildings, need to be preserved? That's the landscape you need to have preserved? Really? One that accentuates the artistic design of a university? No, it's not our job.
The green
it's
space.
not our
So
job.
I want to, one, because I don't want to bang my gavel.
Take a recess or something, seriously?
I need us to move forward. We need to call the vote. Councilmember Honzak, my point was that it says already in the language that it is public. That would mean that there would be access to by the public. So when you're saying unobstructed opening, if you're saying I don't want it restricted so that people can access it, we're saying it is accessible because we're saying that it's public.
Okay, I had residents who suggested, and I thought they were right, that even though it says public, they could put a gate on it. Because right now, for example, people say that the field is open to the public. Well, it's not, because we're not allowed, because it's gated, and essentially they don't allow access. So that was the purpose. And if others don't agree, others don't agree.
Okay, let's just call the vote.
Yes,
let's just call the vote.
Let's call the vote.
All right. So what is your amendment?
It is 1/2 acre I'm reading from this sheet. 1/2 acre primary central public open space with a recommended unobstructed opening onto Flower Avenue, etc.
Okay. Would someone like to second that amendment?
I don't know what
Councilmember Gibson
That's not
seconds.
what-
We're moving forward with the vote.
I have a question about the wording.
I vote no.
Wait, Councilmember Small, until we call the vote. Councilmember Honzak, can you please reread your amendment?
And start with the verb.
Start with what?
The verb. The MMPA.
The verb should, the MMPA should increase the recommended 1/2 acre primary central public open space with a recommended unobstructed opening onto Flower Avenue, And the rest of the text is the same as what you see here. To better preserve the existing Central Commons on the Washington Adventist site, promote its continuing accessibility to the public, and respect historical legacy of the Commons for public health and recreation.
I'd second that.
Okay, Councilmember Siemens seconds. All those in favor of the amendment, thumbs up. Yep, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So while the mayor is entering that, I'll just explain the, going back an amendment. This is another addition to the questions about public space and public benefits. And as I started to say, the 35% green cover includes both green roofs and open space. And so I wanted to somehow clarify how that interacts with the need for publicly accessible open space. My fear is that we'll wind up with a lot of green roofs and not a lot of open space on the ground. And I think we've just demonstrated that we all care about open space on the ground, especially if it can be publicly accessible and useful for activities. So as much as I love green roofs, I would like that to be clarified in the plan. Thus, my suggested addition, the plan should clarify, et cetera.
Can I respond?
Wait. Are we on?
Councilmember
we're on
Honzak,
hers?
your light's still on?
Oh, pardon.
All right,
We're doing Cindy.
Councilmember Small?
I just making sure.
Okay.
We're on
So
82,
he's just checking
84
to
for Cindy
confirm, yes. So
Okay.
this is the amendment,
For
back it
Cindy.
up one. The plan
Yes.
should clarify how the 35% green cover requirement interacts with and supports the need for publicly accessible open space in this district.
Okay, now I'm done. And then
All right.
we go.
Kill your light, thank you. Councilmember Gibson.
Yeah, I just had a question. I mean, Councilmember DeBala should clarify. Can we be more explicit, or can we ask for something, or you just don't know? I mean, that it should not take away from.
I would echo Randy's sentiments because I thought
I
what
mean,
you
we-
said on the days was better.
Councilmember Small, can you
I'm sorry.
please stop
So,
interrupting other
the
council members?
plan
Thank you.
should rather than clarify, should make the 35% green cover requirement apart from, or somehow to
Well, now we're into trade-offs again, because if you say you want 35% green cover,
Yeah.
meaning roofs,
Yeah.
plus all that,
well, green cover, sorry, the 35% is the green, is the roof.
is either.
Could be.
opens- it- yeah,
So
it could
what
be.
would you like it to be, though? I mean, what would you like to?
I don't know enough about the trade-offs to know exactly what number to put there.
But do we know, okay, I guess I'm thinking that you want to have at least, 25%, anyhow. I guess it leaves it wide open, and it doesn't give enough direction in my mind.
Okay, what would you suggest?
The 35% green cover, correct me if I'm wrong, we're talking about how much, on the whole, how much would be on roofs as well as on, now, let me just hypothetically say that no more than 5% of it should be on the roof.
Well, why are you, that's the question.
Yeah, we want to significantly more, actually. The proportion should be more on land rather than on roofs. That balance, so the balance between the green cover on roofs and the green
So
cover.
what language would you suggest? Because I'm
Change
not
to-
disagreeing with
so
you,
I'm
I just
saying-
don't know how to say it.
I'm not so fast with my language here. So to make, we should make the balance.
Should clarify the balance.
Not
between-
clarify is not, I don't think, should require that the proportion, or the proportion of the green cover should be greater on land than on the roofs, something to that effect.
Madam Mayor, I just want to make a point because you've already accepted voted on an amendment on this particular bullet, so I just wanted to read what the full bullet currently says as per your already
Thank you.
passed amendment, if that's all right.
Thank you very much.
Apologies for stepping in. So currently what it reads, it is what specific, and it is starts on line 84 on the new track changes version. What specific public space and public benefit recommendations can be made for the Washington Adventist site? Specifically, how can recommendations on the site address the 6 key community priorities in the public hearing draft? And then you have added a line. The plan should explore recommending inclusion of dedicated public spaces on the site. So I just wanted to make sure it's clear that that line's in your new adopted resolution already. And whatever line you're proposing, I assume, would go after that.
Correct.
And address the balance between 35% green cover requirement and the needs for public, and the required
is
public
it-
space?
All right, Councilmember Small.
Apologies for previously attempting to associate myself with Councilmember Gibson's comments. What I think is important here would be that what if this says that none of the green coverment requirements supersede a desire to have, oh wait, hold on. No, if we're drafting, I forgot, we're actually trying to draft this instead of just talking about this. All right, so if this were to say that the green cover requirement should include additional roof coverage so that the 35% does not take away from dedicated play space.
Okay.
All right, so if the plan should not mitigate the need for dedicated ground space at the expense of green roofs. Green roofs should be added, like additive. Or, yes.
So, okay, so the 35% green cover requirement in the plan should not mitigate the need for dedicated public space at the expense of green roofs. Yeah, that sounds right. Should I say it again?
Hold on one second.
I like it.
Okay, say it
It's
one
better
more
than
time.
what I came up
I
with.
like it when me and Cindy get down on things.
The plan's 35% green cover requirement.
Ground, is it ground cover, did he say?
It just says
Green cover.
That's how they're
That's,
getting over
that's the
it.
problem is,
Right.
that
Yeah, they're
there's
getting
ground
over it.
versus roof.
Which is what this amendment would get to the way she has
The
it.
35, so the plan's 35% green cover requirement should not, you with me? Mitigate, should not mitigate the need for dedicated public space at the expense of green roofs.
I like it. Works for me. Would be good. I
So I'm
think I
sorry
have
that
sort
we're
of had it for,
drafting
it
on the
works for me
dais.
because of the
This was one I had
juxtaposition.
trouble with.
I think the juxtaposition there, I don't know how you can get it any more directly without saying, like, without knowing what their numbers
Without knowing
are.
the numbers are, and that was where I got stuck. Okay, so, do you need me to repeat this?
I think I got,
I agree with Terry just said the only other word, it's like either mitigate or eliminate. And so there's no, like,
Yeah, it's
drafting
fine.
wise, you
It's
can't really
fine.
get at
It's
it.
fine.
Yeah.
We just
Up
need
or
to
down?
get someone to type it in.
Yeah, up or down, I like it.
Sorry, I wasn't.
okay, can you give it to me one more, should not mitigate the need?
One more time.
Oh.
We should not
I can-
mitigate the need for dedicated public space, which you think you have in there,
I think I missed the roofs.
at
Please.
the expense of green roofs.
Okay.
And so that gives them the flexibility to juggle the numbers.
Okay.
Depending on how, and it signals the public space is the thing that,
So I want to read this back because we have this, and maybe I'll just take this piece out.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, so I did add an additionally, just because it kind of follows off of the prior. The plan should explore recommending inclusion of dedicated public spaces on the site. Additionally, the plan's 35% green cover requirement should not mitigate the need for dedicated public space at the expense of green roofs.
Yes. Or I guess we could put toward the benefit of green roofs instead. Because, technically, it wouldn't be to the expense of the green roofs. The green roofs would be getting more.
Yeah.
That would be the clear issue.
So it'd be to the benefit of green
Yeah.
roofs?
Yeah,
That's true. It's not a bad thing to have green roofs.
yeah. We just don't want, like, you-
Okay,
yeah.
all right, we just do this.
All right, so we have another amendment for the vote, all right? Adding another line, additionally, the plan's 35% green cover requirement should not mitigate the need for dedicated public space to the benefit of green roofs. All those in favor? All right, we're moving that one forward. Okay, the next one is Councilmember Hunzak's, and it's adding, but also recognize that sustaining small businesses.
I actually, we made a small change to this in the friendly amendments, and while it's not the same thing, I'm going to withdraw this one.
Okay. Okay, all right. Councilmember DeBala, you're up.
So I wasn't completely sure where to put this, but it seemed like it fit here, because it's talking, wait, is this where I had it? All right, so we'll just, in this section about the development of the Washington Adventist area, forget for a moment whether it's in the exactly right place. One thing that's missing is the notion of, the people keep bringing up, is the question of transportation. So I wanted to ask, what more can the plan, in a positive way, rather than say, oh, we have to study impacts and we have to be very negative. I wanted to try to be more positive and say, what more can the plan offer to clearly support improvements in multimodal transportation, to help the city and the county meet climate goals, and to address the challenges of local vehicle traffic in this district. I'm not sure I've got it in the exact right place, but it goes, it would fit somewhere in this section. I think that I have it in the section that is now called Public Space Infrastructure and Amenities, that used to start on 116.
And that starts on 122, if that's helpful.
Okay, so I do still have it in the right, in the intended section. So what confused me was it was not supposed to be in addition to the bullet on Sligo Creek. It was supposed to be another new bullet. That's why I'm confused.
Okay.
All right.
But
adding a
it's
bullet
still
to
something that should be
in the
listed under.
Public space infrastructure and amenities. and-
Okay.
Which would make it, would have been the old line, after the old line 126, which may be a little further down now.
Let's see.
Yeah,
how
now it's
does-
135.
Okay.
But let's see if people like it first. And there's another amendment coming up that deals with the transportation.
You say
so-
126 is what the line is now going to?
Yeah, the 126 on
Public
the.
space and infrastructure.
Yeah, after the ball field.
Yeah, I have a comment.
Okay, I'm sorry, I see Councilmember Hanzak's light.
Yeah, I was just trying to find it. I see, I don't know if people have numbered their amendments yet, but I just counted. Amendment 29 from Councilmember Gibson is related to the current carrying capacity of major roads in or adjacent to the plan area. So I just wonder if we shouldn't discuss them simultaneously unless Councilmember DeBala feels like they stand alone.
They both get at similar
Do you feel they're,
issues.
yes, is that what you feel? if it helps people to find the one that I'm talking about, it's on the additional proposed amendments, page 10 at the top.
Right.
At the top. And that is proposed to be in the section on additional topics that the city council wants them to address in the plan, but not necessarily in a work session.
I think I may have it in both places, but.
Right, and Randy, there was a couple of your amendments where it seemed like you had them in both places, and the goal was to try to have a conversation of where you wanted them to be, because it kind of didn't make sense for them to be
Reach
both.
out, but wasn't able to reach anybody. I would prefer that be in the topics, the work session topics.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think that it's a little bit different. It's compatible with, and actually I think that both of those go together. Although, Cindy, I would, rather than ask a question, I would say the plan should clearly support improvements in, and I mean, if we do it in a more assertive form rather than a question. Rather than what more can the plan offer, just say the plan should clearly support.
Yeah, that works.
I just have a point of order about this, and that's that we own those streets. Like, we could make the plan different with regard to those streets. Like, we own Flower, like, they may own Maple, but if you're talking about that area, if you're talking about trying to make it nice, you should be more collaborative in the design of the streetscape, maybe. But other than that, I think it's important for us to remember how much of this we currently have at our disposal and how much we're offloading onto other people.
So I'm not just thinking about the local streets, I'm thinking about the county, the state roads. I'm also thinking about the county buses and thinking about access to, for multifamily buildings, to bikes and EV plug-ins. I'm thinking about more than just driving.
Right.
So that's why, now, how much of that should be in the plan? No, it isn't all in the plan. This is a zoning plan, but let's make sure they think through, we all think through, that we're not somehow undermining our goals for.
Yes, I guess I would just note here that in the short term, they will defer to the purple line, and that those people have not necessarily been communicative of how the larger density patterns and frameworks are going to affect things anyway.
Is there something you'd want to add then to make sure that doesn't happen?
Because this is a very small area, I would think that it wouldn't be a good idea.
Okay.
But
All right.
like I would say that people should be concerned about the purple line, and that none of these resolutions should imply that let's just put it in Ward 6, because that's what it sounds like to me a lot.
So let's move forward. So we have a amendment on the table right now. And I just want to make sure I'm capturing. So Councilmember Gibson, you're saying that this could potentially get rid of or address.
I'm looking at, the thing is, the way that you've broken up, we're talking about specific areas. The area, this is in, which is the Flower.
No, this is in the public space and per your request, and I thought that was.
Public and infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
So yeah, I'm okay. So if
Okay.
we could get it there, then I wouldn't need to have it at the end.
At the end, okay.
Great. So
So both of those, so both Cindy's and mine.
No, well, one at a time.
If you're agreeable.
I would like to take them one at a time, because they are different. So the first one would be that the plan should clearly support improvements in multimodal transportation, help meet city and county climate goals, and address the challenges of local vehicle traffic in this district. And the second one, which Councilmember Gibson had proposed, would be provide an assessment of the current carrying capacity of major roads in or adjacent to the plan area, which I understood was something that would happen during the development review process.
Right.
And I think that we can vote on them both here.
Councilmember Gibson, if what you are proposing is in essence, a bit of a traffic study and a street capacity study as part of the plan process, that's not typical. That's not the typical process, unless I'm missing something. So my understanding is that traffic studies, the city can initiate a we can pay for our own traffic studies, or traffic studies can be done as part of an actual development that is happening in terms of like site plan work and the like. But the zoning is not typically something that's part of the zone plan process.
I hear that, and I really don't accept it as in this minor master plan, which has expectations and plans that are plan wide, but the implications, the impacts are site specific. That doesn't make sense. I think that if the plan has asked for 35 or offers or proposes that there be 3,500 housing units across the whole plan, then it should look at the whole plan's traffic, schools, infrastructure, and service needs. So this is my attempt to do something that maybe isn't normal, but I believe that it fits into a plan vision that would also address plan impacts.
I mean, I hear you, but the biggest issue or the challenge is that things like traffic are often impacted based on the type of use that is ultimately developed. A grocery store is going to have a really different traffic pattern and traffic need than a single family senior housing project. And so that is part of the reason why traffic is often thought of based on the use of and what is being proposed, and less so just general max capacity of the zoning. Now, there are aspects of the plan that are communicated around things like speed and infrastructure. So, I mean, if those are some of the concerns, but I think if we're asking for, we can ask for whatever assessment they did, but I want us to really manage our expectations in terms of thinking there's going to be some comprehensive traffic study that not only includes streets within the plan area, but adjacent streets.
I said the major things, and I backed away from asking for a plan for traffic impacts, but rather, what is the carrying capacity right now? I hear from Kara's constituents about Flower Avenue. I hear from my constituents on Carroll Avenue, and I know that East-West Highway, these streets, these major roads, and I think I've used the word major roads, are potentially at capacity now. So I'm just asking for that rather than to speculate into the future.
Are we asking SHA to do this, since the big roads are all
Well,
theirs?
provide an assessment, I don't know, it means, I don't know who pays for it. I don't know who pays for so many things in this plan, but anyhow, that's where I'm coming from. And I think it belongs here in the working session ideally, but if I could be convinced that if it doesn't belong in the working session, it can go into the later on where these are post-working session requests.
So can I say that Councilmember DeBala's amendment includes and address the challenges of local vehicle traffic in the district? So, or we can, broaden that up to not, that's in the plan area, because it's in essence, it's there. So
It's just not as explicit.
It's not requesting a specific assessment, which is, but it is saying, hey, we need to.
Well, to address the challenges of.
May I
well,
add a
current-
friendly
current-
amendment?
We could also talk about current and future traffic in the district.
Okay. Councilmember Honzak?
I just want to echo Councilmember Gibson's concerns, and I think that both of them do play separate roles, but I think if we were to take out local vehicle and put in a different word there, I think we might be able to achieve the same thing. I've had a number of residents, just to give a little perspective from Ward 5, people that are living within the zone are concerned that while they, in theory, support the increasing levels of units that we're building, and they've been really supportive, they've expressed concerns that their homes could get taken in order to widen roads. And so it's trying to, trying to consider that without having a full-on traffic study, knowing it would be part of development. So
which
address the
language would you
challenges.
propose?
I mean, what if we said, and address, on the Dabala amendment, and address the challenges of, could it be potential increases in vehicle traffic? How do people feel about that, instead of local?
Well, you're back to, you don't quite know what the potential increases are.
We don't, but address the challenge, I mean, but we're implying, increasing units, right? As a rule across the area. So if we're saying the whole district, or I don't know if this is just this district, right? Isn't this the whole area?
As someone said a minute ago, we could make it the planned area, but in fact, the bulk of the issues are where the most of the new proposed development, most current.
Well, there would be new
most
development along
short-term
Maple as well, and Maple's
Well-
wider, but it's already gets bottlenecked. So is that what you mean? The whole MMPA area versus the
No,
district?
what I meant the district because the first and biggest development
Right.
is there.
That's true.
And because I'm thinking about Ward 2, and it's an issue, the local traffic is clearly an issue
Yeah.
right across the street in Ward 2 also.
I-
But that said, if that's the way to resolve this, we can put it in there. Potential.
So what are you suggesting for the change there?
Well, I'm not, you
Oh.
did.
No, okay, I thought
So
you were.
what is
Okay.
your suggestion, Councilmember Honzak or
I said, and
Councilmember
address the
Gibson?
challenges of potential increases in vehicle traffic across the MMPA area? I'm asking if that's okay. Potential, address the
Well,
challenges.
it's not just increases, it's also the issues they present. But, okay, whatever.
I'm just trying to help here to get
Whatever
it beyond
works.
local, if that helps.
Well,
Yeah,
what's
I don't
wrong with
know.
local?
Yeah.
Councilmember
I
Gibson, does that get at what you're trying to do?
I think so. In part, I get, with what I had, it was like looking at what is learning what's going on now. So addressing its current and future challenges, at least, of traffic and its impacts in the district. Because the impact of traffic is in terms of sidewalks and infrastructure, et cetera, is what might be one way to address it, and I could live with that.
And address the current and future challenges of local vehicle traffic in the planned
Traffic
area?
Current and future challenges of traffic and its impacts on the district or in the district. Impacts, meaning trying to go beyond just what a lot of traffic.
So again, I'm trying to stay positive, and rather than do a lot of assessments that would show that more traffic means more air pollution and all of the things we know, I want to say, what can the plan do about it?
Well, we're keeping the multimodal. I think that's excellent.
Can I
Okay,
interject?
so first, folks have a lot of their lights on and are keeping them on. So if everyone can, when you're done speaking, hit your mic so that others can get up in the queue. Councilmember Fulcher.
The amendment is getting bigger beyond where I was comfortable supporting it. While I was comfortable with Councilmember Dybala's recommendation, because it seems to suggest more of other ways of getting around the city, such as buses and bikes, because we're talking about climate goals. and multimodal transportation, I'm not as interested in making sure that people can comfortably get around their cars throughout the city. I don't think that that's in alignment with our council priorities.
I hear you. Oh, are you looking at me?
Yep.
I hear you, and I understand where you're coming from. I do want to remind folks that at least in this part of the city, yes, the Purple Line is coming, but we are like many people in Ward 6. We're very far away from like the metro station and whatnot. We don't have a walkable grocery store that's easy and that kind of thing. So people, unfortunately, are very reliant on their cars for work and other
I
things.
did live in that area for
Yeah.
about 5 years on Central Avenue, and there
Okay.
are at least 4 different ride-on buses that come right there.
That's
And
true.
at the time, I was a student at Montgomery College, and I was not driving at all.
It is
and so-
possible. It is possible. It's, it adds an extra 30
I
minutes.
guess-
So,
yeah,
I
I mean,
mean, and I appreciate that. I'm just saying, I don't know that it's, given that the average person across the entire city owns, 1.7 cars, I think we shouldn't totally dismiss the
And
fact that is still our reality, and it does present challenges. But anyway, I think we need to get back to the language
But there will
too.
later be a vehicle study, like.
There will. There will. There will.
If there is something that happens after the zoning, there will be a vehicle study. And so for me, that's enough.
Okay, so what I want to do is, Councilmember Stevens?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to call attention to the fact that when we complete this particular item, we'll be about 1/3 of the way through the work that we have scheduled for tonight.
Yep.
No comment.
And one of the main reasons why we were trying to avoid writing at the dais, okay? So,
So the amendment as it now stands is the plan should clearly support improvements in multimodal transportation, help meet city and county climate goals, and address the current and future challenges of local vehicle traffic in the plan area.
okay, are we ready to vote? All right. I'm so sorry, Councilmember DeBala, you're okay with that? That's your amendment? All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor of this amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all right.
Can I just clarify? So that amendment is now being moved, though, to the end of the topic on public space and amenities, or is it staying within the Flower Avenue, Washington?
It's staying in the public space, infrastructure, and amenities.
Okay.
Yep.
So I have it on line 134, is that?
I do too.
Okay.
Well, mine is 135, but we're pretty close.
Perfect.
All right, Councilmember Gibson, you're up next.
We just want to vote that, the one that we kind of discussed.
We need your mic.
Sorry. Now I turned it off. Which one am I next at? Oh, this, line 100? Okay. I didn't know whether you wanted to go back to the traffic carrying capacity and dispose.
Well,
Since so we'll pull it.
Yeah, we'll pull it.
Leave it where it was.
We'll leave it where it was,
Okay.
and we will dispose of it if we
When it
need
goes in.
to.
Okay, so this is something that I added the word protecting rather than just promoting diversity of housing. And I think that it's important, this is can be formatted differently, but that the specific ask here is to identify trade-offs and consider alternatives to the maximum development flexibility zoning that we have, how can we, what are the trade-offs, I guess, and what are the alternatives to the zoning that is exceeds most of the other zoning kinds of plans that I've seen in the county, that offers 100%, that allows 100% commercial, and has heights that are in at least put rather rigidly, or offered rather rigidly across all the different streets, not within each district. So I would like to to ask that we ask the working session to give us some alternatives and talk about the trade-offs. And then to explain that, I have context. This is something most of which I think are facts. If there's something that's not quite a fact, I would gladly revise it so that it's not an opinion, but is a fact.
So I will say, the context is, as Councilmember Small had brought up before, superfluous information and not necessarily vital to the resolution. I will say too that there are aspects of what was included in the context. So around identifying places like Glenmont, Forest Glen, Lionsville, that are actually incorporated, not those specific locations, but I would argue that Tacoma Park is extremely unique. And so one of the things that we did try to include is, I think it should be in this section. Yes, what are the best comparable jurisdictions to Tacoma Park with regard to housing density, transit access, geographic location, et cetera, to the MMPA, and how do their zoning densities compare to the MMPA land use? So we are saying that, or at least I was saying it originally, that, you know, I heard some of the language, and I don't think that we are comparable to these communities that have been floated around, and that we're asking them to, in a work session, to consider what are appropriate comparable jurisdictions to us, given the unique nature of our community. And so what I'm trying to make sure that I get a better understanding of for your amendment is, what exactly are you asking? Like, are you just asking them to consider trade-offs? Are you asking them to tell us about all of the different alternatives that they considered, or are we asking them to do something specific?
The primary
Oh, can you hit your mic?
The primary ask is identify trade-offs and offer alternatives. I do like what you mentioned with regard to looking at comparable sites around the county. That's kind of what I've done in a different way here. I wouldn't call this superfluous. But I call it trying to inform the planning board of information that that they may not be aware of. So, but if there's, let others speak. I would consider cutting this back to the main ask if need be.
Okay. Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, I apologize, maybe it's late. I don't understand what you mean by proposed, quote, maximum development flexibility, quote.
Well, that's language that's used to justify.
That's a description of the zoning choices they made.
Yes, yes.
It's not a zoning category.
No, it is, yeah, it is,
Okay.
it's a justification or rationale for the zoning. So we could maybe say it,
Yeah, so that's why I don't even understand what your ask is, because I just don't quite get it. But we don't have to spend all night on it. Shana, were you about to say something?
I mean, also, I'm not sure that quote is exactly how it was said. I think it was said maximum flexibility. I don't think it was said maximum development flexibility.
That's probably right.
And also, Councilmember Gibson, there's another area where you have this language: what trade-offs are expected from the proposed zoning proposals, and what alternative zoning was considered. Explain possible impacts of the proposed zoning allowance of 100% commercial FAR. So how is it possible for these to
because we had these different buckets, so I had to, I felt like I needed to find or address them. So go ahead with your question.
So are these questions
related?
germane to?
This is housing related. So and housing is the primary increasing housing. It basically is the primary goal of the plan. So However, I guess I have concerns about the rationale for the zoning, which is this, okay, so let's say maximum flex, I think I saw development, but I'll cross that. I may have made a mistake. Maximum flexibility zoning. So I want the planning board to explain the rationale and what alternatives they have to, because we weren't presented with alternatives. We were given a set of zoning numbers and codes, and the trade-offs for those and alternatives were not provided, and they should be discussed. I mean, we should know the difference. Why did we go from R to CR? Why did we go, in some cases, from CR to CRT? There are certain, those kinds of questions, I feel like we missed. The underlying rationale here is what I'm questioning, the underlying rationale of upzoning to this extreme degree. But I'm not calling it that. I'm just saying that identify the trade-offs and consider alternatives to the proposed zoning, zoning proposals, to the zoning proposals.
Okay,
and with its maximum flexibility rationale. I mean, that's the key question I'm raising, or ask that I'm making, and we can just drop the rest because I don't think there's going to be much interest here.
Okay, so
if we do that, I'm rewriting this topic. The topic is, so I'm changing or suggesting we change the topic from just promoting diversity, but protecting and promoting the diversity of housing in the planned area. And then as a separate bullet, presumably, we can say, identify trade-offs and consider alternatives to the zoning proposals and the maximum flexibility rationale. I mean, we all had short amount of time to do these things, and so I apologize for this not being as tight as it should be.
So,
So can I make a,
Yep.
am I next?
Go
Can
ahead,
I make
yep.
a comment about, so are you proposing that we have one work session on housing? Because the other one is called Protecting Diversity of Housing.
It's called promoting.
Yep.
It's called promoting. I'm just adding the word protecting to in.
But the
There's another
other,
the
work
other is
session.
protecting existing housing affordability.
Affordability is I guess is different than the diversity, right?
Correct. The
Right.
diversity
Is the range.
is about the range, particularly because our prior resolution called out the need to address the missing middle.
Well, I guess I want to get to the protecting what we have by way of meaning the people that may could potentially be displaced. Where would that belong?
that belongs, I think, in the second one.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Okay.
that's
Well,
a-
then let's move it down there.
Yep, so right now, under this topic, it says protecting existing housing affordability in the MMPA. How can the MMPA stakeholders retain existing housing affordability while improving the quality of existing stock of housing? What protection mechanisms?
You're looking
What
at
number?
line 128.
I'm sorry, you got ahead of me. Okay. Go ahead, 128.
Yeah, that's the section on.
Protecting
Oops, sorry.
existing housing affordability. Well, I want to protect the people that are there as well as the affordability.
Yep.
Affordability.
What protection mechanisms are in place to prevent displacement of current
Okay.
renters in the Maple Avenue district, and are additional protections needed in the MMPA?
Okay, so maybe the topic isn't clear, but certainly the bullets underneath it are helpful.
Great.
So let me go ahead then and suggest that rather my amendment would be what I stated, but it would be under one of those, or underneath the third, maybe the fourth bullet there, line 127, the old line 127.
Is that going to be true of the rest of your housing amendments?
Well, this is just
Right.
I mean, it's just a word addition there.
Yeah, I was actually okay with, because I do believe that some of, if we're going to,
I was referring specifically to your, it seems like several of your amendments are really about existing housing affordability. For example, on page 5, the second amendment that adds
And
the word
possible
displacement, and the next one that talks about the granular analysis are all perhaps in this more appropriate in the protection
Well-
section. So, and the reason I ask this is because maybe we should talk about the protection amendments together and the,
Diverse.
the diversity
It
of
gets-
housing together.
Yeah, actually, that's probably a good suggestion.
So then we would want to hold on this one for now?
okay. All right.
So
I'm
whole
not trying to make the night longer, I'm trying
Yeah.
to get all the
pieces together.
pieces in the same, that are similar, because they're similar amendments.
think so.
That other people suggested, I think.
All right. So we're going on
So we're
to,
gonna skip past this line 100 item, right?
okay.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna go down to the next one, which is mine as well, which is just adds the word regulatory.
And related, I wanted to add, and
Was that
incentive.
revoked or rescinded? Sorry. Was that amendment rescinded?
No, it's delayed to come in later.
And this should be what funding?
It just seems to me in this one item here that we want to know what funding recommendations help make sense, that we also want to see what regulatory regulations, just a small edit there to expand it.
Hold on one second.
And along with that, I had suggested adding incentives.
I agree with that.
That's.
Is that it? Is that different?
Then it's the very next
And
one.
incentives, okay.
This
What
is
fund?
one we would have done together.
We would have,
Trying to
okay.
figure it
The
out.
funding and incentive recommendations.
Hold on one second.
Funding, regulatory, and, what funding, regulatory,
Funding, regulatory, and
incentive
recommendations.
recommendations, yeah.
Is that okay?
And then add energy
Yeah,
efficient.
I think I'm just trying to make sure.
Right, and but I think energy
This
efficient
was
already got
in
added, actually.
106.
Here it is.
It's now.
It's already in?
probably
It's
down
already
here.
in.
Okay.
Funding and regulatory recommendations, and
So we're combining those two.
Mhm.
What funding, regulatory, and incentive recommendations.
Okay, is everybody that's still
This is on,
here
with
with
this,
us?
yep. So what funding and regulatory recommendations can the MMPA make to ensure stakeholders incentivize and finance the creation and preservation?
but
Yep.
we're leaving in incentive, so
We
it's,
were gonna do them both together.
so I'm going to,
I'm sorry, you were gonna do both what?
If you go to the next page, Madam Mayor, in
Yeah.
the proposed amendments, there's
Okay.
actually 2 amendments for this one. bullet,
Okay.
so.
yeah. So what we're doing is taking, let me just drop mine out. What do you say? Delete it and then add the word regulatory under what Cindy has under line 106, 109.
So we're,
Funding, comma, regulatory, and incentive
Yeah.
recommendation.
Well, you have the incentive twice. So what funding and incentive recommendations can the MMPA make to ensure the stakeholders incentivize?
yeah, well,
Okay. Okay, so
Okay.
you're saying, what funding
Regular,
and regulatory?
yeah.
What funding, regulatory, and incentive recommendations?
well, that's what I said, but I see your point.
I
I didn't
see.
realize, yeah, let's not worry about it.
So we could cross out and incentive?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it sounds like we're saying what funding and regulatory recommendations can
Right.
we, to incentivize?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
good.
All right, and I feel like that's a friendly amendment, that's fine,
All right.
at least from our perspective. Okay, so we're moving on to the next one. And that was. It's pretty friendly, unless someone has a strong objection. I'm okay with it.
Any just,
And possible displacements.
Well, this is another one that was gonna maybe be in protection instead of where it's currently.
Correct.
So.
except this wording is already there, right, in the section about Maple Avenue, right?
Oh, excuse me, you're right.
So this is a different point, 113, which is, what is 113?
Yeah, so this one, when I saw this, well, you know, because this one is where appropriate, Maple Ave, the MMPA should encourage innovative infill development opportunities on underutilized portions of parcels that do not directly do not adversely impact existing affordable housing units. This is more about the land use, and the displacement components are under the protecting existing housing affordability. So the prior is about creation of new housing, and the displacement is around protecting existing.
I just like to make a point of order. Yeah, I think I showed you I got stung by a bee
Yeah, I'm
in the
sorry.
neck. I just had an anaphylactic reaction, and I jabbed my leg with an EpiPen,
Oh, no.
so I may not stay much longer. That's why I was gone. I apologize.
Totally understandable.
All right, because we don't take medical timeouts or anything. I just wanna
I'm
let
okay
everybody know.
with just dropping this,
Okay.
dropping that.
Okay, great.
Because I agree that it's a different focus.
Perfect. So Councilmember Gibson, you have the next one. The MMPA should undertake a Maple Avenue granular level property by property analysis of rehabilitation needs and financing possibilities potentially available to each.
Yes.
So one of the things when I saw this, and I saw that there was a similar addition to a work session that the council would do, I kind of thought that this perhaps would not be appropriate for the planning board, but something for us to do, because we would have quite a bit of information about our properties and about the ownership, and to some degree for those that applied, those landlords that applied for some of our ARPA monies to do some building rehabs, we would have an idea on what some of the limitations, what some of the improvement needs that they already have are. So I wasn't sure if your intent was to have it in both places, to discuss it as part of a council work session, as well as have the planning board do that legwork.
I think that I would like to have it as a part of the working session because of the less than granular look at Maple Avenue, because we're looking at a whole district or a whole street, a series of properties, and treating them the same, with the same zoning recommendations. And that's, I think that's wrong. I think that each one needs to be looked at separately. So that's why I believe it should be a part of a working session.
So I do want to correct the record that not all properties on Maple Avenue have the exact same zoning.
There's a pretty uniform 15 store, or.
Not all of them are, like some are 65 feet,
Yeah,
so
when they're
those
set back-
properties.
When they were set back.
But those properties that are right near on Maple Avenue near Lee, there's some differences along Maple Avenue, and I think it's on page, I believe, maybe 85. But not all of the properties have the exact same height along Maple Avenue.
I know those that are set back on Lee
But this
are
is not about height, this is not about the zoning, this is about the landlord needs, the cost of rehab. So what are their needs? does it cost for them to be rehabbed, and where would the money come from?
Well-
That's what this is asking for the planning board to do a property by property assessment of that.
Madam-
I just would,
Yep.
go ahead.
I was just, if it's helpful, I I would strongly suggest the planning board and planning staff would be wholly unequipped and would not be able to provide for you any sort of analysis of the rehabilitation needs or financing opportunities for individual properties. Certainly, as city staff, we can provide you some of that data, right, based on both our inspection data, citation data, rental, licensing data, our work with properties. But just to kind of, if it's helpful feedback, I don't think this is going to be something that is going to be able to be provided by planning staff as part of work session
I'll accept
topic.
that and drop this from this part.
Yes, and it's included as part,
It's not the exact same wording, but.
No, and if we need to
Tweak
make it
that.
a little clearer,
And
we can
there's-
put it under the, one of the council facilitated work sessions when we do our housing update.
And I think there's
I think
already
I
an
may-
amendment
that I
that I
did.
wrote that is similar in, when we get that far.
All right.
If-
Okay, so we're gonna
if we
drop
get
that
far.
one?
Drop.
And then, so we did skip the one earlier on protection, because we thought we were gonna do them all together.
Okay.
So maybe we need to go back to this one now.
Okay. Okay. So Councilmember Gibson, I guess we're going back to the identify trade-offs and consider alternatives to propose maximum development flexibility zoning.
Or do we want,
I'm-
do we want to talk about the public infrastructure, which is the next thing? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Which one, I was looking at this one, line 116.
Yep, okay, yep, we can go on to low
Can I call a
116.
question? Is it, are
Yep.
we ready for that on Amendment 11, maybe?
Tell us
I
which it
didn't
is.
number each
Which
one.
number?
The Amendment 11, the one about maximum flexibility zoning, and then we could move to number 14.
You're talking about page 4.
I was talking about, I'm happy to do either 14 or 11 and call the question.
I don't have a, no.
So
I'm
what?
sorry, I numbered them so that I could
Yeah, but
get
Yeah,
through
but
it.
we have numbers.
just say
Each
line.
amendment has a number. So it says the line
Oh,
and
okay,
who
oh, that's the
introduced it.
number. Okay, line 1, okay, so I was talking about line 100
Okay.
on page 4, because I thought we just moved back to that when I was trying to figure out where we were at.
Okay. Councilmember Small, because I know that you're having a medical issue, can we skip and tackle yours?
I'd love that. Even if you vote on it without me, that's fine with me. I don't care. You want to read it?
Yep, so it says,
Which one are we talking about now?
it's something that was handed in writing.
All right.
The Advances campus should be zoned CRT with an emphasis on social benefit to the community in a 0.2 mile radius. So one of the things, Councilmember Small, is that there are aspects of the campus that are zoned CRT. And Ira, just confirm, like, I read somewhere, which is deadly for me, that for like CRT and, is it CN? That there are those optional methods where they can kind of do that trade-off of additional benefits. But I just want to make sure that I'm correct in that.
I'm gonna, if it's okay with everyone, I'll let Roz get a hand on the ball here.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Roz Grigsby, Planning Manager. Yes, there are two categories in the CR family of zones that have optional method, and that is CR and CRT. The CRN is standard method only. It's designed to be somewhat lower density than the others, and it's a more straightforward process.
Correct. And so the Washington Advances campus, based on, I guess, Site 23, is CR.
Yes.
And the other properties that are aligned, like the Greenwood, those folks, are CRT.
The Greenwood is
I'm talking about across the street. I mean, like where the actual like church and all of that stuff is.
Yes, CRT.
CRT.
yes.
Yeah.
And that's all on page 93 in the plan itself for.
Agreed. And so my reason for this as a specific amendment is that I believe that if we are going to be consistent with our goals at increasing affordable housing and respecting the community that is already there, that we should take advantage of both the Tacoma Silver Spring overlay that implies this as a potential designation and the specificity associated with doing it as CRT, because then we would have to some degree some control over the height restrictions, and the nature of the planning itself would have to incorporate some material benefit to the immediate community. I put the 0.2 mile designation on there because that would incorporate most of the houses on along Flower farther down from the site. It would incorporate the houses that are, I guess that's south of Flower, across Carroll, and the radius would be such that it would actively require some energy toward amenities and public use and public space that would be a place where dialogue would be necessary while they were actually doing whatever the developers were going to do. And that way we would not be having any concerns about overly vertical buildings anywhere along that area, which is one of the things that people continually misstate about what it is that is happening with this zoning.
Could we read this again, because I'm confused.
So,
So essentially you want to make this, the big site CRT, not CR.
Mm-hmm. And then I want them
Because
to, I want them to do the social benefit requirements of their existing planning documents, consistent with the overlay that is for Tacoma Park and Silver Spring. Because in doing so, they would have to both incorporate a number of things about potential retail options, and also it would respect the need for the balance between density and the adjacent community, with a particular emphasis on the fact that there's currently nothing there.
So,
You can vote up or down, but that's my reason.
okay, so let's all take Councilmember Gibson.
yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry, I need to get this done. We have to get this done.
I just wanted to ask clarification, then, the part of your thinking, to go to CRT, right? It's now CR, aren't both CR and CRT both optional, require the optional?
They
Which
do both
means-
require the optional, but
Wait,
I think
let me
that.
just,
Okay.
so they both require these optional, which means they both require, for those optional benefits, public benefit, I mean, they require public benefits. So it sounds like the biggest difference is something that you're mentioning about the overlay.
Well, my argument is this, that there is a pre-existing document in the planning of Montgomery County that has an overlay that says that things should consider retail and other sorts of benefits. So that's one layer. The second layer is that if we made it CRT, then it requires the additional benefit triggers, like all the other CRs. The distinction would be that if we make it CRT, I guess, we would be limiting the overall height of anything over there that gets built to what I would think would be a reasonable level.
CR allows a greater height than CRT. Okay,
Yeah.
So- I just want to clarify, that's not entirely accurate, and actually a CR zone requires more public, the offering of more public benefits than a CRT zone requires.
Yes, but, yes, and then,
But-
go ahead.
And the heights within those zones can be set at whatever heights you'd like. There's not a minimum or maximum This is why we're, anyway.
Yes, and so
Roz, I'll say
my argument is that if we make it CRT and we know what the actual absolute height is, then everyone would have to work backwards from there or seek a variance. Or if they don't want to go all the way up to the aforementioned 6 or 8 stories, they can still go ahead and not do that. But I don't regard this as dividing the baby or any sort of Solomonic thing. I think that it is really easy to get mislabeled as someone who is not pro-develop or not pro-affordable housing or a reasonable development or density or any of those things because of the way that this is being conducted. But I do think that if we put the right designation down and we are consistent with the fact that we require people to do their actual jobs, then we can do all of this aforementioned wrangling at the appropriate times.
Okay, okay.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
If I could just add one point of clarification. I can't find it quickly enough, but I believe that the overlay zone is eliminated in the master plan. So if that changes how you're thinking of this, I just wanted to.
I think that all things considered, if we are losing that level of constraint, I would think that it would be all the more reason to require the additional mechanisms for benefit, because otherwise they could say whatever they wanted and go as high as they want or whatever. But like, if we tell them what we think is the upper limit of our constraints, that is reasonable for a council that says they want both, I would find that acceptable. And again, the additional reason being, I refuse to accept the fact that the only place that we're allowed to put a bunch of people is Ward 6.
Okay, Councilmember DeBala?
So I'm just trying to understand. So is the question whether to allow retail? Or is the question one of height? Or is the question one of benefits? Because I agree.
I think incorporates all of those things. And I think that that's the reason why it currently exists in the document. I think if we constrain the planning people to the requirements that they have on record, as opposed to articulating other requirements or specificities about work groups or anything, like, I feel very strongly that at some point we should have at least one thing on here that just looks like it recognizes what their processes are and how we would like to constrain their processes by our knowledge of them.
So if the CR allows more benefits, that's what Ira just said.
The problem with the CR is that the height restrictions are different.
No, so I'll just point out, if you look within the plan itself, again, there's a range of heights densities, all of that can be established for all of these C zones. So if you even look in the proposed land use within the public hearing draft, there's a CRT zone with a height of 150, and the CR zone is proposed with a height of 120. So, again, you can make whatever proposals you like. I think that the height versus the CR/CRT zones are maybe two separate pieces in my mind, but can be certainly part of the same recommendation.
I do want you guys to just go ahead and vote, but when you're talking about the T, it does add some other articulated things like employment housing or workforce housing units. And then if you go back through the actual code and look at what the designations and the height limits are, I'm just more comfortable knowing that the CRT has very specific things in it as opposed to the flexibilities that are associated with the other ones. I think it is properly constraining. I think it incorporates a lot of people's concerns, and I think it does articulate the fact that we aren't anti-housing, but we're anti-killing whole neighborhoods. And hopefully we're anti just putting all the people who are in tall buildings and don't have any place to do anything in Ward 6.
Okay, so I just want to bring everyone's attention to the fact that it is 11:39.
And, yep, I know. And so, and we need to move towards a vote. And so I'm imploring people we cannot keep discussing every single amendment.
Well, if an amendment's just been proposed.
So
that's-
there's an amendment that's just been proposed, and we need to vote on it. So Councilmember Small has made an amendment that says the Advantage campus shall be zoned CRT with an emphasis on social benefit of the community in a 0.2 mile radius.
This is a case, I'm sorry, is it my turn?
Yes, Councilmember DeBoll, it's your turn.
I would, this is one case because this is the first that I'm thinking about it, my bad. But this is a case where I think it would make sense to ask them to look at whether the goals we've laid out are better achieved with CRT, rather than saying we know that it should be CRT, because I sure don't know it should be CRT, but I appreciate the question. So if it was rephrased as they should look at it, they should compare the two based on the social and public amenities that we're looking for, I would be happy with that. Did that make any sense to anybody?
So currently for the Washington Advantage site, we have how do the development requirements, including setbacks, building heights, step downs, lot coverage, and density of the newly proposed zoning of the Washington Advantage site impact neighboring single-family housing. So are we? So they're required to look at it. So, but and there are aspects of the site that are CRT, and there are aspects that are CR.
The reason why I am holding to my guns about making the whole thing CRT is related to their intent statements and definitions that are in their code. So I'm just going to read the distinction between the two as they have it. A CRT zone is intended for small downtown, mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented centers and edges of larger, more intense downtowns. Retail tenant ground floor footprints are limited to preserve the town center scale. Transit options may include light rail, metro, and bus. Commercial residential, which is CR is, the CR zone is intended for larger downtown, mixed-use, and pedestrian-oriented areas in close proximity to transit options, such as metro, light rail, and bus. Tenant gross floor area is not restricted. So to me, if you were trying to balance the equities of our concerns, it would be CRT.
Yeah.
Up or down, I don't care.
May I ask, were you going to propose a height limit on this? You had mentioned height, but I didn't know that was a part of your proposal.
Only insofar as it is a specific part of the definition to limit it to, I believe, 8 stories. Ira, like whatever they have, 80 feet or however they have it worked out.
Again, there's no distinction for
The height.
maximum height within a CRT
Yeah,
or
but
something
it
like
goes
that.
from, according to their documents, it goes from 35 feet to 150 feet for what they suppose for the heights.
Sure, 150 feet is far more than 8 stories, though, just to be clear.
What are we dealing with 8 stories officially? If we're talking about 10 feet a story, 15
Sure.
feet, we're talking about 15 stories. All right, and so you're talking about CR, which is 35 to 300 stories, or 300 feet.
Sure, though, again, the current proposal here is 120-foot maximum.
Yes, so if we make it CRT and we make it 120 as a maximum, then we're both taking into consideration the fact that Cara and the people in her ward have concerns about their landscapes and visual lines and cues, at the same time as we're admitting that we are a city that is committed to affordable housing. So up or down, that's my argument.
Okay, does someone want to move Councilmember?
I'm sorry, I
Small's?
have to ask a question, may I? I just, have our planning staff, so we know what we're voting, so since this is such a big deal, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do we get a lot fewer public benefits potentially by making this recommendation to go from CRT, from CR to CRT? Do we have any sense of the quantity of public benefit that we're talking about for the same number of like a 12-story building, let's say?
Sure, I would say this is a question that would probably require some follow-up from our county partners. My understanding of the code is that, yes, the minimum amount of public benefit scoring for sorry, I'm losing myself. The minimum amount of public benefit scoring in an optional method development for a CR zone is higher than that for a CRT zone. Again, I'm not the expert. We would need to clarify that. I'm not like fully prepared to do that right now.
So it's 11:45. We have said that there will be an amendment where we can provide additional comments by the deadline. If this is something that needs to be tabled for right now until additional people feel better or have additional information, we can table it and submit it as part of a technical comment that goes forward after the fact.
I'll accept that.
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. Feel
I'll
better.
accept that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on to, all right.
Are we on page 5 at the bottom with line 116?
Yes, that's where we are.
And that's mine. So this was to changing the name of the topic from public space to public infrastructure, impact, space, and amenities. It's not ideal, but so I have, again, the primary thing here, and we can probably ignore the context because I don't think there's much interest here for the context. The ask is identify the potential impacts of proposed amendments on public infrastructure and services and consider possible mitigating strategies. That is with that's what I'm asking, that be a part, again, expanding the topic with that ask.
So, very quickly, infrastructure is already in there.
Maybe it got added.
Yes,
Okay.
so you don't need that. Impacts is not. But how is identify the potential impacts, et cetera, different from what is the impact on the proposed, how is that different from the very first bullet here?
What is the impact of the density proposed in the plan on access to public space, recreation? Okay, since we've added this other road, public utilities, then that does get to the infrastructure thing.
Right.
The only other thing that's missing is consider possible mitigating strategies.
Okay, can we add it?
Can we add?
How does the MPA ensure adequate services will be available with proposed increased population growth? And what mitigating strategies can be considered?
Yeah.
All right.
What line is that?
Old line 120. First bullet under top public space infrastructure, et cetera. So go down a little bit more, right, 127.
Okay.
So at the end of that, comma.
Yeah.
Comma, and what mitigating strategies can be considered. How's that?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that works. And we had impacts. We don't need that.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't need that. Okay.
And how, I'm sorry, I missed that piece. And
what-
possible.
And what mitigating strategies, what possible mitigating strategies can be considered?
Yep.
Okay. And
Is that friendly, or do we vote on this?
so are there any concerns about adding and what mitigating strategies can be considered? No? Okay. All right, we're moving on to the next one.
What is the next one?
Councilmember Gibson, there is an amendment with a specific reference to the plan's potential impact on property taxes and costs within the city and on city's fiscal health.
Yep, I
Should be
definitely,
included.
yep. Again, I'm trying to figure out where I had that.
So
At one-
originally.
I believe
that
you
was-
had it as the second bullet in this topic. if
Under
that's
public
helpful.
space.
Correct.
Okay, yes. Specific reference.
So my question would
That's not-
again be, can we add it to the first bullet?
Yeah.
Property, fiscal health would include property taxes.
Again, I don't like questions here, so
Sure, but this whole thing is,
it's a mixed bag.
Can I also note that there are other sections in the documents? I'm just trying to get back to where we talked
This
about.
is, if we're talking about public space and the impact,
no,
public space.
the
this
first bullet is about density.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking where this was intended to go, 117, public space, infrastructure, and amenities. If it belongs, I mean, this.
So we have
Oh,
under the promoting a diversity of housing in the plan area, what funding and regulatory recommendations can the MMPA make to ensure stakeholders, the city, the county, incentivize and finance? So if there is a follow-up on that, because if this is about the impact of, is this about the impact of how, like, upzoning on the city's coffers?
Yeah.
So then would this
Yeah,
fall
yeah.
under there?
Yep. I'm sorry, I lost again what line we're talking about now. It was aimed at 117, but now where are you talking about?
So now I'm talking about whether it should be 113, where we're talking about finance. And so are you proposing it's a separate, because my numbers have moved, but.
Yeah.
Because this looks like it was a separate, like a separate line.
It was supposed to be a separate edition.
A separate bullet, yeah.
Public space infrastructure, et cetera.
Okay, so is this something that is appropriate for public space, or is it different? Is it,
I'm trying,
Public space and infrastructure, yeah, is where it goes.
okay.
yes.
So it's public space and infrastructure is where it should go?
Yes, because that's where the impact is felt, right? And that's where their costs, are cost and taxes related.
Okay.
And if it's helpful, it should just say include specific reference rather than should be included. It's a little bit, it doesn't matter. Just changing my language.
So the county would not be doing an assessment of the impact of our property taxes, right?
Well, we want to know what the impact is on our property taxes.
Well, that's something that the city would have to do on the back end. From what we were told, and Ira, definitely correct me if I'm wrong, once everything is all said and done, there's a table in the back that kind of says who's responsible for what. The costs, and once all of that shakes out, the cost associated with those different things and whether or not we choose to do them or fund them would be something that we would have to have a conversation about as a council, and then we would determine the impact that something implementation.
I guess I'm just afraid of our getting the next version of this plan without that information.
Sure. So I'm not quite sure if this answers the request of this amendment. So, but I'll just speak to what I know, which is that I can guarantee you that the final version of the plan, because all master plans include what's basically we use the term capital improvement a lot, but a capital improvement list of recommended implementations and the responsible stakeholder for said implementation. Right. So I can guarantee you that both this draft, the next draft, and whatever the final iteration of the plan has will include that table. as a portion of it,
it-
and
it-
identify the
it-
responsible stakeholder for each.
But it doesn't say what the cost, or what that amount is. It just says, I mean, I looked at it. I mean,
Yeah, correct. Again, this is a 20-year plan. I don't know if they would ever be
Right.
putting estimates on numbers for certain things, because those things are going to change a lot based on when they're implemented.
anyhow, let's vote it up or down. I want it, I guess.
I was just going to say, they do put estimates on it, but it happens later in the process. I think at the county council level, they actually price out what they
So
think
later,
those
before,
things.
after our vote. So that's my problem, I guess.
Well, it's after our vote because we have to tell them explicitly what we're okay with having in the plan. And then they come back and say, this is how much is going, this is how much is going to cost, and here's the people that here's who's responsible for what. And then we, as a city, make a decision about whether or not we want to move forward and how we move forward. There shouldn't be this assumption that it's going to impact property taxes, because we could get grants. We could do all kinds of things to fund some of the
Well,
things that actually cost money.
It's also a positive impacts. I mean, it's both ways. I mean, there's more residents means more taxes. So it's both ways. I'm not looking at just all the costs here. I mean, I don't feel really comfortable with leaving that to later. But I guess I'll just let it go for a vote.
Okay. All right, so we're voting on adding a amendment, specific reference to plans' potential impact on property taxes and costs within the city on the city's financial health should be included. All those in favor of adding that to line 117? Okay, oppose? All right, so that one doesn't move.
I would like to talk about reworking this for the next setup.
Yeah.
The next one, what is the impact of the density proposed in the plan on access and provision of public space infrastructure? That should have been a friendly amendment. Let me just make sure that was,
Yeah, that seems straightforward.
okay, hold on, let me make sure.
You need to go up and add that.
Do I? Thanks.
It's right there.
Yeah. Let me see, on the access to and provision of public space, infrastructure. Okay. Now we're back to the trade-offs.
Do you want, and when do you want to back up to the protection? To the,
We can talk about both of them now, because both of them are, what are the trade-offs expected from the proposed zoning proposals?
there you go. So you've got,
Councilmember Gibson, can you use your mic?
Talking to myself right now. I'm,
No worries.
line, I'm seeing what are we fitting. We're in this public space infrastructure and amenities, which again, and so I'm asking that there be this additional bullet with actually a question: what trade-offs are expected from the proposed trend, and what alternative zoning was considered, and explain possible impacts of the proposed zoning allowance of 100% commercial FAR. You know, the buckets that we have, or the groupings that we have here isn't ideal, but this is where I think it fits best under public space infrastructure and amenities, so. Basically, it's asking us, what other things were considered, and what is the impact? I mean, this bothers me that we have, that there's, I mean, we want to have a little bit of retail, and yet we're allowing 100% commercial.
In any given property, not in the
Yeah,
whole area.
yeah, well, right, any given property.
Is there a specific district that you are concerned about
I
that
guess
happening?
primarily
primarily the Maple, but I think that it, I'm less concerned, I'm not concerned about the hospital, for example. I mean, I think that we do want to, but even there, we're not going to have, why would there be 100% commercial? Anyhow, I think it really, I think it was an overreach on the part of the county to offer this. If we could very well have put the R as, 1 rather than 2.5, as an example, where it's CRN 2.5, CRR 2.5, and C 2.5. That means that we could do 100% commercial in these things.
So is the concern, and I'm asking these questions because I'm really trying to get to the root of what it is you're trying to say. So is the concern that instead of, that there's a trade-off between commercial and residential?
Right.
Okay, so that means that this is about promoting diversity of housing in the plan area, right? Because the concern is that, and maybe we can
It's not housing, though. I mean,
but that's the point.
Yeah.
The point is the way that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like what you're trying to say is because of the possibility to develop a 100% commercial property, the trade-off is housing availability at that parcel. And the concern is whether or not they've considered that. And
you're right on track there. So I actually could say, rather than, I think that could be clearer here and reduce the commercial FAR on, in the plan, but I'll leave it this way. I mean, I'm just, again, questioning my own language here, but you're right that it does belong into the housing.
Okay, and so.
Where are we backing up to that other one?
Yep, because I think they're both, truthfully, I think they can both be addressed in a similar vein.
Going back to page 4, line 100. Protecting housing in the plan area, identify trade-offs and consider alternatives to the proposed maximum development flexibility zone.
Yeah, so I think they're the same, and I think you could put.
Yeah, I would agree that could go there.
There's this last bullet, where appropriate, the Maple Avenue District, the MMPA should encourage innovative infill development opportunities on underutilized portions of parcels that do not adversely impact affordable housing units.
Right.
A bullet right after that.
112.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then it could be, additionally, what trade-offs may exist with the possible allowance of 100% commercial, and I think I could say 100% commercial AFR. What trade-offs, let me just write it while I'm talking about.
Or what I say there, explain possible impacts of the proposed zoning allowance.
Let me just write it. Additionally.
I mean, you don't like whatever.
Or something like consider alternatives to the proposed 100% commercial FAR across the Maple Avenue district
Of allowing.
Trade-offs
to promote residential development.
Of zoning allowance.
No, I'm just proposing something simpler.
say it again.
Consider alternate, in the Maple Avenue district, consider alternatives to the proposed 100% commercial FAR to promote greater residential development.
On residential, I mean, I like.
That sounds better.
Let me repeat that.
Yep.
In the Maple Avenue district, consider alternatives.
Well, you don't need that.
You don't
because
need
it
that.
says
Okay.
Consider alternatives.
Okay, then I'm not sure where to take that sentence.
Nope,
I need a verb.
Just keep saying what you're saying.
Okay, consider alternatives to the proposed 100% commercial FAR in order, or to promote greater residential
residential density?
FAR?
Right.
I don't know, or somebody may have a better word there. Density, or greater to.
Housing.
Alternatives to proposed 100% FAR.
To promote greater residential housing,
To,
or resident.
hold on, there's a simpler way to say that. Let me think what it is. To,
Just to promote
yeah, to
housing.
promote,
So what about the trade-offs? Are you okay with not having that mentioned?
to promote residential, yeah. to
I,
promote
I'd like
housing
to have that in
development.
there.
Yeah,
I
I
mean, if
do
we
too.
could separate it out, I mean,
Yeah, that's good, that's good. I
Given
like
the
what you- I like
trade-offs,
where
comma.
the mayor is going.
Yeah, that's good. To promote more
actually, I
housing.
mean, you're right. I can just, we can cut the first half, and just go with the,
Yeah, yeah.
proposal
Yeah, that's good.
to
That's a good-
to explain, I mean, to consider the alternatives to 100%. I could, I mean, it's still a little wishy-washy.
Okay, so you're gonna, no trade-offs, just consider alternatives? You're okay with that?
Yeah, I think I am, but
Okay.
I don't want to say consider I want consider is still wishy-washy.
Yeah, but it's already after midnight.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
All right, so what's on the
table?
table right now is the language, given the trade-offs between commercial and housing development, consider alternatives to the proposed 100% commercial FAR to promote increased housing creation.
That's
And
good.
Ira, you tell me whether or not that makes absolutely no sense, because it is midnight. Okay, awesome. All right.
Sounded great.
Okay.
Awesome. All those in favor? All right, I'm okay with it. All right. Okay, there's this language, so Councilmember Gibson, provide additional documentation and background information on the climate assessment as well as assess. That is something that's already included in the document.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yep.
Then take it out.
Okay.
I mean, it may,
If.
I'm not sure where it was, where I missed
You're
it.
gonna look in the last page where there's a list of things that we want them to explain.
That were added that I
That are
didn't know
not-
of.
that-
Okay.
No, that was there.
That's been there for a while. Okay,
Oh, wow.
moving right along.
All right, the next one is Councilmember Honzak. In the Flower Avenue District, the plan should recommend designation of green undeveloped hill on the WA campus at the corner of Maplewood and Maple as dedicated recreational space to remain undeveloped.
If someone wants to help me simplify, I think it speaks for itself. This is Hospital Hill.
Yeah.
It's been one of the biggest asks from everyone across the area from the beginning, and I don't know why it's not in the plan somehow. But the planning staff said when we went on the site visit, put it in.
Okay, so can we just add?
Yeah.
Yep, can we just add it to this bullet? The MMPA should include more specific recommendations around activation and creation of usable green space, including activation of green space neighboring Essex House, Hospital Hill, i.e. Maplewood and Maple, and identification of
Yes.
additional opportunities.
Maplewood and Maple.
I don't know what the name of it is. I'm sorry, I'm just
Except-
trying to write
Wait, hold
now.
on, you're putting it after activation. We want to leave it open around the activation and creation. Hold on, innovation. Where's the part around the-
Could you show me where it is?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
The, hold on, I'll figure it out.
There's Maplewood. It must be here. This
It
right?
is,
I thought it was.
retaining,
Is it here
retaining
or here?
Hospital Hill,
Because we came across the
Heidi,
bridge. Yeah, I think it's this here. It's right
green
here.
space.
There's a house on it.
Maple,
It's empty. I mean, that's the
Wood
hill.
Ave,
Oh, behind all the
and
houses.
Maple.
Yeah, behind the hill.
So, can I just ask, is this private property now?
That is private property, which is why I had put it separate, but, and again, I would have never even dreamed to put it in there. I thought they hadn't put it in because it was on private property. But when we did the site visit, they said we should just put it in there.
So is it owned by the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, so then we wouldn't,
Put
okay.
it here,
yep,
you would want to
nope.
put it somewhere else.
Could I suggest maybe it belongs, since it is part of hospital property, in a similar way to one of
To
the
the
recommendations you're
one half.
making is about the open half acre or whatever,
I would
that you
agree.
maybe included up there.
That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
It doesn't matter that it's actually not shown on the map?
It does, it's
The
not,
boundary,
is
the
it not
blue-
in the plan area?
Because isn't it right, isn't it this corner here at,
You know, it's a really bad map.
oh.
It's an absolutely horrendous map. They just stopped showing the park. Sorry, my mic's not on. The map is so terrible that you can't see the park coming through the hospital area, so you can't actually tell, but it's covered by the blue there.
Oh, it is on the blue
It's
side.
in the blue,
Okay.
yeah, it's in the blue.
Yeah, so if we put it with the other one, wherever it went, the half acre. While you're typing, can we do that?
Within the green space requirements of Washington Advanced Development, the MMA should increase the recommended half-acre primary central open space with the recommended obstructed opening on Flower Avenue, as well as retain retain the green space.
It doesn't go right in the middle of the sentence there. Maybe you want to put the MMPA should retain the Green Hospital Hill, comma, and then the rest of that. I would just put it as its own separate clause at the beginning, because if you stick it in the middle there, it doesn't make sense anymore. The MMPA should go up to line 92.
So is this last piece about, this whole section is about the green space?
That's all about the
central-
commons. Yeah, so the MMPA should, I think, if you put it right there after the MMPA should, if you cut and paste right there and say paste. And just take out that as well as, yeah. And, yeah.
All right, so all those in favor of adding this amendment of the MMPA should, 1, retain the green space at Hospital Hill, and 2, increase the recommended blah, blah, well, we don't have to do all of that. All those in favor of that? All right. Okay.
So this next one is a new topic, which I don't know where it belongs, but I just, because it wasn't covered. I guess I assumed that we were going to have an equity topic, and I was hoping that that's where it would.
So this one, what is it that we're asking for here? Is it making sure that residents are informed or engaged? Because that was something that was originally called out. Is it about ensuring equity?
Yeah,
Because
it's about ensuring equity, but it doesn't say that as an ask. As it was written here, it's a context thing, so it's not an ask. So I could change that to an ask, but I'm not sure where it would go.
I would, may I?
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So in the section on be it further resolved, line 139 on, where we're asking the planning board to address specific things in the plan. Never mind a work session, just have to cover this in the plan. There's additional on the race equity impacts and additional on resident engagement, so I feel like this is covered. Or maybe not,
Yeah.
but that's the way I read it.
Yeah, I think that this is covered, either through engagement or through race
Well,
equity.
yeah, because we had, as our 7 points.
Yep.
We had one, and I thought that this would go there, but we didn't create a separate
Well,
work
that's
session
actually-
on that,
No.
on that point about engagement, et cetera, right?
No, we didn't, but it is in here, those 7 points.
Yeah, the 7
very
points
first-
are. but
The
no-
7 points are there, but in terms of additional discussions around engagement in the process. We just explicitly told the planning staff during the prior resolution that they should continue to engage residents along the process, and we're reinforcing that in this resolution. And then when it comes to race equity, we're also calling out the need for race equity, but there are things that are going to be forthcoming, like our work session that we're going to have on the mapping segregation project, which was also noted as part of the minor master plan, is also a important step. So I think that we're covered here.
Can I also add, and Ross, please correct me if you have a different understanding than I do, but I would venture to guess that even though you've broken up this resolution between the work session topics and then kind of the additional information topics and those two different be it further resolved clauses, I would venture to guess that the way all of those are going to be addressed is through work sessions, that there'll be questions or points that need to be addressed in that public session. And so I think if it's addressed as long as it's addressed in one of those two places, I think you can feel pretty confident that it will be addressed.
I don't think it's forcefully addressed. This background, I wish was in here because it's a fact that helps us understand why we need to look at a better engagement.
Okay, but it's 12. If you want to pull it, let's pull it. All right, let's get to the next one. All right, Councilmember DeBala.
So there are two work sessions proposed, and this language does appear in the work session on, two work sessions proposed on housing. And this language does appear in the work session in the first of the housing work sessions on getting diversity of housing. I thought it was worth repeating, and it is almost literally repeating, in the section on housing, on retaining housing, because I actually thought it was more important in that section. However, if people feel that it's fine to have it in the other place and have it refer to preserving housing, existing housing, then I can withdraw it. But that's why I did it, because I thought it was more important. I'm repeating myself. I thought it was more important in preserving as opposed to in
Yeah, I agree with you.
in the diversity, creating diversity of housing. So you would want to look online.
You had 129, 130 there.
Yeah, it's
Bullet number 2.
second bullet on, so
Under
look around
diversity.
maybe 110.
It is almost the same line for line.
It is.
Yep. I know. Yeah, I know where it is. Incentivize.
And I think they're both. I think they are both important points that we need to consider the money piece, and it can't just be the city. I get that. I just wanted to make sure that everyone was comfortable with only saying it in one place.
I'm okay with, and again, I know Councilmember Small stepped out, but I agree with him. You can get to a point where the document becomes unwieldy and just really difficult to really understand where our priorities lie. I think if we mention it in one place, it's going to be incorporated into a work session, that the topic will be discussed, and I don't think that we need to repeat that language over and over again in other places.
If you would like to have it, Cindy, I would support it.
Well,
I think
we haven't heard from Shana and Kara.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Move it, or leave it, or repeat it. Those are the choices.
Moving it, actually.
Because you had it in the first session.
And the
for a
housing
reason.
creation.
For a reason, yeah. So I take it back about the move it. I'm okay with withdraw it if pending Kara and Shayna's. Because I get it. Continuing to repeat things isn't useful.
long in each work session.
I think we table it and probably just move on right now, because I think that what we're trying to solve for here is really giving assurances also to the public, for good reason, that we're very, very focused on no net loss of affordable housing, non-displacement issues, and making sure that we have the right mechanisms documented. So if we get to that with some of the subsequent resolutions, I think we might not need it.
Well, and
Maybe.
Yeah,
But
and I
I
was
see what you
wondering-
mean, though. I mean, it feels redundant. Shayna? Councilmember Fulcher,
All
sorry.
right, so let's, I'm hearing we're going to table it because it is 12:20. And we still have 1, 2, 3,
We're working on
4,
it. We're working on
5
it.
more pages. All right. Okay, so we're going to table that for right now. Councilmember Hanzak.
I'm noticing similarities between the ones on the next page, the next two, and I'm looking to see if this one overlaps with this too.
Yeah, so the shortest version, there are three of the, may I?
Please.
There are three of these that relate to protecting
Yeah.
current residents, current renters. So Councilmember Hanzak has two that go into more detail, mine being the shortest. Let's talk about that one first.
Yeah, agreed.
So that would be, all of these are in the section on protecting existing rental housing. And so the question was posed, how do these various policies advance the affordable housing goals, including no net loss? And I suggest adding, the plan should be more explicit about how the goal of no net loss of affordable housing and how the city housing goals, and originally I had them repeated again, but for brevity I left them out. But we, protecting renters and preserving and quality housing are two of our three goals. So how our city housing goals will be met in this plan. So that is the briefest way to say it. And then I think these other two, Councilmember Hanzak can go into detail, are more in depth on the same topic.
I agree. The only thing I want to point out to folks, and I'm trying to just quickly pull it together, would be to pull the language from page 7, the amendment line 131, 133. The reason that I added after no net loss, and I'm sorry, I'll read what it says here so I don't confuse people. It says, what types of additional policies or changes could be required to ensure no net loss of affordable housing? And here I want to draw your attention to the second half of this sentence, that also ensures existing renters can return to units with rental rates that are consistent at the time of redevelopment. I know that's a mouthful, but this is, if you will recall, for example, I think that we had a speaker today that was talking about the same concept. I discussed this at length with some affordable housing experts, and I think this kind of gets to the heart of one feature of no net loss of affordable housing that is of great concern to a lot of our residents who are
Yep.
talking about this
Councilmember
issue.
Hanzak, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I am trying to move us along.
Yeah.
How is that point different from what protection mechanisms are in place to prevent displacement of current renters, and are additional protections needed in the plan?
I'm sorry, where are you reading
So
from?
I'm reading
sorry.
from the
from
bullet-
the
right,
beginning
from
of
the
that one.
Yes. So your point about from my read of this, ensures that existing renters can return to units. That's preventing displacement.
It's more explicit. It's more explicit because it could be interpreted in different ways. I think that's all. And so if no one else feels that there's that kind of call for that kind of clarity, we don't have to do that. It's helping to define what we mean by that. And in ways that, could be interpreted in different ways, I think, displacement. And I favor going with the DeBala amendment as the primary starting place, and we can go ahead and axe out my amendment line 134 to 137 because we get to it with the one she's proposed. I hadn't seen that one. Is there anybody that thinks that the second half of my line 131 to 133 has relevance? If not, we can move on.
Okay.
Signal? No? Is that a no? Okay. Okay, then I say I call the question on Councilmember DeBala's 134 to 137. And I
Right.
rescind my 131 to 133.
Excellent. I got it. Mm-hmm.
So, oh, sorry.
Yep.
Vote. Did we vote?
I voted.
Okay, I'm voting. Okay.
I'm good. All right. And we will clean this up.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. All right. So. All right. So, the next is the environmental impacts. And identify the potential impacts of proposed amendments on the environment and consider possible mitigating strategies. I feel like we did, and I also, one of the things that I wanted to make sure of, because we are asking explicitly for more information.
What she's saying is go to this section, go to 145 or 6.
Yeah, so it should be in, yeah, so it was here. Provide additional documentation and background information on the climate assessment, as well as assess the potential impacts of the MMPA on the environment and consider possible mitigating strategies. So this was included as part of the section that was not necessarily about a work session, because they've apparently done some assessments. So it's a little bit more of give us what you've done.
I wanted to have it as a work session, but according to Ira, maybe they'll treat them all the same. Is that?
Yeah, again, I think they will take all your comments here. They will also take all the public comments, and they'll try and group those, right? So, one option you have is to request an explicit work session just about the environment. But the other thing that is likely going to happen here is that you've made several comments here about the environment. I'm sure they'll get more public comments about the environment. So that might either become its own work session as well, or it might just be a large part of one of these work sessions, right? Or another one.
I'm okay. I'm sure here we don't have to have it separate.
Up, keep your mic.
Sorry, if these points that are in this second non-work session are treated roughly the same as a work session, that I'm okay to pull what I have.
Okay, perfect.
I mean, there might be some language, but not gonna spend any more time tonight.
Again,
Maybe there's some things that we.
technical.
Yep, we can provide some technical, right, and that's another amendment that we'll need to get to, where we can provide additional technical, to edits.
Close, I just looked close.
Yep. So, so I think that we are close. So I think, let me just make sure that hold on one second, that the be it further resolved clause.
That looks like a friendly amendment to me.
Really quick question. I think one of the reasons I didn't flag it as a friendly amendment is I wasn't sure about process. So prior to the advancement of the revised MMPA to the City Council and the Montgomery County Council, so does the planning board, I think is that part of the process where we are issued a draft for response? And then it goes to Montgomery County?
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat?
Yeah, sure, no worries.
Wake up.
No, it's okay. We said that the city council wants the Montgomery County Planning Board to address the following in the planning board draft of the MMPA directly or prior to the advancement of the revised MMPA to the city council and the Montgomery County Council.
Right. Roz, do you mind coming up here real quick? I'm sorry.
Because I was getting lost with all of the city councils. You know, I don't like to use those kind of things multiple times in a sentence. It just makes it hard. But I also wasn't sure about the fact that we're saying that we want them to either make the change, address it directly in the plan, or prior to the advancement of the plan.
Yeah, I actually think I would recommend you include this city council language in here, personally. Roz, do you have a different opinion?
Is the question, does you want to see it in the plan before it comes back to the city council?
The general theory, what I wanted, and I think Councilmember Gibson is where we're just kind of, he added a couple words, but the overall goal is to say, for all these things that we want you to do, we're trying to be a little bit more explicit to say, give us this information so we can make decisions about what ultimately is there, or make a change. What we're looking for is for them to do it and give it to us before they send something off to the county.
Yes, so after the work sessions, the planning board will turn to the planning staff and say, change this, incorporate that, respond to this. And that's when, before the planning board votes, the city council has another opportunity to vote on it.
Okay.
An opportunity,
same will be
they will ask us. They will ask us to support it or to vote on it.
It's a part of the process. I don't think there's an official invitation, but part of the process is the city council has that opportunity. And then the same thing is repeated, basically at the count.
So that makes sense. So I think this language would be fine.
So this is friendly?
Yep. All right. We could skip this one. It was about the carrying capacity of the roads. We took care of that.
Because that was going to be,
That was a part of the multimodal.
it was a part of the what?
The multimodal.
Yes. Yes, although was that multimodal just flower?
No, we changed it to be the plan area.
Okay, good, okay.
So address the additional city list of edits and corrections. Yes, that's right.
Okay.
That's added?
Can I
Yep.
have my moment?
You can.
So I propose that we add, because of all the conversations we've had tonight that need to continue a little bit, address an additional city list. This is in the list of things we want them to do. Address an additional city list of edits and corrections to the text of the plan. So I want to double check with staff to make sure that I phrased that correctly, because there was a question out to the county staff, county planning staff, about how they wanted to handle technical corrections and edits.
The
Is this
short
how-
answer from the county planning staff is
Yes.
that we can just send them technical edits or typographical problems or things like that.
So we're gonna say that we're making an additional list. It's a city list. It's not necessarily a city council approved list, but it's the lists that we've all been keeping about what we don't, on page 67, they leave out the fact that we did a process on street naming. That kind of stuff. Plus, we may have some things to come back. We may have some things for second council.
Yeah, that's what I wanted, is this, I'm sorry, this is more, in my mind, yeah, there's some technical,
Right.
correct, there's some substantive things that we.
Well, that's
that
why
we-
I want to see how we phrase
talk-
this.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if this
You wanna come
includes
into a
both
second?
the technical as well as
I don't
some
wanna come into a second
substantive
resolution.
edits.
No, so let's leave it as is.
Yeah, leave it the way it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna say, let's have the language that we have, and then it gives us the flexibility. So
Okay.
address an additional city list of edits and corrections to the text of the plan. From what, some of the things that are on your list are on my list,
Right,
and
right.
they're technical enough that they would count.
But Councilmember DeBala, so is that be it further resolve, or is it under the?
Well, I had it under, if you want to make it a separate resolved, I'm good with that, but I just added it to the list of things we wanted them to do.
Oh, okay, okay.
You know, give us more information on this and demonstrate that and make sure you include all the city.
Can I make one?
City policies be aligned with that, you know, and address these comments.
Can I say address, forthcoming additional?
Forthcoming's good, yes, I was wondering how to put the time frame in there.
A forthcoming additional list of city edits and corrections to the text of the
Excuse me.
PA. Okay. So are there any concerns with us adding that language? Okay.
Everybody thumbs up, okay.
All right. So Councilmember Gibson, you have identify city and county complementary non-zoning policies, tools, and funding to advance and safeguard city values and priorities.
That sounds a lot like identify, go ahead.
No, go ahead. If there's something that's closer to that, I may not have.
So if by
captured.
this you mean,
I mean, in other words, we're more than zoning, you know, we're looking for all the other things that we can do to advance these, you know, we've talked about aligning and with what
right,
our city wants to do, and what our city wants to do vis-a-vis the minor master plan. Well, then we want more than zoning tools.
Well, we have this language here where we're saying work with the city to demonstrate alignment, which would basically ensure that the plan aligns with a lot of the guiding documents that we already have and those guiding principles.
That's not quite, I mean, that's good. I'd like to add to that, then this should go underneath that.
well, what additional,
Well,
what's the additional piece here? I'm just asking.
Yeah, I mean, but it's more than just say, well, this connects with that. That alignment just means that you match them up, but we don't
Okay, so-
identify what the financial tool or what the, or the funding tool is that, that would further our values and priorities.
So, I'm open to
This just-
stronger word than demonstrate alignment.
Demonstrate
But that
alignment.
is about existing things we already have in place. If you're talking about
I'm saying,
suggesting that they suggest new things we do,
oh, well,
is that what you meant? Because that's some of that is covered where it says, what are all the tools, incentives, financing mechanisms,
we
et
have
cetera.
that in there, we have it. So let's just work with maybe beefing up the alignment language. Which
Okay.
line is that? And I'd be happy to pull mine if we can just kind of beef up what because we don't, just saying that it's aligned.
Do I already have?
We want to identify and hold up or highlight.
Existing tools.
Yeah, and I wonder if we want to use existing or maybe some non-existing tools. I mean, there's some tools that we haven't thought about. So,
Well, you're gonna have to
But
put
I
this
think it's
on.
important for us to keep in mind the role of the planning board.
it's not to help us.
It is not to help us.
Yeah, okay, I
So
hear you.
if there are aspects of, the purpose of this language is to ensure that they are working with our staff to not just align, but to demonstrate. That means show visibly in the MMPA that our priorities and our strategic documents are in alignment with what they are proposing. So that it's not just saying that they align, but it's actually demonstrating that. If there are aspects of what we need to do as a council to figure out what are some of the longer term impacts and how we may want to modify some of these policies as a direct reflection of what ultimately results from the MMPA, that would be on us.
Yeah, I agree. And
I put city and county, so there are things that we want to make sure that we identify and demonstrate what the county can do, and they can tell us some of their tools that they have available, non-zoning.
But what
right?
specific non-zoning values and priorities are you talking about?
I'm talking about the,
Because we talk about housing, we talk about the environment.
Right.
We talk about race equity.
Yeah, I'm talking about all of those things. Yeah.
Already in
And-
here,
and
but they're
environment.
already in here.
Yeah, the values are, but not the demonstrated linkages or mechanisms that, I'm sort of losing it here. Mechanisms to help this plan work. The mechanisms that the county has, that with as well as what we have already in our strategic plans and other kinds of things like that.
But we mentioned those already. So
Okay,
if
maybe-
the goal is housing, we ask about.
This is just sort of a general catch-all, maybe, that,
So the question is, what is missing?
What is missing?
From what we already have?
okay, now I have to look at it.
Yeah, because I mean, we already include, we ask about what regulatory,
Yep.
what financial, what policies, we ask about those already throughout the work
So, for example, if we
sessions.
have our rent stabilization and the county has sort of moves into a rent stabilization, is that something that we've already addressed?
Mm-hmm, it's already in here, so
Okay.
we
All right,
can.
let's pull it.
Yep. All right. Another one, identify policies and collaboration between governments, nonprofits, landowners that created and will be needed to sustain the Maple
Yeah.
Avenue corridor of affordable housing and prevent tenant displacement.
So this is something, yeah, that I don't know whether it's replicating, but it's, as it says, whatever we did, and I wasn't here or I wasn't a part of it, to help create the significant moderate and affordable housing in this area. I want us to look at that and what am I saying? And I want to identify it so that we can build on it, strengthen it, collaboration. And I mean, yeah, so this talks about other groups that we haven't talked about, nonprofits, landowners, looking at, this is a relationship, what kinds of relationships and what kinds of policies have we used to develop and sustain our Maple Avenue corridor?
So
It's something that we should look to learn from. I mean, this may be,
But I guess where I'm
clumsy.
confused is I'm not quite understanding how this would give us any different information from what we already have, where we're asking, how do federal, state, and local policies, such as the low-income tax credits, MDPU requirements, rent stabilization, and other advanced affordable
guess-
housing goals, including no net loss of affordable housing, like how do
Okay, the
these
main difference
policies?
here, it looks like, is that I've added, talking about nonprofits and landowners that presumably were a part of the building of the Maple Avenue.
May I make two comments?
Yeah.
One is that I have heard two completely different stories about how Maple Avenue got
Yeah.
to be the way that it is. So I wouldn't assume that there was some grand strategy that included a lot
Well,
of different.
something evolved,
Yeah,
though.
so, second point,
Yeah.
jumping to the second to last amendment proposed, there's a line about the city having a work session on the current state of housing in the Maple Avenue district. And I wanted to expand it to include ways to achieve city housing goals for protection and preservation. So it's a city, not a county council, not a county planning board work
Mhm.
session, a city session on just that. So if that covers it, that we want to talk about ways to achieve city housing goals for protection and preservation in the context of Maple Avenue. If we want to put in collaboration with others, if we want to add a phrase in there, that's fine with me, but I feel like that's where it happens.
The other stakeholders, yeah, something.
Yes,
We
so-
have in collaboration with other stakeholders, maybe that would do it.
I concur with that viewpoint. That was going to be my input, and I'd like to call the question on this one. I think it's, or move to the next one. I think you've captured it in 36. I think it's a city, I think it's kind of a city issue to capture.
So I captured it in the amendment,
Yeah.
second to last amendment, which
Yeah.
yours, you have numbered 36, which
Well,
is
sorry, I
smart.
keep giving them numbers. Once
And
prior
so
to
it says
161, line prior to
161. So would you
161.
add anything to that, or would you just leave it as is?
I think given that we know what it is that we're trying to achieve and it's a city work session, then
note, Ira.
this is what we would be trying to achieve.
Okay, so.
If my fellow council
All right,
member
so
would
we're-
agree.
So calling a question? Your question.
I just would like to have the broader stakeholders than just the city. To pull in, we talk, the collaboration that has,
In collaboration with others, or when we get to it, we'll.
collaboration with
others,
stakeholders,
with others.
yeah.
Okay,
That-
so are we voting
the-
on this one, or are we withdrawing this?
Okay,
one?
can we?
I'm
can we-
withdrawing this one, and we're going to, we added a minor edit to yours, right?
Okay, so where are we? Or,
On the
so
last page.
Councilmember Gibson, we're on the last page. This other identify mechanism to make amendment recommendation enforceable and strive.
I think
We've
we-
already covered that one.
We've covered
We're-
it separately.
Okay, so we're moving on to,
Granular level, property by, urban planning study of the city, by the city, maybe not the county, if Ira says the county can't help us on this or not. But that was something we have at the end, something the city was going to do, right?
City's already done it,
Well,
For the most
I
part.
wanted,
in my view.
okay, well, I'm proposing that it be done, redone. Again, focusing on that rehabilitation and financing part.
okay, so it sounds like we're moving to the, next to the last.
So is that accepted, or well, I'm just wondering what people are deciding?
Okay, let's get down to the last item because it sounds like that's the one that would need to be tweaked.
Okay.
So,
Okay, we could combine those two, yeah.
so there's two items on the table. Current, sorry, I guess it's this one. Current state of housing within the Maple Avenue district. And ways to achieve city housing goals for protection and preservation. And then the,
In collaboration with others. Yeah, keep going.
all right, including rehabilitation needs and financing opportunities.
That works.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Are we
so
com-
to restate, looking at the last several
Yeah.
amendments, instead, we're proposing one that says for the city work session, current state of housing within the Maple Avenue district, including rehabilitation needs and financing opportunities, and ways to achieve, actually, I got it backwards, and ways to achieve city housing goals for protection and preservation in collaboration with others.
And then I guess the question is whether you would want to include this, a study. Whether anyone else would agree with me that we could undertake a study. Current state of housing, is there a verb here before current?
No, because it's a list of
A
things,
list.
of
Okay.
topics. In each one of them it starts that way.
So I could just do a granular level, property by property, urban planning study.
So I would like to take this first, current state of housing within
yes.
the Maple Avenue district and ways to achieve city housing goals for protection and preservation in collaboration with others, including rehabilitation needs and financing.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to understand what the in collaboration with others is.
It's a phrase from a previous, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
Finish your
it was a
sentence.
Yeah,
Question.
this is a topic, not the way in which you would achieve the topic. So if we are giving a direction to staff, then our direction to staff would be, hey, we want a work session on the current state of housing within the Maple Avenue District and the ways to achieve our housing goals, including rehab needs and financing opportunities. Okay, go forth and prosper. Identify partners to bring in to present to us. So what I'm not quite understanding is how,
Is why you have to say.
why you have to say that.
Well, I don't.
Well, it was to build off what presumably we have in place, but I guess, in other words, not reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
Could I propose, because the way I read it, it makes it sound like you want me to bring a bunch of other folks out here also to talk, which is not what I think you're getting. Is it possible to say including rehabilitation needs, comma, partnerships and financing opportunities?
Thank you.
Partnership.
Thank you, Ira.
All right.
That works.
Okay. All right, so I think this is the last one. All right, so,
There's one combined one, and then there's the property, the urban planning study, which was,
Can I help with this one? I know that I've heard this iterated by a whole array of different public individuals, and I understand, and a number of them are in my ward, and I know where they're coming from. I think it's a reflection of, sadly, maybe a lack of trust in our city staff to do what the staff do. And I would wonder, if I may turn to Acting Director Cowler, doesn't the city have quite a lot of information on a building by building basis about where they stand, what it is that you would like to achieve with each building should the circumstances arise, et cetera, such that a study is really not needed by the city? This is really talking about reassuring the public that in fact our staff, I mean, I don't know. Am I correct in assuming that kind of information really already kind of exists?
I apologize.
Within
Can
the
someone
city?
just read the amendment to me so I know
It
what I'm
says,
responding to?
undertake a granular level, property by property, urban planning study by the city and county. But I don't know that full urban planning study is what is intended here, is what I'm suggesting, that it's really about understanding what the circumstances of each building are and what that building needs and what that building could benefit from and how you would keep that particular building's residents there if you needed to, and what mechanisms exist for each building. I think I've got that right.
Sure. So I think if I'm understanding correctly, we provided kind of a pretty quick and dirty housing memo about kind of the Maple Avenue district and some of the kind of general characteristics of properties in the district. We could certainly provide both a fuller breakdown of those properties, right? We have our rental licensing data, we have our inspection data, right? We can talk about both publicly available data as well as kind of, I don't know, kind of broader case studies about like, hey, this is a LIHTC property. When LIHTC properties need investment traditionally, this is kind of how they're financed. These are the opportunities that are out there. These are the public monies that might be available, private monies that might be available. Certainly we could kind of do that full walkthrough of Maple Avenue, whether that's in a work session presentation or in a kind of more in-depth writing for folks to dig into.
Yeah, I thought that might help my fellow council member and the public. Not that anyone's awake at this hour, I hope, but,
and we still technically need to vote on this, right?
Yeah, we do.
yeah, so.
Well, we still have 4 people.
Okay, so,
I just would say, it may not be a full urban planning study. I do know that it's not a question that I have. This is to confront the fact that the zoning does not do planning. Zoning, we need to do planning that the zoning should, it should inform the zoning.
and we haven't,
Well, we have.
it's time to do that again, I guess, to refresh that, to see what new incentives are out there that the federal, state level, government, as well as property by property things. So I'm just suggesting that we undertake a granular level property planning study, take out urban, particularly of Maple Avenue.
So I would like to call two votes. I'd like first to call the
Yep.
set of amendments on current
Yep.
state of housing, et cetera.
Yep.
All right. So,
The bottom two.
all those in favor of the revised language, which says current state of housing within Maple Avenue District and ways to achieve city housing goals for protection and preservation, including rehabilitation needs, partnerships, and financing opportunities. That's basically, the city council is gonna have a work session on that. Awesome. All right.
Where's
the-
your thumb?
Yep.
All right, so that's included.
I
So
got another one,
now,
too.
the next item is undertake a granular level property by property urban planning study by the city and county.
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor of that? All right, looks like we got one, so it doesn't move. Okay, so now, I think we're done with all of the amendments.
Question of procedure.
Yep.
Good
Would-
job.
Would we want to do the vote now?
We have to.
And then allow the other two council members an opportunity to vote next week?
They forgave their opportunity to vote when they walked out. So
Okay.
this resolution, we had already had a move to have it, I believe. I think so many hours ago. I feel like there was a motion. There was a motion. It had to be a motion for us to start talking about it.
Does it have to be someone who's still here?
That doesn't
Okay.
matter.
All right,
All
just
right.
checking.
Okay, so all those in favor of the resolution as amended, say aye.
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 Do you have any opposed? And I'm assuming we may have a couple of abstentions. All right. So this is moved forward. I'm gonna stop sharing via Zoom so I can save this document and send my version to Ira.
I would like to say thank you to my fellow council members and staff for your extraordinary patience and perseverance. Thank you.
3 hours ago, it said, like on the screen, that Ira Caller was working on this 10 hours ago.
Okay.
So Mayor, what's our process with regard to,
Can you put your mic
What's our process for follow-up, edits, technical edits, substantive edits, et cetera?
Okay. I gotta get through tomorrow, right?
Yeah,
Because I can't read this long resolution during my 3 minutes to 6 minute public comment period. In terms of next steps, I'm just gonna ask for folks if you have technical comments. If you could please, Roz and Ira, copy me on it, but if you could send your technical edits to them, then that way we can, they're working hard to reconcile everything, and then we meet and kind of go through everything. So if you all can make sure that you send those comments to them, then that way they can keep track of it all.
I guess technical, I'm not sure what that means in this case, and I thought we used the word, we also may have some substantive edits that we didn't get to tonight.
So if there are, we want to be careful to make sure that folks are not putting in their own personal views, and then it gives the appearance that it is council shared. Technical edits are things like, hey, you didn't mention X or Y or Z, or if there is additional clarification that's needed. So like Councilmember Small said, hey, we should maybe do the CRT versus the CR. I could go either way on it, but we need some additional clarification. That's something that we can put as like, hey, we need some additional clarification on some matters. And that would be a part of like the technical edits. I would advise, and I'm going to be very candid. it would be not in good faith for people to take things that were voted down tonight or reshape things that were voted down tonight and then trying to resubmit them as part of the technical edits. So it really is about, I see typos, hey, we may want to rewrite or add this particular item to the plan, or hey, I just realized there's some additional technical clarification or interpretation clarification needed based on the resolution that would be helpful, and passing those through. So again, Ira and Roz are graciously serving and like helping to pull our master list together, and I'm happy to follow up with folks individually if there are things that you are moving forward that are not appropriate from the perspective of like a technical edit.
Can we submit substantive edits that are not technical edits and not rewrites of something that failed, things that got missed because we had so little time? We did the very best we could, but we did not get necessarily all of the points in that we wanted.
So when you say points, are you talking about context or additional just language that you want to share with the planning board?
Yeah. Something that along the lines of what we did, a resolution, say, that would add a small number of edits, small number of either topics, but not necessarily topics, probably points under given topics that were not adequately, were not addressed in our discussions. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, we just did the best we could with a short amount of time, and not everything got
So I
covered.
just want to be clear, because we keep saying short amount of time. In essence, we've had 3 months total. So it's,
you know what I mean.
but again, if you want to move something forward, move it forward. And if it's not appropriate, then we can have a conversation about other mechanisms that you may be able to leverage to get your opinions shared.
I'm not talking about opinions necessarily, but I was hoping that, I guess I could make a motion to include issues that were not covered, that I would ask the council to consider and add to a follow-up resolution for items that we were not able to adequately cover this time.
If I could just suggest, I think if you have substantive comments that are not kind of explaining further one of the items identified in this resolution already, or are not like grammar or quick fix kind of things, I would strongly suggest that, the public comment period's open till the 30th. You have, in theory, 2 more council sessions till then. As you mentioned, you can introduce another resolution if you'd like and see if that, passes council.
That's what I was getting at. Hopefully not anything big, but, just wondered whether that was a possibility.
I will take a look at our upcoming agendas, but I don't know if we have enough time to spend an entire night, 2 nights, writing another resolution. I'm just going to be candid. But I'm happy to look at our upcoming agendas to see whether or not we have another couple of nights to stay here till 1 a.m. We have we still technically have a work session around the city manager search, but I'm not going to make us go through that.
I forgot about it.
Yeah,
I feel like Andrew already covered it.
Yes.
Yes, Andrew covered it because I was like, I don't think we're going to be able to get to it.
So there is
We have a handout too.
So the important part is look at the schedule. It does suggest some things about when we're working and when we're meeting to interview in December and in the end of November. It's going to require time from council members. So it's really important that we know now if there's any problems with the schedule from anybody's individual timeframe, because of family obligations or whatever. And we can reschedule the actual briefing for next week. It can be quick.
Okay.
It can be not a lot longer than what you said, but when everybody's fresh.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so I'm going to move for us to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.